Chapter 922. Impossible. The pain from his waist didn't cover up the shock in Vatler's heart. Lying in the hole full of cracks, he still hadn't realized that he had lost the battle. It's not like Vatler hasn't tried losing before. A few days ago he lost to Wuxian as well. He lost just as badly as he did this time. Back then, Wuxian did summon vassal beasts that vampires rely on to survive. Vatler didn't feel dejected when he lost. In fact, he was very happy. He's confident in his own power, but compared to having someone to kill time with, he would much rather have someone to kill time with. But this time, Vatler could no longer maintain his composure. He had lost without even knowing why. Vatler allowed his broken ribs to slowly heal as he struggled to lift his head. He looked at Wuxian, who was standing in front of him with a spear in hand. He asked in a hoarse voice, "That spear?" Wuxian watched as Vatler's handsome face was ruined by the blood he spat out. Wuxian looked down at him for a bit. He raised the red spear in his hand. "It's called the Fantasy Killer." "Fantasy Killer? That's right. That's right." Wuxian caressed the spear and explained. "As the name suggests, it's a killer that kills all illusions. It's a killer that can wipe out all illusions. It has the effect of erasing all abilities, such as superpowers and magic." Wuxian looked at the stunned Vatler and smirked. "Of course, that includes familiars made of magic. A superpower that can obliterate everything." Vatler stared at the spear in Wuxian's hand. He laughed out loud in a mocking manner. He was so happy that he looked like a madman. "Ah, so that's how it is. And here I thought that the Lion King organization's 7 assault demon subduing machine gun, that is engraved with the divine spark vibration wave driving tactic, is already the nemesis of us vampires. I never thought that there would be such a weapon in this world. Erase all abilities, ha. The 5th true ancestor that appeared out of nowhere, and this divine weapon that appeared out of nowhere." Vatler coughed a few times and twisted his body. He did not care about his broken waist and forced himself to get up. He knelt on one knee and stared at Wuxian with his crimson eyes. "Who are you?" Following Vatler's question, the crowd fell into a deathly silence. He glanced at Vatler, who was still recovering. Wuxian snorted. "Do you care? I thought you were happy as long as there was someone to play with?" "Haha. Haha." Vatler paused for a second, then forced an ugly smile. He laughed. "You're right. My divine weapon, the Fantasy Killer, defeated me in one hit? Interesting, isn't it?" "You're the one who got careless," Wuxian coldly said. "If you didn't think too highly of yourself and underestimated the Fantasy Killer, you wouldn't have lost so quickly." Indeed, Vatler had lost so quickly because he didn't know what Fantasy Killer was capable of. His most powerful familiar had been destroyed in an instant, catching him off guard. If it happened again, even if Wuxian used the Fantasy Killer, it wouldn't be easy to kill Vatler, who was 1 or 2 levels higher than him, in 10 seconds. Vatler snickered in response to Wuxian's statement. He looked very ferocious. "Who knows? But thanks to you, I've really enjoyed myself to the fullest this time." Vatler turned his head to look at the artificial island and smiled happily. "Since I've had a lot of fun, you can have Nalacuvula, Wuxian. As expected, compared to the incomplete 4th primogenitor, your blood is more worth devouring." With that, Vatler supported his body, which had yet to fully recover, and used the special ability of a vampire. He instantly turned into a golden mist and disappeared on the spot. Bam! A second after Vatler left, a muffled sound rang out, and the area he was in collapsed. The ground was crushed into powder, and the crater almost doubled in size. Tisk. Wuxian put away Fantasy Killer, and he confirmed that Vatler's aura is no longer here. He smacked his lips in annoyance and he tossed the spear away. Fantasy Killer returned to the gate of Babylon with a burst of crimson spatial ripples. "Damn you, Vatler. You've wasted my time. I won't be so lucky next time." With that, Wuxian looked at the man-made island that was still emitting black smoke. He turned around and disappeared from where he stood. Kaboom! A roar similar to an explosion reverberated throughout the artificial island, rolling up bursts of fire and exploding flames. Black smoke filled the air, and screams reverberated in the space. The ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Flying iron pieces scattered like raindrops, smashing into the bodies of the Special Administrative Region garrison team members, causing many to be injured. Flames engulfed many areas of the battlefield. What's going on? As soon as he arrived here, the hellish scene that looked like it was bombarded by landmines came into his view. Wu Yan jumped in fright. Is the battle this intense? Just as Wu Yan finished his sentence, as if to answer his question, a delicate yet authoritative voice came from behind him. Before you even arrived, the battle had already escalated. Natsuki walked out of the void behind Wu Yan with a parasol in hand. She glared at him with a displeased look. Didn't I tell you to stay in school? Why are you still here? Why is this happening? Hearing Natsuki's words, Wu Yan knew that she's not blaming him for leaving the school without permission. She's just unhappy that he allowed her students to be abducted by the Black Death Emperor's men. Normally, Natsuki looked like she didn't care, but in reality, she loved her students very much. She was a classic example of a responsible, caring, hard-spoken, soft-hearted teacher. It's all Vatler's fault. Wu Yan bitterly laughed after he spat out those words. Besides, if you knew someone in the school could decipher Nalacuvala's method of control, why didn't you tell me so I could protect her? Natsuki said unhappily. I don't know much either. I just know a little bit. How can I explain it to you? Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. Natsuki lifted her head and looked ahead. Enough talk, they're here. Pung. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice and a huge figure appeared from the thick black smoke in front of them. Amidst the mechanical sounds of rising and falling, a strangely shaped machine about 7 to 8 meters tall, with a black gold body and 6 mechanical legs, walked over clumsily. It was like a huge mechanical spider wrapped in armor. Its hemispherical head was buried in an oval body, and there were 2 tentacle-like hooks on its front end. The 6 legs covered in heavy mechanical armor moved forward. Along the way, the wreckage of the buildings and armored vehicles were crushed under its trampling. A dazzling red beam shot out from the center of its crystal-like head and swept across the front. It easily tore apart the ground of the artificial island covered in steel and caused a series of explosions. Unlike its clumsy body, the strange-looking 6-legged mechanical spider released a red beam of light at the speed of light. It swept across everything in front of it. Anything that was hit by the beam of light, such as the ground and armored vehicles, were easily cut apart like thin paper. Then they were blown away together with the intense explosion of flames. Debris and metal shards flew everywhere. Such destructive power far exceeded the standard of normal weapons. It was even stronger than tanks and fighter jets. It was comparable to familiars. Chapter 923. That's Nalacuvara? Wu Yan asked Natsuki in a doubtful tone. Are you sure that's a weapon made in ancient times and not something made with advanced technology? Wu Yan asked Natsuki. Are you sure that's a weapon made in ancient times and not something made with advanced technology? What do you think ancient weapons are like? Do you think they're like unevolved apes holding stone tools? Natsuki tilted her head and looked at the mechanical spider, which was Nalacuvala. Before the human era, there are still many things that we can't understand. Let's not talk about its appearance, just look at its power. Do you think it's something that can be made with modern technology? That's true. That's true. Wu Yan sighed. Then he started doubting himself. But this isn't enough to call it a weapon that can kill a primogenitor and destroy countless civilizations, right? Do you think I haven't thought about this before? Natsuki's expression became slightly more serious. Nalacuvara's current power is indeed incomparable to the rumors. It feels like the rumors have been exaggerated. But I've already tested it, that piece of junk. It can learn from external attacks and evolve its own capabilities. It's immune to all previous attacks. Immune to all previous attacks? Wu Yan frowned. If that's all, it's fine. If we kill it in one go, no matter how much it evolves, it's useless. Natsuki seemed to have a headache. But I didn't expect it to be able to transform the surrounding material elements after being damaged, thereby automatically repairing its own functions. Auto repair? This time Wu Yan finally took it seriously. Then if it's immune to all previous attacks. Oh. Natsuki nodded. She lowered her voice. Then it's an unbreakable weapon. It's a weapon that can get stronger as it fights. This. Wu Yan didn't know what to say. He shook his head. How troublesome. Not necessarily. Natsuki denied Wu Yan's claim out of the ordinary. She looked at Wu Yan's face with a meaningful look. Nalakuvara is troublesome, but it shouldn't be difficult for you to deal with it. Doesn't either of your familiars have the ability to make it disappear completely? Ah. Wu Yan looked at Natsuki in surprise. Do you know what kind of ability my familiars have? Well, who knows? Natsuki turned her head away. She said in an irresponsible tone. He smiled and said, I have more or less guessed it. That's impressive. Wu Yan complimented. Natsuki only snorted. If that's the case, hurry up and take care of it. You really know how to order your juniors around. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he quickly smiled and looked at Nalakuvara. A glint flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, you're going to be disappointed. Natsuki said. Natsuki was stunned. Not only can it repair itself, but it can also nullify the damage it received once. Wu Yan licked his lips as if he was tempted. Nalakuvara, huh? I'm a little interested too. What do you mean? Natsuki turned around to look at him. You want to? Well. Wu Yan didn't explain, he just smiled. You just need to stay here and watch. Wu Yan ignored Natsuki, who was looking at him with a confused expression, and teleported behind Nalakuvara. Wu Yan looked at Nalakuvara, who was destroying everything around it like a headless fly. He found it funny. Then he extended his hand towards Nalakuvara. Clang. Just as Wu Yan's hand was about to touch Nalakuvara's body, a wave of light flashed from Nalakuvara's body. Wu Yan's hand stopped about 10 centimeters away from Nalakuvara. It's as if he got blocked by a thick wall. He couldn't go any further. Wu Yan's hand couldn't go any further. Wu Yan's hand stopped in midair about 10 centimeters away from Nalakuvara. It's as if he got blocked by a thick wall. He couldn't advance any further. Is that a barrier? Wu Yan was stunned for a moment. Nalakuvara took advantage of this moment to move its body. It changed its clumsy way of moving, and moved its 6 limbs quickly and nimbly. It turned around and faced Wu Yan. Then on its semicircular head, a red dot that seemed to act as a knife flashed and stared at Wu Yan. As if it had seen it, Nalakuvara's pair of tentacle-like hooks suddenly flashed with red light. Not long after, 2 red light beams shot out from the tips of the hooks, brushing past the evaporated atmosphere, and shooting straight toward Shi Yan with a scorching heat. Humph. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. His body flashed and disappeared from the spot. The 2 red light beams pierced through the afterimage he left behind and swept towards the back without slowing down. Like a flame from a flamethrower, the intense heat plowed 2 charred trenches on the ground. They flashed into the distance and ended the attack with an explosion. Very troublesome indeed. Wu Yan was standing on Nalakuvara's back. He looked at the ripples on the barrier under his feet, and curled his lips. Looks like I have to deal with this barrier first. Before Wu Yan could finish his sentence, Nalakuvara swung its body and flung him away. Wu Yan stopped in midair. He waved his hand and a crimson ripple appeared in the air. A sword hilt emitting a scorching aura came out of the ripple, and landed in Wu Yan's hand. Burn until nothing is left. Accompanied by this soft whisper that sounded like a call, and also like a declaration, the flames of the red lotus roared and expanded from the blade of Nian Dian Shana. The fire grew fiercer and fiercer. In the end, the entire sky above the artificial island was enveloped in a sea of fire. The blue sky turned into the color of a red lotus at dusk. Scorching air currents rolled wildly. Shortly after, the sea of fire suddenly shrank and swept towards the center like a whirlpool. Like a thundercloud formed by flames, a red lotus fire pillar shot down from the center of the whirlpool, and shot towards Nalakuvara like a thunderbolt. Bang! In an instant, the flames spread out in all directions like a ring. All the buildings collapsed in an instant, turning into broken rubble that was carried away by the flaming tornado and violently swept away. The artificial island was left in ruins. That idiot! Natsuki's figure flashed at the edge of the artificial island. She couldn't help but curse as she looked at the ruins that were burning in a sea of fire. He went overboard. No matter how much Natsuki grumbled, this artificial island will have to be rebuilt even if it doesn't sink. In a corner of the sea of fire, Nalacuvula was like a moth that had jumped into a fire. He swung his huge body and kept struggling. The more he struggled, the weaker his strength became. It's not that it can't hold on any longer. It's just that it's starting to become immune to the red lotus flames. It won't be long before it won't feel any discomfort when moving through the red lotus flames. However, the barrier that had been guarding against external attacks had completely disappeared. Wu Yan grabbed Shauna and moved to Nalacuvura's side. He reached out his hand and placed it on Nalacuvura's body. Buzz! In the next second, an invisible wave came from Wu Yan's hand. On the back of his hand, a sword-shaped mark made of red dots appeared. A red light enveloped Nalacuvura's body. Then, the red light turned into red veins that covered Nalacuvura's body. Nalacuvula seemed to have sensed some danger. His body began to struggle violently. However, it didn't take long for his struggles to subside at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually, he completely stopped moving and stood still on the spot. Wu Yan smiled when he saw this. Relic transformation. Done. Chapter 924. The large luxurious yacht Oceanus Grave was currently pacing back and forth on the surface of the sea not far from the artificial island at an extremely slow speed, as if it was patrolling and observing something. The front of the bow of the yacht was facing the artificial island that was emitting flames, constantly rising and falling. In the deepest part of the ocean grave is the cargo hold. The space that should be enough to fill a few trucks is now filled to the brim with machines covered in thick armor. Other than the empty space in front of the ship, there's only a gap the size of a person between the machines. One can imagine how big they are. And their appearance was even more unforgettable. They have 6 mechanical legs that look like giant nails, 2 tentacles that look like spiders, and red glowing eyes on their heads. The machines here are all Nalacuvuras. However, from the looks of it, these Nalacuvuras are still in hibernation. They haven't been activated. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were a total of 5 Nalacuvuras here. Each of them was the same size as the one that was causing a ruckus outside. However, behind the 5 Nalacuvuras in a row, deep in the depths of the forest, there was another Nalacuvura. It seems like there is an even bigger monster placed there. Although it was covered in the same armor as the other Nalacuvulas, it was a mechanical body that was covered in armor. However, this monster was twice the size of the other Nalacuvulas. It had the same mechanical limbs, but its body was bigger. Its head was not placed at the front of the body. Instead, it was placed at the top of the body like a 3-pronged crown. On top of it, there was a long and slender gun barrel that looked like a launcher. If someone who doesn't know the situation were to see this, they would be shocked. They would be in for a shock. One Nalacuvula almost destroyed the artificial island. If it was allowed to enter Itagami City, the city would be destroyed as well. If there were 6 Nalacuvulas, plus the one that looked even more powerful, then it would be a total disaster. The warlord's domain, which is several times bigger than Itagami City, will be destroyed. When that happens, the Black Death Emperor faction will have achieved their goal. From this, the rumor of the Nalacuvuras destroying countless civilizations isn't an exaggeration. As for whether or not they can kill the primogenitor, that remains to be seen. However, it doesn't matter to the Black Death Emperor faction. Compared to killing the first true ancestor, the true goal of the Black Death Emperor faction was to destroy the Treaty of the Sacred Domain. And if the first true ancestor's territory, the Warlord Domain, were to be destroyed, if the first primogenitor's domain is destroyed, the Treaty of Sanctuary will be destroyed. The world will be engulfed in the flames of war. In other words, whether it was the Orc Doctrine or the Vampire Commander, these were only secondary issues. The Black Death Emperor faction only wanted to stir up a war. At least, that was the current Black Death Emperor faction. At the top of Nalacuvula's head, a man in military uniform stood there. His face was scarred, and his hair was almost white. He looked at the ancient weapon below with a burning gaze. Soon our war will begin. His hands clenched into fists behind his back. He stared at the largest Nalakuvara. That's the center of all the Nalakuvaras. It's the commander of the Nalakuvaras. As long as he could sit inside and successfully control it, the rest of the Nalakuvalas would obey the orders of the commander. Through this, he could control an entire Nalakuvala team, suppressing the excitement in his heart. The man in uniform picked up a communication device. How's the decoding of the command coming along? It won't be long before they're all done. A powerful voice came from the communication device. The man in military uniform couldn't help but smile evilly. What about the Nalakuvaras outside? They were making a ruckus just now. The voice on the other side of the communicator seemed to be a little excited. It was obvious that he was also a militant. But now, the artificial island has been covered by a sea of fire. I can't see the situation inside. They should still be making a ruckus. Sea of fire? Contrary to the other party's excitement, the man's expression froze and he frowned. Why would a sea of fire appear? Well, we're a little far from there, so we can't see it clearly. Maybe some large flammable items were affected? Hearing the other party's words, the man in military uniform didn't seem relieved at all. Instead, his brows were tightly knitted together as a bad premonition surfaced in his heart. No, something is not right. Following the ominous premonition in his heart, the man in the military uniform said to the communicator, "You guys go to the artificial island and check out the situation." As soon as the man in the military uniform said that, a mocking voice was suddenly heard from below. "Don't bother." "Who is it?" The man in the military uniform narrowed his eyes and looked down. On the open space in front of the Nalakuvalas, who were lined up in a row, a figure appeared out of nowhere. He was looking up at him with a pair of wine-red eyes that contained a smile. A faint smile hung on his face, causing the man in the military uniform to feel a chill in his heart. When did this person get here? He didn't notice at all. "So you're Christopher? You're Gardosius, right?" The man in the military uniform, Christopher Gardosius, looked shocked. Wu Yan grinned when he saw how shocked Gardos was. "I can't believe you hid so well. It took me a lot of time to find you." Gardosius regained his composure, and his expression gradually returned to normal. "Who are you?" "Attack officer." Wu Yan stopped smiling and shrugged. "Although I'm only an apprentice." "I see." Gardosius raised his eyebrows. "You found this place? I didn't expect an attack officer from Itagami Island to violate the treaty and trespass on a legally protected ship." "You can sue me," Wu Yan said. "I don't mind. That won't do." Gardos sneered as he grabbed a military dagger from his back and roared loudly. "Because we're terrorists." As he roared, Gardonio's body began to swell, as if something was drilling out of his body. In just a moment, his whole body was covered in fur, and his slightly aged head turned into a ferocious beast's head. "Ha!" With a loud shout, Gardos leaped up like a bullet and arrived in front of Wu Yan. He swung his military dagger towards Wu Yan's head with bulging veins on his arm. He's going for the kill. However, Wu Yan kept a smile on his face. He leaned to the side and Gardosius's dagger grazed his shoulder with a sonic boom. "You're pretty strong, you're pretty fast too. You're pretty good with your dagger too," as expected of a soldier from the War King's domain. Wu Yan danced around like he was dancing. He placed his hand on Gardo's shoulder, and Gardo's hair stood on end. "Too bad you're only peak tier 7, not tier 8. You're still too early to be my opponent." "What's peak tier 7? Before Gardosius could finish his question, a series of crackling electric sounds entered his ears. Then a violent blue and white electric light filled his entire vision and flashed on his body. "Ah!" Along with the sound of electricity, Gardos howled in pain. When the electric light dimmed, his whole body was charred black. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Wu Yan clapped his hands and pursed his lips. "I thought the beastman's body could hold on for a while longer. How fragile." He turned around and looked at the 5 Nalakovalas and the commander. Wu Yan giggled. "Well, but I'll accept your results without hesitation." Chapter 925. On the artificial island, a lot of special region guards were busy working there. They are trying to extinguish the sea of fire. The fully armed guards have turned into firefighters. They are carrying heavy hoses and bottles of fire extinguishers. With the help of the surrounding fire trucks, they are approaching the center of the sea of fire. They are trying to put out the flames on the artificial island. The size of the artificial island may not be as big as Itagami Island, but it's not small either. It wouldn't be easy to extinguish all the fire here. Of course, compared to the previous life and death battle, although the work of extinguishing the fire was much heavier and more tiring, it was a lot easier for them. After all, there would not be any danger. It was believed that compared to a life and death battle, no one would dislike this tiring and heavy work. Bang! Wuyan tossed Gardos to the ground. He turned to Natsuki and asked, "What should we do with this guy?" Gardos was a terrorist from Battle Monarch's domain, and the current leader of Black Death Emperor faction. Black Death Emperor faction was quite famous in Battle Monarch's domain. Of course, the people of Battle Monarch's domain wouldn't let Itagami City deal with such a serious criminal. Natsuki sighed and said helplessly, "Lock him up for now. No matter what, he has caused us a lot of trouble." Wuyan nodded nonchalantly. This old man has nothing to do with him. How he deals with him is none of his business. Who cares if he lives or dies? Natsuki raised her head when she saw Wu Yan's nonchalant expression. "By the way, where is Nalacuvula?" "Who knows?" Wu Yan waved his hand and pointed at the sea of fire. "Maybe he turned into ashes." "Oh." Natsuki narrowed her eyes. She looked at Wu Yan as if she could see through his thoughts. She stared at Wu Yan. Wu Yan shrugged in a calm manner. At the very least, if you can't hear his thumping heart, he would look like he's at peace with the situation. Humph. Natsuki waved the fan in her hand and turned around. Since he turned into ashes, it's best if we don't let him appear again. Otherwise, the people in Itagami Island won't want to be left out. They will be tempted to make a move. Wu Yan grinned, and he turned around as well. He and Natsuki had their backs to each other and neither of them said anything. Wu Yan knows that many ambitious people will be tempted by a weapon that can destroy countless civilizations. If it wasn't for the fact that Nalacuvula's control method couldn't be deciphered, a lot of people would have gotten involved, including Itagami Island's higher-ups. Now, the Black Death Emperor sect had openly used Nalacuvula once. Those who have designs on this ancient weapon should take action. If Nalacuvula is discovered by the city's security forces, Itagami Island will become the center of conflict. From this perspective, Nalacuvula being turned into a noble phantasm, and became Wu Yan's noble phantasm. It's a good thing for both Wu Yan and the others. After all, any weapon he turned into a noble phantasm can't escape his control. Even if he doesn't know how to control Nalacuvula, they will still obey his orders. In other words, Wu Yan has basically turned himself into a commander. He just has to be careful not to use them carelessly. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Far away from the artificial island, there's a building with a wide view. On the rooftop, Vatler looked at the artificial island that was engulfed in flames and his yacht that was drifting on the surface of the sea like a headless fly. He couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Looks like they had a lot of fun. If only I could join them. Vatler muttered to himself. He smiled and turned his head away. Well, I've enjoyed myself to my heart's content. There's nothing to regret. Vatler's voice got softer and softer. He pulled his gaze away from the horizon, because behind him, there was a young girl whose face was covered by a pair of glasses. Her expression was completely unclear, and the light reflected off her glasses. She slowly walked over, and she was wearing a uniform, Saikai Academy's student uniform. Vatler didn't even turn his head, as if he already knew the girl's identity, and said it without hesitation. Silence Destroyer, huh? Or is it better to call you the Lion King organization's third saint? Just as Vatler had said, this girl in the Rainbow Sea Academy uniform was one of the 3 highest decision-makers in the Lion King organization. She was one of the so-called 3 saints. In fact, the reason why Yukaina came to Itagami Island was because of this young girl. However, Yukaina probably didn't know that one of her superiors was hiding in her school. Hearing Vatler's words of admiration and mockery, the girl's face under her spectacles changed, but her tone didn't change at all. As long as you like it. She glanced at Vatler's tattered clothes and continued. But you seem to have done a lot of things that others don't know about. It's interesting. Vatler smiled foolishly. He finally looked at the girl. Is that so? The girl paused for a moment before handing a document to Vatler. This is a document from Warlord's domain. Vatler raised an eyebrow and took the document from the young lady's hand. Before he could open it, the silent young lady spoke again. I have a question. Vatler's hands paused for a moment before he nodded as if nothing had happened. He gestured for the girl to continue. The young girl asked after a moment of silence as usual. Is the Black Death faction's operation under the orders of that Great One? As the words that Lord came out from the young lady's mouth, the atmosphere of the scene changed. Even the young lady's emotionless tone seemed to have lowered a little. For a moment, it actually caused the air to become somewhat cold. However, Vatler's expression did not change from the beginning to the end. Even his tone did not change. The commotion this time was caused by my personal interest. Vatler added with an indecipherable smile. Let's just treat it like that for now. The girl lowered her head. Then let's change the question. The young lady's gaze landed on Vatler's body as if she was sizing him up. To be more precise, she was looking at his new body. His skin was smooth and clean, and his clothes were nowhere to be seen. Her wide spectacles glinted with a bright light. What kind of person is able to make you like this? She had no choice but to ask this question. She knew what kind of person Vatler was. To put it simply, he was a very dangerous person. There were only 4 primogenitors in the world. They were the strongest beings in the world. The 4th primogenitor wasn't fully awakened, but that didn't lower her evaluation of the primogenitors. Disregarding the 4th true ancestor who had yet to fully awaken and the other 3 powerful true ancestors, Vatler, who always had a harmless smile on his face, was the most powerful vampire in the entire world. If he went all out, the gap between him and the other 3 primogenitors wasn't the same as the other vampires. That's why he was called the vampire closest to a primogenitor. There was no doubt that Vatler's strength was at the forefront of this world. Even so, he had appeared in front of him in such a state. If this was the result of a battle, then what kind of person could have caused Vatler to become like this? The girl had to ask. Vatler paused for a moment and smiled. It was a smile that had never appeared since the girl appeared. It was a smile that was completely different from her previous casual smile. It was a sincere smile. An interesting person. An interesting person? Yes. Vatler stopped looking at the document in his hand. He turned around and looked at the burning artificial island. An interesting person. The girl followed Vatler's actions and looked at the burning artificial island. After a long time, she lowered her head and remained silent. Chapter 926. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area. Nighttime. She was holding a bowl in her hand, and there was a platter of freshly cooked dishes on the table. However, Nagisa remained in the same posture as she held the bowl. She didn't touch her chopsticks, and she sat there in a daze. It was as if her soul had left her body, and her mind was filled with thoughts. She was completely devoid of her usual lively and adorable self. Guqing didn't stop eating, but his tired eyes never left Nagisa. Seeing his sister in such a bad mood, he was puzzled. This was the first time he saw her like this. Since the day he had Nagisa as a sister, Nagisa had always been a lively, cheerful, talkative and cute little sister. Whether it was before or now, Nagisa had never behaved so strangely. In the past, Nagisa always had a smile on her face. Unlike now, this wasn't like her at all. Nagisa, what's wrong? Guqing stopped eating. He looked at the dazed Nagisa and asked worriedly, Nagisa, what's wrong? Nagisa was still in a daze. She didn't hear Guqing at all. Nagisa. Nagisa. Guqing frowned and waved his hand in front of Nagisa's face. He raised his voice. Nagisa. Nagisa was startled by Guqing's sudden raise of his voice. She came back to her senses and saw Guqing's worried expression. Nagisa quickly regained her smile. What's wrong, Guqing? Huh? I should be the one asking that question. Guqing grew more and more worried after seeing Nagisa's reaction. What's wrong, Nagisa? You don't look energetic. And no, of course not. Nagisa forced an unnatural smile under Guqing's aggressive gaze. She turned her gaze away. This time, no matter how low Guqing's EQ was, he was certain that Nagisa had something on her mind. Nagisa. Guqing put down his chopsticks. He met Sasa's vision seriously. If there's anything, you can talk to me. Nagisa nodded. Nagisa hesitated for a moment, but shook her head. No, it's really nothing. Really? Guqing was doubtful. It's true. Seeing Guqing's doubtful expression, Yi Zichen said. Nagisa puffed up her cheeks and knocked on the plate in front of her. All right, let's eat. Nagisa did not give Guqing a chance to speak. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating quickly. Guqing stared at her with worry in his eyes. That's the gist of it. In Yukina's house, Koju knelt down and told Kotori and Yukina what happened last night. Kotori and Yukina looked at each other after hearing Koju's story. You're right, Nisa-chan has been a little different lately. Yukina pondered for a moment before continuing. She's not as cheerful and talkative as she used to be. Sometimes she even gets distracted in class and doesn't realize that she's almost walking into a wall when she's walking. There was one time when she almost got hit by a car when she didn't look at the road. I have the same feeling. Kotori narrowed her eyes. She grabbed the pearl in her mouth and didn't put it in her mouth. Nagisa seems to have something on her mind. Is that so? Did you notice it? Guqing nodded his head in frustration. This has been going on for a few days now. She doesn't look any different from before, but she's always spacing out for no reason. She doesn't even have the energy to eat. This isn't like her at all. There must be something wrong with Nagisa, but she doesn't seem to want to be honest with me at all. Guqing prostrated himself on the ground. That's why I'm begging you. Goku. Yukina. With a pleading expression, Guqing said pitifully. Please help me talk to Nagisa. You're both girls and good friends. Nagisa should be willing to share her troubles with you. Please help me. Kotori and Yukina sighed. Kotori and Yukina smiled bitterly. Senpai, don't worry. Yukina said. I'm also worried about Nagisa-chan. I'll help you. Well. Kotori bit her lollipop and waved her hand. Let's try asking Nagisa and see if we can get anything out of her. Thank you so much. Guqing was so moved that he cried out. As he was too emotional, he knocked his head hard against the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. Kotori and Yukina couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. That night, Kotori and Yukina called Nagisa to Yukina's home. Yukina's expression was tense. Her back was straight and her face was stern. She gave off a strange feeling of oppression. Kotori was much more casual, but her eyes were locked on Nagisa. Nagisa was intimidated by their auras, so she shrank back a little. Kotori-chan. Yukina-chan. Nagisa raised her hand weakly. Why are you looking for me? Kotori glanced at Nagisa before exchanging a glance with Yukina. She was the first to speak. Nagisa, you seem a bit off lately. Nagisa was surprised, but she waved her hand. Oh, what's wrong with me? Nagisa is still the same as before. Nagisa-chan, you can't be like this. Yukina moved her head closer to Nagisa. We're friends, you can't lie to a friend. Nagisa opened her mouth and wanted to argue, but when she saw how serious Yukina was, she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Nagisa glanced at Kotori and pursed her lips. She lowered her head like a child who did something wrong. I'm sorry, Kotori-chan, Yukina-chan. Kotori and Yukina breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Nagisa lowering her head and apologizing. They finally smiled. Nagisa-chan. Yukina held Nagisa's hand and asked gently. What's troubling you? Tell us, we'll help you. This. Nagisa's eyes flashed with a trace of distress. She looked at Kotori, who was also looking at her. A small teardrop appeared at the corner of her eye. Kotori and Yukina didn't say anything either. They stared at Nagisa, waiting for her to speak. Nagisa clenched her teeth. Their reaction made her suppress her worries for a long time come back to her. Kotori-chan. Nagisa turned to face Kotori and closed her eyes as if she had made up her mind. Then she started sobbing, her voice filled with guilt. I'm sorry. Kotori froze. She asked in confusion. Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? Kotori-chan. Nagisa pouted. She looked sad. Nagisa wronged Kotori-chan. Something wrong? Kotori was stunned. Nagisa didn't look like she was faking it. She frowned. What happened? Nagisa flinched and bit her lips in fear. Yakaina, who was holding her hand, could feel Nagisa's trembling hand. Yakaina tightened her grip on Nagisa's hand as if to give her courage. She looked at her with an encouraging smile on her face. Feeling the warmth from Yukina's hand, Nagisa's courage increased. She took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to throw caution to the wind and yelled out loud. I kiss sensei. 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 In the hall, Nagisa's venting voice reverberated clearly in the hall. Kotori and Yakaina heard it. The two girls' pupils dilated and their expressions changed drastically. In the end, they became sluggish. Chapter 9:27. The air froze. Kotori and Yakaina fell silent as they stared at Nagisa, who just finished her speech with her eyes closed. She didn't even dare to look them in the eye. Nagisa-chan. Yakaina carefully lifted her head and forced a smile. What you said just now, if I didn't hear wrongly, should be kissing the teacher, right? Ah, yes. Nagisa didn't bother to hide her voice as if she had given up on herself. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she shouted. Her voice was loud enough to shake the entire hall. Didn't the school get attacked by beastmen a few days ago? Nagisa was scared and didn't escape with Yukina-chan in time. That's when we saw the two beastmen. Nagisa lowered her head and blushed as she recalled the events of the past. Nagisa, I was scared, very scared. To calm me down, sensei kissed me. Nagisa raised her head and clasped her hands together. Kotori-chan, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Nagisa didn't do it on purpose. Yakaina didn't know what to do. She looked at Kotori and Nagisa, but she didn't know what to say. She sat down in a corner and panicked. Kiss. She kissed her sensei? This is a huge blow to the innocent Yakaina. Kotori, on the other hand. She looked at Nagisa blankly for a while before chuckling awkwardly. She whispered, So you're saying, Nagisa, you've been acting strangely these past few days because you kissed Oniai-chan? You feel sorry for me, so? Mechim. Nagisa nodded anxiously. She sneaked a glance at Kotori, waiting for her to scold her. She was prepared to ruin her relationship with Kotori. However, Kotori's reaction stunned her. Kotori's face flushed red. Her shoulders trembled, and her petite body couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this scene, Kotori's eyes widened. Nagisa and Yakaina thought Kotori was angry. Nagisa closed her eyes again, but what they saw was... Ha 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 ha. Unable to hold back, Kotori finally raised her head. He burst out laughing. You. Kotori held her stomach and laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. That's the reason? Nagisa and Yakaina were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, and their eyes became blank. They had expected Kotori to be furious. He had expected Kotori to break off their friendship, but he never expected it. In the end, all he got was a burst of laughter. What was going on? Could it be that he was so angry that he lost his mind? Nagisa and Yukina's confusion turned into nervousness. Nagisa rushed to Kotori's side and grabbed her hand. Kotori-chan, it's all my fault. You can do whatever you want to me, but please don't be like this. What are you thinking? The smart Kotori naturally sensed their thoughts. She rolled her eyes at them, but the smile in her eyes lingered for a long time. Nagisa, you're so cute. Kotori gave a comment that confused Nagisa and Yakaina. Kotori-chan, aren't you angry? Nagisa shrunk her head and emphasized. I kissed sensei lips to lips. That doesn't count, right? Yakaina smiled awkwardly as if she was trying to smooth things over. Sensei only wanted Nagisa-chan to calm down, so he had no choice but to do it. All right, you two, don't look like you're afraid I'll get angry. Kotori's expression relaxed. She opened a treasure casually. Just because of a kiss, you've been acting so strangely lately. Nagisa, you're really cute. It's just a kiss. Nagisa blinked. She didn't know how she should react now. Oh, it's just a kiss. Logically speaking, it's normal to be angry when the person you like kissed another girl, right? Nagisa witnessed the relationship between Kotori and Wu Yan. They're not just normal siblings, they're lovers. Not only was Kotori not angry, she even said it was just a kiss. Nagisa had never been in a relationship before, so she wasn't sure what was going on with Kotori. Nagisa didn't know that Kotori's so-called lover had done it countless times, let alone kissing other girls. And it wasn't just one girl either. If Kotori would get angry just because he kissed another girl, she would have been pissed to death. Kotori's red eyes turned and she smiled devilishly. Then Nagisa, do you like my brother? Huh. Nagisa was shocked. Yakaina was also shocked. The two looked at Kotori in disbelief. It took a while for Nagisa to react. She waved her hands frantically. And no. Don't be in such a hurry to deny it. Kotori interrupted Nagisa with a mischievous grin. Yakaina already said that friends shouldn't lie. If you lie to me, I'll really get angry. Nagisa was taken aback for a moment before she finally calmed down. She rubbed her hands together and pondered for a moment before shaking her head and giving an answer. I don't know either. Nagisa didn't know how to feel about this. Originally, she had a phobia of demons. Although she didn't hate demons, it was impossible for her to get along with them peacefully. The first time she met Wu Yan, Nagisa showed her fear of demons. At that time, she was only afraid of Wu Yan. When Wu Yan became her teacher and showed a humorous and gentle personality, Nagisa became curious about him. Coupled with Wu Yan's heaven-defying cooking skills and the time they spent together, Nagisa gradually accepted Wu Yan. She finally let go of her fear and accepted him. But that's all. That day, when the Black Death Emperor faction attacked, Wu Yan used extreme methods to force Nagisa to calm down. Nagisa's pure curiosity and acceptance were messed up. Nagisa didn't know how she should face Wu Yan. She didn't know what kind of emotions she should be feeling. Kotori narrowed her eyes into crescents and spoke. Her words shocked Nagisa and Yakaina. So that's how it is. Nagisa, why don't you woo big brother? Wah. Nagisa was stunned. Woo sensei. Yakaina was confused. No matter what, he's your first kiss, right? Kotori said. Since you don't know how you feel about big brother, why don't you try? Maybe you'll get an answer? But, Kotori-chan. Nagisa stuttered. Sensei, isn't he your lover? It doesn't matter. Kotori said. I don't mind. Kotori didn't scare Nagisa to death. Nagisa widened her eyes. But he's my sensei, Nagisa. Kotori looked at him as if she expected better from him. He's a vampire, his life is endless. Do you need to care about age and identity? We're just teacher and student, we're siblings. Kotori put her hands on Nagisa's shoulders and smiled. So Nagisa, don't worry and go after him. Don't worry. Kotori's eyes lit up as if she's back in Ratatoskr. I'll help you. Nagisa's mouth opened wide. Her mind went blank when she saw how eager Kotori was to make her love rival. She didn't even know how she got home. As for Yakaina, her worldview was destroyed when she saw the ridiculous scene. Her head almost exploded. She remained in a daze until the sun went down. Chapter 928. Ha! Wu Yan exclaimed when he saw the document in his hand. Apprentice? Become an attack mage? Why are you so surprised? Natsuki raised her head as if blaming him for making a fuss over nothing. Don't you want to be an attack mage? No, that's not it. Wu Yan shook his head out of reflex. When he came back to his senses, he became confused. Then why would they want to make me an attack mage for no reason? It's not for no reason. Natsuki knocked on the table with her fan and said calmly, your performance in the Black Death Emperor faction incident has been reported to the higher-ups, including your success in stopping Nalakuvala's attack and arresting Kristoff. Galdonius, the higher-ups of Itagami Island, have decided to make you an official member. Congratulations. From today onwards, You are officially an attack mage officer. As soon as Natsuki's voice fell. Ding. Mission 1 completed. Obtained 5,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Character, Wuyan equipment points, 7,170 item points, 1265000 ability points, 6,000 summoning points, 7,300 level, 80. The system notification rang in the depths of Wu Yan's mind, informing him of the situation. Everything he had seen and heard was real. Phew. He heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Yan smiled as he scanned the document. I thought I almost burned down the entire artificial island. I thought I would be punished more than rewarded. You didn't just almost. You burned down the entire artificial island. Natsuki splashed a bucket of cold water on him and snorted. The higher-ups put all the blame on the Black Death Emperor faction for the loss of the artificial island. And as the commander of the Black Death Emperor faction, as for the compensation, Gardos took away. The Battle King's domain has already paid for the loss of the artificial island. How could those guys above still push the blame to you? That's realistic. Wu Yan was speechless. He looked at Natsuki. Now that I'm an attack mage, what about the real assignment? What? Do you hate staying here? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Natsuki's voice. A dangerous glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Is it hard for you to be a teacher? Of course not. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed sheepishly. It's just that I have to ask. It's a job after all. Natsuki turned her head away, picked up the cup on the table, and drank the black tea. Even though you're an attack mage, you're still assigned to Saikai Academy. If you're dissatisfied, you can talk to the higher-ups. It's not that I'm dissatisfied. Wu Yan scratched his face and shrugged. It's my first time being an attack mage. Don't look at me. My grades were terrible when I was a student. Now that you're asking me to do it, it doesn't feel real. Is that so? Natsuki. Natsuki. A smile appeared on her face. But why did I hear that the liberal arts teacher of the 3rd grade C class in the middle school is very popular? That's because those kids are greedy and playful. Wu Yan laughed as he scolded her. I am the one who brought them food and got along well with them. That's why I became like this. Wu Yan looked at Natsuki and he flashed her a grin that made Natsuki feel disgusted. If you go and play with your students, I believe that by tomorrow, the most popular person in the entire Kaihai Academy will be you. Natsuki's face twitched as she glared at Wu Yan. She looked like she was going to spit fire at him. Natsuki of course knew what Wu Yan meant by that. With her figure and looks, if she were to hang out with a bunch of students, she would be treated like a mascot. It's not like she wouldn't be welcomed. Even though Natsuki doesn't want to admit it, she knows herself very well. If she were to use one word to describe her image, it would be cute. Natsuki, who thinks of herself as a dignified person, can't be happy about it. Under Natsuki's oppressive gaze, Wu Yan couldn't help but take a step back. He laughed awkwardly. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Nayu snorted coldly and continued to enjoy her black tea. She's surprisingly childish. Wu Yan couldn't bring himself to say it. He pursed his lips helplessly and sank his consciousness into the depths of his soul. Instance World, Bloodlust Rampage Instance World Mission. Redemption Mission 1. Become an attack magician in Itagami City. Completed. Mission reward. 5,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 2. Stop the Ascension Ritual and save the fake angel. Kanace Natsuki Mission reward. 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 3. Locked. A fake angel? Kanace Natsuki? Who's that? Wu Yan's consciousness went blank for a moment. He closed his eyes and tried to recall the last bits of information he had about the manga. But in the end, there was no result. Wu Yan didn't remember much about the manga. Wu Yan sighed and shook his head. He looked at Natsuki and hesitated for a moment. Natsuki, do you know the name Kanace Natsuki? Natsuki stopped drinking her tea, and she looked at Wu Yan with a confused look. Why are you asking? Nothing. Wu Yan came up with a lie that even he didn't believe. Seeing the look of disbelief on Natsuki's face, He had no choice but to explain. I just heard about it. Why? You don't know her? Natsuki didn't answer. She looked at Wu Yan with a pensive expression as if she's trying to figure something out. After a while she said something. You have so many secrets that I can't help but want to find out more about you. Wu Yan blinked his eyes and he said the same thing. You mean you want to know more about me? Who wants to know more about you? Natsuki's thoughtful expression instantly collapsed. She had a confused look on her face. Why would you come to such a conclusion? Well, isn't that normal? Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest like it was a given. Aren't you already 26 years old? It's understandable that you would be interested in men. A cross appeared on Natsuki's forehead. It moved along with her eyebrows. Wu Yan didn't see it. He was still talking to himself. Most girls at 26 years old have at least 1 or 2 boyfriends, right? But Natsuki, I don't think it's possible for you to have a boyfriend. Slap. 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 More and more crosses appeared on Natsuki's face. Natsuki's delicate face twisted slightly. No matter what, even if you look like a child, you still have to have a boyfriend. Otherwise, people will treat you like a child. Pa sounds rang out and Nayu's forehead was filled with crosses. But with your current appearance, many people will treat you like a child. Is it because of this that you can't have a boyfriend? Hey, don't tell me you really can't get a boyfriend? Nayu lowered her head and her bangs covered her face. Then a gloomy voice escaped from her lips. Are you done? Ugh. Wu Yan finally looked at Natsuki. He sensed danger when he saw her blindfolded face. His tone turned cautious. Natsuki. As if replying to Wu Yan, Natsuki raised her head. Her expression was gloomy. She swung her fan at Wu Yan's mouth. Is this the mouth that keeps saying you have a boyfriend? Wu Yan shrieked as he dodged the incoming fan. Before he could take a breather though, a cup of black tea with a temperature of over 90 degrees came crashing down on his head. Wu Yan flinched and he used space shift to disappear from where he stood. Natsuki bitterly curled her lips and turned around. After a long time, a sad sentence echoed throughout the office. Boyfriend? How could I have a boyfriend? Chapter 929. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed on his way to the middle school classroom. I wanted to ask her about it, but I got carried away after completing the mission. Natsuki is probably still mad. Wu Yan shook his head and patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. Forget it, I just completed the first mission. Why should I be in such a rush? I'll ask around later. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan's mood improved and he quickened his pace. Wu Yan didn't notice that in a corner not far behind him, a few figures poked their heads out from behind a wall and looked in his direction. Good, I wasn't discovered. Kotori nodded as she watched Wu Yan walk away. She's wearing Saikai Academy's junior high school uniform. She's wearing this uniform so that she can sneak into Saikai Academy. It's not impossible for an outsider like her to sneak in, but it's a little troublesome. That's why Kotori borrowed Nagisa's uniform. She's about the same size as Nagisa, so she does look like a student wearing it. Speaking of which, Kotori was only 15 years old. In her own world, she was just a middle school student. Even though she was the commander of Ratatosker, she still had to study. After all, her sister Shirori didn't know Kotori's true identity. If she said she didn't want to go to school, she would probably. Shirori even had the urge to hit her. Are you ready? Kotori turned around and looked at Nagisa. Let's start if you're ready. Wait. Nagisa yelled in panic. She twisted her body uneasily and blushed. Is this really okay? Don't worry. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Kotori puffed up her chest with confidence. I used to do this kind of thing. Do this kind of thing? Nagisa tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean? Nothing. It's nothing, don't mind it. Kotori waved her hand and pulled Nagisa out of the classroom. Don't worry and go. I'll be here to support you. Nagisa swallowed her saliva involuntarily. Her small face was filled with nervousness, so much so that even her footsteps seemed weak when she walked out of the corner. There was no way she wouldn't be nervous. Nagisa's personality was lively and cheerful. Other than the demons, she liked to make friends with everyone, no matter who it was. Nagisa was also good at interacting with others. But this time was different. This time, Nagisa was using the name of courtship to interact with others. No matter how cheerful she is, Nagisa is only 14 or 15 years old. She has feelings for love, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Even for her, at this moment, her heart was beating several times faster than before, even though Kotori was the one who instigated her to do so. Don't be nervous. You'll lose half the battle if you're nervous. Kotori said as if she's experienced. He said, just act like how you usually do. Walk over and greet him openly. Then give him the things openly. It's okay. We're here to watch, right? Kotori's last sentence was directed at Yukina, who couldn't get a word in. Why yes. Yukina's face was stiff as she nodded awkwardly. Her face was red. It was the first time Yukina encountered something like this. Even if she wasn't the one trying to woo the guy, she was still embarrassed. Yukina still couldn't get over it. She looked at Kotori and asked with a bitter smile, "But is this really okay?" Yukina couldn't understand. That's the guy she likes, right? He's also her lover, right? But why would Kotori ask another girl to woo her lover? Yukina couldn't understand the meaning behind this action, and judging from Kotori's expression, it seemed like she understood it quite well. This made Yukina's heart feel like it was floating, and all kinds of surreal. Does Kotori often help others woo their other halves? Yukina's guess is half correct. As the commander of Ratatosker, Kotori has done a lot of things to help others get the opposite sex. Otherwise, Toka, Yoshino, and Kurumi wouldn't have ended up in Wu Yan's arms. What's the point of saying this now? Kotori glanced at Nagisa and Yukina with a decisive expression. Since we've come this far, we have to keep going. That's true. You're right. Nagisa and Yukina both had a conflicted expression. But why do I feel like something's wrong? All right, let's not talk about it anymore. He's almost gone. Kotori impatiently waved the jewel in her hand and revealed a malicious expression in her commander mode. Then, she pushed Nagisa out of the corner without giving her any chance to protest. Let us begin, Caesar, our date of war. Nagisa was caught off guard and was pushed out of the room. Kotori grabbed Yukina and ran away without a trace. Seeing this, Nagisa opened her mouth wide and shouted in shock. Didn't you say you were going to support me? Why did you run away? What support? What do you mean run away? At this moment, a confused voice came from behind her, causing her to freeze. What's wrong? Nagisa? Wu Yan blinked when he saw Nagisa's frozen expression. Why are you screaming and yelling? Could it be that some perverted high school student who attacked middle school students is chasing you? This is the attack mage teacher who attacked his own sister, as well as a middle school student. Nagisa dryly laughed. She shook her head like a rattle drum. She blushed when she saw Wu Yan's face. Her heartbeat sped up. Nagisa hasn't been alone with Wu Yan since the day she kissed Wu Yan. Nagisa had the urge to run away whenever she thought of that day. Now, the same urge appeared in her heart again. On the contrary, Wu Yan had a calm expression on his face, as if he had already forgotten about the events of that day. He looked like one of those heartless bastards who had taken advantage of him, and then left. He turned around. It's about time to go to class. Let's go. Nagisa panicked when she heard Wu Yan's words. She subconsciously called out to him. Wait. Wu Yan stopped and turned around. What? Is there a problem? Nagisa. Nagisa forced a smile. She looked around nervously and glanced at Wu Yan. In the end, she gave up. Let's do as Kotori-chan says. Sensei. Nagisa raised her head and mustered her last bit of courage. I have something to give you. Something to give me. Wu Yan paused for a second. What is it? Nagisa gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Then, she raised her hand that had been hiding behind her back. There was a box in her hand. A lunchbox. Nagisa made this herself. Nagisa yelled with her eyes closed as if she was trying to hide her nervousness. Sensei, try it. You made it yourself? Wu Yan looked at Nagisa in surprise. He chuckled. How rare, I didn't expect you to give me a lunchbox. Wu Yan took the lunchbox from Nagisa's hand and shook his head. I thought you only came here to freeload. What? Nagisa puffed up her cheeks and looked at Wu Yan angrily. When she saw Wu Yan's smile, she panicked and looked away. This is a normal thank you gift. Oh, you're surprisingly polite. Wu Yan touched the still warm lunchbox and waved Nagisa over. Let's go back to the classroom, it's time for lunch. Those brats should be eating already, let's go join in the fun. Okay. Nagisa nodded in a daze, but she quickly recalled Kotori's instructions. She didn't hesitate to repeat what Kotori taught her. Sensei, let me feed you later. Huh. Chapter 930. Nagisa's face was completely red as she picked up a piece of meat from the lunchbox. Her hand trembled as she held the chopsticks, but she still sent it out. Her movements were very stiff and it was obvious that she had never done such a thing before. Teacher, stare. Wu Yan sat at a desk and watched as Nagisa's voice was like a mosquito's. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Of course, it's not because he's not used to girls feeding him. There are still some gentle girls around him. Although he doesn't get to enjoy this kind of treatment a lot, it's not a small amount either. A mere feeding is not something that would make him sweat profusely or make him lose his composure. It was the gazes of the students around him. Gulp. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Feeling the strange gazes coming from all around him, he grumbled in his heart. Why did things turn out like this? What was this Nagisha thinking? Teacher. Nagisa was embarrassed and disappointed that Wu Yan hadn't done anything in a while. You don't like Nagisa's lunchbox? No. Wu Yan shook his head and refuted. He didn't know what Nagisa was up to, but anyone who wasn't an idiot knew how to respond. Then teacher, why aren't you eating? Nagisa asked aggressively. She seemed to be getting into the mood. However, if she could pay attention to the gazes around her, Wu Yan would be happier. Wu Yan had no choice but to open his mouth. He put the piece of meat in his mouth. The next moment, in the classroom of Grade 3 Class C, there was a burst of exclamations and commotion. He ate it. Teacher ate it. Are you for real? Nagisa. And teacher. They. No way, why? Whispers filled with disbelief echoed in the classroom, followed by gazes as if they had seen a ghost. It was very obvious that the scene before their eyes had already caused quite a number of students to be in a mess. He really did it. That ass. Is teacher and Nagisa in that kind of relationship? No. No way. A teacher-student relationship. Katsuki-san, you're so brave. Nagisa, you're amazing, we support you. Nagisa was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She didn't think she would be embarrassed like this one day. The chopsticks in her hand seemed to have become incomparably heavy, causing her movements to slow down several times. The blush on her face grew bigger, and her cheeks were burning hot. In the end, Nagisa couldn't hold back her shyness and cast a pleading gaze towards the classroom door. There, Kotori and Yakaina were hiding behind the door. Kotori waved the jewel in her hand when she saw Nagisa looking at her. She wanted Nagisa to continue. As for Yakaina, she couldn't bear to watch this scene. Her best friend was having an affair with her teacher, and her teacher's lover was her best friend who was standing beside her. But now, she was encouraging her best friend to go after her lover. It's too absurd. So absurd that Yakaina couldn't wrap her head around it. However, the way Yakaina looked at Wu Yan is changing. If Koju was here, he would have noticed it. Yakaina always looked at him with that kind of gaze. It's like she's looking at a perverted person. Wu Yan's image in Yukina's mind was slowly being replaced by Koju. Even Yakaina knows that Wu Yan is a victim here. Seeing that her two good friends had no intention of saving her, Nagisa was on the verge of tears. She could only force a smile and continue to pick up the food in the lunchbox. Her ruby-like eyes flickered continuously. In the end, she hardened her heart and began another round of feeding Nagisa. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He wanted to say something, but he decided against it. He sighed and decided to go all out. He focused on enjoying Nagisa's service. The entire class was eerily silent. Each and every student stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. Some of them were even faintly excited. They felt that everything they were seeing now was too exciting. Not long after, some of the students had already taken out their phones from their pockets and started taking pictures silently. After a strange silence, the classroom was filled with the sound of click, click, click. They didn't even turn off the flashes as they took pictures openly. Both Wu Yan and Nagisa couldn't sit still anymore. Nagisa was the first to react. She screamed in exasperation and threw down the lunchbox in her hand. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand and ran out of the classroom without looking back. The students in the classroom were all stunned. After they came to their senses, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. They ran away. Quick! Go after them! Wait! In an instant, the entire classroom was in chaos. One by one, the students ran out of the classroom with faces full of excitement. The sound of panicked footsteps could be heard everywhere. They rushed out of the small classroom door like a school of fish. Kotori jumped out from behind the door and yelled at Yakaina. Quick! Let's go after them. Darich. What? Yakaina seemed to be scared by her classmates' enthusiasm. She was stunned. Don't ask. Kotori grabbed Yukina's hand and ran out. Let's go after them. Wait. It's noon. The students who didn't go home and didn't go to the cafeteria were chatting while eating their lunchboxes. As they ate, it was unknown if the food in the cafeteria was not as good as the food at home, but many students stayed in the classroom and enjoyed the lunchboxes they brought. They shared tables with their friends and ate with each other. From time to time, they would tease each other, probably mocking the other party's food for not being as good as theirs. In short, this scene was very harmonious and gave people an unusual sense of tranquility. However, this tranquility was quickly and mercilessly broken by a wave of uproar, causing all of the students to jump in fright. Then they saw a cute young girl was pulling a boy along as they ran down the corridor of their classroom. Immediately, a group of wolf-like students crazily chased after them. The shouts from their mouths were something that they could not ignore. Stop! Sensei! Akatsuki-san! Sensei! Don't run anymore. If you keep running, we'll spread the news of you attacking your own student. Nagisa, tell me, are you chasing after Sensei? Tell us. We won't tell anyone. The above speech was shouted in a loud voice that could be heard by the entire teaching building. Those students who were eating spat out all the food in their mouths when they heard the content of the conversation, spraying the faces of their friends sitting opposite them. Some even choked on the food they had just swallowed and pounded their chests in pain. However, this did not stop their hearts from bursting with gossip. Sensei attacking students? Students chasing after their own sensei. Oh my god! Who is it? Quick! Let's catch up and see. Okay. Chase. The above statements were made in almost every classroom that was visited by a large group of people who were being chased by a large group. And after a period of chasing, this large group has already visited all the classrooms in the junior high department. From the classrooms, groups of students followed the fish and ran towards the large group that was chasing after them. They even joined in, causing the entire group to become even larger. Not long after, shouts, exclamations, footsteps, and all sorts of sounds reverberated crazily in the entire teaching building of the junior high school, causing the tall teaching building to tremble. Wu Yan and Nagisa had a look of despair on their faces as they looked at the increasing number of pursuers and the unrestrained shouts of their pursuers. Perhaps tomorrow, the rumors of the teacher who laid his hands on the student and the student who laid his hands on the teacher would spread throughout the entire Kaihai Academy, adding an unsightly stroke to their wonderful lives. The two of them are in despair. They can only run as fast as they can to vent their frustrations. Chapter 931. Saikai Academy High School, Grade 1 Class B. Sitting in his seat, Gucheng yawned listlessly, causing his originally tired face to look even more tired, making him look unexpectedly powerless. It couldn't be helped. As a vampire, even with the exaggerated title of World's Strongest, vampires were still nocturnal creatures. Gu Qing wasn't good at dealing with the day, and now it was even more so. This was also the reason why he often put on a lazy expression. Recently, Koju hasn't been able to get a good night's sleep due to his sister's abnormal behavior. Even though he asked Kotori and Yakaina to take care of her, Koju still couldn't relax. He was exhausted and yawned all day long to express his frustration and tiredness. I wonder how Koju and Yakaina are doing. Did they take care of Nagisa? Koju's eyelids drooped as he laid on the table like a corpse. Forget it. It's useless for me to worry here. I'll just leave it all to Five River and the others. Gu Qing licked his dry lips and pulled up the hood of his jacket to cover his head. I should catch up on some sleep before class starts. If I doze off in class, Natsuki-chan won't let me off. Just like that, Gu Qing suppressed the restlessness in his heart and calmed them down. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. But because of this, Ancient City's hearing was completely open. The conversations of the classmates around him also entered his ears, making him extremely annoyed. Just as he was about to use the hoodie to cover his ears, a voice rang out, causing him to move. He paused fiercely. Hey, did you hear? The middle school department is in chaos. Ah, I heard, it's pretty big. What's wrong? You don't know? I went to the cafeteria. What happened? Then you'll miss a good show. You don't know. You don't know, something big happened in the middle school department. Yeah, I heard about it too. A middle school student is pursuing his own teacher. Huh? Is that so? Why did I hear that a teacher made a move on her student? No, it's a group of students who are pursuing that teacher. Huh? Didn't that teacher elope with a student in his class, and then get hunted down by the students in his class? That's not it. It's the entire middle school department. They're all chasing that teacher. What's going on? Obviously, the truth has been distorted by the rumors spread by so many mouths. Koju, who was lying on the table, heard the discussion. He didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition. There was no reason for this premonition, and it had just popped up in his heart. Originally, Gu Qing had thought that it was just an illusion. However, that ominous premonition kept ringing in his heart like an alarm bell. Sensing this premonition, Gu Qing, who had never believed in his sixth sense, started to pay attention to it. The following conversation confirmed his premonition was confirmed his premonition. You guys talk so much, but you didn't say who the teacher is. I think it's a teacher from the 3rd grade of the middle school. Which class is he from? 3rd grade C class's liberal arts teacher. My little brother is in the class next door. He's called Wu Yan. That student? What's his name? Nagisa. Nagisa? Is it Koju's sister? Hearing this, Gu Qing lost his composure. Gu Qing stood up and ran towards the group of people who were chatting. He grabbed the person who had just spoken with a ferocious expression. Is what you just said true? I don't know. He was shocked by Koju's ferocious expression. He stammered. I heard it from my little brother. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be faking it, Gu Qing let go of his collar and ran out as if his life depended on it. He ran madly towards the junior high department, cursing as he ran. Bastard! That vampiric teacher. Did he really make a move on Nagisa? Doesn't he have a little sister? Is Nagisa acting strangely because of that vampiric teacher? Thinking up to this point, Gu Qing felt an inexplicable rage burning in his heart. His heart that was obsessed with his sister almost shattered into pieces. Just as Gu Qing ran out of the high school building and was about to enter the junior high school building, a silver spear flashing with a cold light suddenly attacked him, cutting through the space in front of him. Gu Qing was shocked and immediately stopped his running steps. Who is it? Gu Qing raised his head warily and looked at the person who wielded the silver spear. He was stunned by what he saw. Kimura? Someone. It was Yakaina. Yakaina pointed the silver spear in her hand at Koju with a tense expression. Senpai, from now on, you're not allowed to take a step forward. Ha! Koju was stunned. Why? Why? Yukina's tense face collapsed, and she revealed a mischievous smile. I want to know why. What kind of answer is that? What's going on? Anyway, Yakaina regained her composure. Senpai, stay here. How is that possible? Koju shouted. Nagisa is facing the greatest danger in her life. I have to save her. Then senpai. Yakaina turned the silver spear in her hand with a dangerous expression. You have to get past me first. Why did it turn out like this? Koju roared at Snowy. He felt like he was going crazy. If that's the case, don't even think about stopping me, Kimura. Koju charged at Yakaina without hesitation. From now on, this is my battle. No, senpai. Yakaina waved her spear and charged at Koju. This is our battle. Driven by his obsession with his sister, the fourth true ancestor, Koju, finally made a move against his watcher for the first time. Koju, on the other hand, seemed to be fighting the senpai who wanted to protect his sister's happiness. In the distance, Kotori nodded in satisfaction as she watched this scene. She was the one who ordered Yakaina to stop Koju. At the same time, on the roof of the middle school department. Huff, huff! Leaning against the only door, Wu Yan and Nagisa gasped for air, fear still lingering in their hearts. Being chased by all the students in the middle school department, that's a lot of pressure. Plus, she kept asking if they are dating. Even Wu Yan, the true ancestor of vampires, felt exhausted, let alone the sickly Nagisa. It's over, it's over. Nagisa hugged her head in pain. The whole school knows about it now, what should I do? Ah! Wu Yan laughed dryly. I should be the one saying that. Inexplicably he was given a lunchbox, inexplicably fed, inexplicably pulled up to exercise, and inexplicably chased by all the students in the junior high school. Wu Yan felt wronged. It's all Kotori-chan's fault. Nagisa stomped her foot angrily. You said you were going to help me, but I don't even know where she went. Kotori? Wu Yan froze. He looked at Nagisa. You're talking about Kotori? Could it be that everything you did today was ordered by Kotori? Nagisa's expression froze. She realized she shouldn't have said that. Wu Yan understood something when he saw Nagisa's expression. He sighed speechlessly. Looks like it's true really. Don't blame Kotori-chan. Nagisa defended herself. She did it to help me. Help you? Wu Yan blinked. He asked in confusion. Help you with what? Help me. Help me. Help me. Nagisa didn't know what to do. Her face turned red. What did she do to help you? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He sensed something terrible happened. He moved his face closer to Nagisa. Tell me. Otherwise, I'll have to kiss you again. Kiss, 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 kiss. Nagisa's face turned red when she saw Wu Yan's face. Her eyes rolled back and she fell to the ground. And no way. Exclamations reverberated throughout Tiantai. Chapter 932. Saikai Academy Infirmary. Seriously. Sighing, Wu Yan sat on the side of the bed, and he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Since you know that your body isn't very good, why are you still running so happily? What can I do? Nagisa shrunk her head in embarrassment. She huffed. Someone was chasing me, so I had to run. I didn't know I would faint from anemia. You still know how to run. Wu Yan puckered an eyebrow and he knocked Nagisa's head. Then why didn't you run when the orcs attacked? Aya-sensei, you're so naughty. Nagisa blushed. Wu Yan's words reminded her of what happened that day. To be more precise, she recalled that kiss. She pretended to rub her aching head in a displeased manner. You know Nagisa has that illness. Fine, fine. Wu Yan pursed his lips and he looked to the side. His face started twitching. Kotori. Haim. Why are you here? Yes, in the infirmary, Kotori and Yakaina were standing beside the bed for a while. Wu Yan was sitting beside the bed and Nagisa was lying on the bed. I heard Nagisa-chan fainted, so I came to check on her. Yakaina lowered her head. She explained in a slightly panicked tone. Wu Yan got a headache when he heard her explanation. Nagisa fainted 20 minutes ago, and Wu Yan was the only one who saw her faint. Where did Yakaina hear about Nagisa's fainting? Wu Yan rubbed his brows. He knew he couldn't get anything out of Yakaina, so he turned to Kotori. What about you? Could it be that he also heard that Nagisa had fainted and rushed over? I just came here for a visit. I met Yakaina. So we came over together. Kotori crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked boldly, "Is there a problem?" No. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He shrugged his shoulders. Then he turned to face the person opposite him. Looking at the things that entered his eyes, he felt even more powerless. Then why are you here, ancient city? Or in this state? Nothing. Guqing replied. It was clear that he was being perfunctory. However, Wu Yan didn't care about this. In any case, he couldn't get anything out of the previous two. This was probably the same. What Wu Yan cared about was Guqing's current image. How should I put it? His face was bruised and swollen, and one of his eyes was half black. There was a tissue stuck in his nose, and his cheeks were full of bruises. Not only that, but his clothes were also in tatters. Apart from his jacket and pants, which were still intact, the clothes under his jacket had been successfully turned into strips of cloth. It was as if he had just gone through a very difficult battle. He was in an extremely sorry state. Of course, this wasn't the real problem. With Guqing's identity as a vampire ancestor, his wounds would heal in minutes. Because of this, Guqing kept his back to Nagisa. He didn't let her see his rapidly healing face. However, from the moment he entered the infirmary, he had a regretful expression. As for who this expression is directed at, you can see from Wu Yan's twitching face that it is directed at Akatsuki. I didn't offend you, right? Wu Yan was speechless. Koja stayed silent for a bit before continuing to stare at Wu Yan with a lingering spirit emoji. Wu Yan felt uncomfortable, so he shifted his gaze to Nagisa. He had no choice but to change the topic. By the way, Nagisa, is your body that weak? Wu Yan blinked. You don't look surprised that you fainted. Nagisa's smile faded. She smiled bitterly after a moment of silence. Yeah, Nagisa's body has always been weak in the past. I often fainted, so I'm used to it. At the side, Guqing retracted his expression of regret and lowered his head in heartache as he spoke softly. We were once involved in a terrorist attack. Nagisa almost died because of that incident. The reason we came to Itagami Island is so that Nagisa can receive treatment here. But since then, Nagisa's body has always been weak. She fainted from time to time. Hearing Guqing's words, everyone present fell silent, and the atmosphere in the air became slightly heavier. Realizing this, Guqing pulled himself together and hurriedly added, "But I'm much better now. It's been a long time since I fainted." Kotori and Yukina's expressions lightened up. Wu Yan looked at Nagisa and he sighed. Then, did Nagisa's phobia of demons start at that time as well? Guqing hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in response. Seeing this, everyone immediately understood. The culprit of that terrorist attack should be the demon race. Don't be so listless. Nagisa couldn't stand the atmosphere. She smiled and tried to smooth things over. Isn't Nagisa full of energy now? She's running around all day. She can even join the cheerleading squad, participate in the sports day. She's very active in PE class. She's no longer a problem. Running around all day is no problem? Wu Yan pulled a long face and looked at Nagisa with a half-smile. Then who was the one who fainted from anemia after running around for a while? That's different. Nagisa laughed awkwardly, but she quickly added with an unconvinced expression. Compared to Kanon-chan, I'm already doing very well. Kanon-chan. Kotori, Yakaina, and Guqing were stunned. Kanon-chan? Wu Yan flinched and his expression changed. Nagisa. Wu Yan looked at Nagisa and frowned. The Kanon-chan you're talking about, is her full name Kanon Kanase? Oh, do you know Kanon-chan sensei? Nagisa tilted her head to the side in confusion. That shouldn't be. Kanon-chan was already gone before you came. Gone? Wu Yan was shocked. What do you mean? Is that Kanon-chan from our school? She's in our class? Oh, no wonder sensei didn't know. Oh, Yukina-chan is the same. Nagisa smiled when she saw Yukina's confused expression. Kanon-chan is a student in our class. Is there such a person in our class? Yakaina was confused. I've never heard of her. Of course, Nagisa nodded. Kanon-chan and Yukina-chan both took a long leave of absence before the teachers came to teach, and before Yukina-chan transferred to our school. I see. Yukina nodded. Took a long leave. Wuyan rubbed his chin and asked Nagisa. Why did she take a long leave? Why? I heard he has a serious illness that requires treatment. He's been asking for leave since a while ago. Nagisa said with a bright smile. So compared to Kanon-chan, Nagisa is already doing very well. I rarely ask for leave. Nagisa exclaimed and clapped her hands as if she remembered something. By the way, I remember that Kanon-chan should be coming back to school in a few days. Nagisa turned around and shouted excitedly at Yukina. Hey Yukina-chan, let's go buy something tonight. We'll give it to Kanon-chan as a gift when she comes back. Also, introduce Kanon-chan to Yukina-chan, she's a nice person. I got it. Yukina couldn't keep up with Nagisa's words. Wuyan, who was in deep thought, raised his head. Nagisa, can you introduce me to Kane-sen as well? Hello. Introduce her to sensei? Nagisa looked at Wuyan in surprise. Then, she thought of something and she puffed up her cheeks. Her eyes turned ferocious. Sensei, are you going to do something to Kanon-chan? What the hell are you thinking? Wuyan almost choked. I'm just curious. Nagisa looked at Wuyan suspiciously, but she agreed. All right then. Wuyan flashed a faint smile, but his eyes are wavering. Chapter 933. Saihai Academy has been very lively recently, because of a hot topic, teacher-student romance. It must be said that in the complicated and boring academic life, this kind of gossip was one of the few pastimes that the students had in school. This was especially so when it was filled with explosive news. It was extremely popular among the students. As a result, the big commotion that occurred in the middle school department that day was now known by everyone. At least, that's how it is in Saihai Academy. Originally, many students of Kaihai Academy didn't believe this rumor. After all, there was a lot of gossip every year. However, most of it was groundless and exaggerated. To be honest, in the hearts of the students, a relationship between a teacher and a student was something that wasn't likely to happen. For example, Natsuki was 26 years old today. Among all the teachers in Saihai Academy, she was considered one of the younger ones. However, among her students, the oldest one was not even 18 years old yet. There was an age gap of more than 8 years between them. To date a woman who was 8 years older than oneself, excluding the long-lived demons, was there such an example in reality? Perhaps it was in some unknown corner, but it was definitely not widely known. After all, with such a gap, it was impossible for a man and a woman to get along with each other. How could there be love? Of course, this statement was not certain, but it could be confirmed for the most part. Even the age gap between the teachers and students of the high school was so big, let alone the middle school teachers. Therefore, when they first heard this rumor, apart from those who witnessed it or participated in it, not many were willing to believe it. Until not long after. A few photos spread in Saihai Academy, and the students had no choice but to believe it. Those photos are of Nagisa feeding Wuyan. As the saying goes, a photo proves the truth. In the current era of magic and technology, this saying isn't very convincing. However, it depends on the situation. It was more than enough to use photos to prove a hot gossip topic. This time, the students in Kaihai Academy were interested. Under the constant inquiry and dissemination, the matter of that day gradually spread, and the teacher-student relationship was gradually accepted. Then, Wuyan is on fire, Nagisa is on fire, 3rd grade C class is on fire, even Koja's class is on fire. Many students would take advantage of their free time to see the protagonists of teacher-student relationships, including those from the high school. Naturally, the corridor of grade 3 class C's classroom was often the most lively when classes were over. Both the high school and middle school students crowded here to see the main characters in the teacher-student romance. Perhaps they could even see them being intimate? Many students came to the 3rd grade C class with such thoughts. Gu Chung was one of them who came every day. As for whether or not this matter would cause any trouble to the people involved, They didn't consider it carefully. One can only say that Wu Yan and Nagisa had a hard time in the past 2 days. Disregarding everything else, just Nagisa. She had been blocked by people many times, and similarly, she had been surrounded and watched many times. As Nagisa was an easygoing and cheerful person, she had a lot of friends in school. There were even more people who were familiar with her. After something like this happened, these people who were close to her naturally went to pester Nagisa. If they didn't start, Nagisa wouldn't be used to it. After all, she was still a girl. She couldn't help but feel shy when someone asked her about love. However, whether it was because she was pushed too hard or because she was used to it, Nagisa felt like a fish in water towards the end. The students only wanted to get information from Nagisa, but they forgot that Nagisa was a chatterbox. As a result, the attacking students retreated one after another. As for Wu Yan, "You can't do this, Wu Yan-sensei." Sasasaki Misaki put one hand on her waist and raised a finger. She looked down at Wu Yan, who is sitting in front of her like she's educating him. "How can you attack your own student? Nagisa is still so young. Why does everyone think I was the one who attacked Nagisa?" Wu Yan hugged his head. He couldn't accept the fact that this is happening to him. "Nagisa really wanted to feed me that day. I just accepted." Nagasaki Misaki tilted her head and waved her hand with a smile. "Era, you won't be able to deny it at a time like this. I say, are you here to condemn me or are you here to make fun of me?" Wu Yan flipped the table in his mind as he yelled like a madman. "I said you guys misunderstood." Instantly, the teachers who were watching the show gave him suspicious looks. Obviously, they didn't believe Wu Yan's words at all, including Sasasaki Misaki. Haha. Wu Yan saw everyone's reaction. He gave up and leaned on the table. He said weakly, "Forget it, do whatever you want." The teachers giggled in unison. For a moment, the whole office was filled with laughter. Wu Yan was annoyed by the laughter. At this moment, at the door of the teacher's office, a voice echoed along with a knock on the door. Is Sensei Wu Yan here?" Hearing this voice, everyone in the office turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. Immediately, they were all stunned, and a strange expression appeared on their faces. Feeling that something is wrong, Wu Yan quickly straightened his back and looked towards the direction of the office door. When he saw the figure of the person coming in, he bitterly smiled. "Nagisa Jijua, it's you." It was Nagisa and Jijua. "What is it, you don't look happy?" Nagisa didn't mind Wu Yan's identity as a sensei. She acted like she's familiar with Wu Yan. "Are you disappointed to see us?" "No, it's not that." Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. He glanced at Sasasaki Misaki, who was grinning at him before he ran away. The smile on his face is almost twisted in anger. "She's here to make fun of me." "Sensei, you look tired." Yakaina asked thoughtfully. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little tired." Wu Yan patted his face to force himself to recover. He said to the two girls, "What's wrong? Do you need something from me?" "Oh." Nagisa pursed her lips and smiled brightly as usual. "Didn't you ask us to introduce Kaneon-chan to you when she comes back, Sensei?" "Kanon-chan." Wu Yan paused. When he remembered, his eyes lit up. "You mean Kane's Kanon?" Nagisa didn't answer. She humphed proudly and shouted at the door. "Kanon-chan, you can come in now." When he heard Nagisa's voice, Wu Yan looked at the door. At the same time, a figure walked in from outside. In an instant, the entire office seemed to light up. Wu Yan's eyes flickered when he saw the figure walking in. In the end, he lost focus. What appeared in front of him was a young girl. She was an extremely beautiful young girl. She was wearing a short-sleeved Saikai Academy uniform with a black high-collared long-sleeved shirt underneath. Her hair was the same as Yukina's, hanging down to her shoulders. The only difference was that on the left side of her hair, she tied a small braid with a black knot on it, adding a bit of freshness to her image. However, her hair was silver in color, and her eyes were a crystal-like blue. She's about the same age as Nagisa and Yakaina, about 14 or 15 years old. She's about the same height as Nagisa and Yakaina. However, she's unusually slender. She's young and immature, but her curves are alluring. At this moment, there was a peaceful smile on the young girl's face. giving people an inconceivable feeling of sacredness and tranquility. That kind of holy and noble temperament made people's eyes light up, and they were immersed in this extraordinary temperament, unable to extricate themselves. Princess? No. She can only be described as an angel. That's the only way to bring out her beauty. Chapter 934. It seemed that even the rest of the teachers were attracted by the figure in front of them. For a moment, no one opened their mouth to speak. The air was filled with an atmosphere of silence, and the surroundings were silent. It wasn't until Kanae's cannon walked in front of him that Wu Yan finally reacted. He couldn't help but praise her without thinking. What a beautiful girl. Nagisa and the others didn't expect this to happen. Kanae's cannon didn't know what to do. She might have an unusual appearance, but she doesn't seem to be used to such compliments. She smiled shyly. Thank you, sensei. Well, I'm just stating the truth. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and smiled. So you must be Kanae's? Yes. Yes. Folding her hands in front of her chest, Kanae's cannon performed a standard salute. I am Kanae's cannon. I took a long leave so I wasn't in class. I will resume my studies from today onwards. Sorry for the inconvenience. Inconvenience? Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. I'm just a liberal arts teacher, not a class teacher. Why would I be inconvenienced? I only found out about your existence yesterday. Speaking of which, I have failed in my duty. No, it's all my fault. All right. You two stop being so polite. Nagisa interrupted the two and glared at Wu Yan. Sensei, we're here, can you not ignore us? Ah, sorry. Wu Yan laughed. He said to Nagisa, Kanae is too pretty. That's why I fell for her. Kanae Natsuan lowered her head shyly, and for some reason, Nagisa's expression became slightly unhappy. Even Yakaina is looking at Wu Yan with an odd look. She looked at him with disdain. You're right. How could a sensei let go of such a cute girl? Hey, don't make it sound like I'm a pervert. Wu Yan protested. I just felt a sense of closeness because Kanae looks like someone I know. Indeed. Kanae's cannon's aura is too pure and holy. Her angelic aura is too similar to Ikaros, who has been quietly giving her all by Wu Yan's side for so long. Even though they're very different in appearance, the two of them are like goddesses who fell from the sky. Noble, holy, and pitiful. Any normal guy would want to protect a girl like that. Ikaros is the closest person to Wu Yan, so it's only natural that she would pay attention to Kanae's cannon. From Nagisa and Yukina's point of view, Wu Yan is bullshitting. Their disdain for Wu Yan deepened. Sensei. Yakaina looked at Wu Yan. This method of flirting is too old-fashioned. Yeah. Nagisa put her hands on her hips and said angrily. How can you do that to your own student? How lame. Yakaina raised an eyebrow and laughed. Do you have the right to say that? Cannon, on the other hand, seems to be convinced by Wu Yan's words. Maybe it's out of curiosity, or maybe it's out of surprise. She flicked her hair and looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Sensei, do you know someone who looks like me? It's no wonder Kanae's cannon reacted this way. She's an oddity here, be it her hair color or her looks, she's too Western. It's not that she doesn't believe Wu Yan's words. She's just a bit surprised. It's true. Wu Yan bitterly laughed. He took out his phone and he clicked on one of the photos in his photo album. He showed Nagisa and the others his phone. Look, don't you think their auras are similar? Ikaros is still wearing her Spalier World Academy uniform. Her eyes are closed and her hands are clasped in front of her chest. She looks like she's praying. The background of the photo was a starry night sky. On the upper left corner was a bright full moon, surrounded by stars. Ikaros was leaning sideways, exposing the left side of her face. Her pink hair seemed to be fluttering in the wind. Coupled with the dazzling background, the entire photo was like a work of art. Thus, the image of a holy maiden praying to the moon in the middle of the starry sky was presented to Nagisa, Yakaina, and Kanae's cannon. So beautiful. Nagisa and Yakaina were stunned when they saw the photo on their phone. Their faces were filled with awe. Isn't that so? Wu Yan raised his head and smiled proudly. Look at the person in the photo. Doesn't she look like Yanasi-san? Indeed. Nagisa and Yakaina didn't doubt him anymore. She's as pretty as Kanase-chan, and she has an aura too. I didn't think sensei would know someone so beautiful. Kanase Canon was a little stunned, but she was still in disbelief. She wasn't very confident, so she didn't think she could be compared to the beautiful girl in the photo. However, it's undeniable that Ikaros is more charming and has a better figure than Kanase Canon. However, there's not much difference between the two in terms of aura. It's really beautiful. Kanase Natsuya commented and touched her hair regretfully. I thought sensei was referring to her appearance. There's someone who looks like you too, Wu Yen said. He tapped on his phone and brought up another picture. He showed it to the three girls. Look, the resemblance is huge, right? This time, it was Fei-Fei who had appeared on the screen. Speaking of which, Fei-Fei's picture was taken by Wu Yen in secret. Fei-Fei isn't someone close to him. She wouldn't know about something like a phone. If Wu Yen went to Fei-Fei and asked to take a picture, Fei-Fei would probably think the phone is some kind of evil armament that can intimidate the soul and body of a person. Fei-Fei didn't intentionally pose in the photo. She was focused on wiping Night Elf, and the background was a room in the Fatal Forest headquarters. Compared to Ikaros, Fei-Fei's photo wasn't as beautiful, but she looked like a valiant and beautiful female knight, closer to life. A moment ago, she was a holy angel, and now she's a heroic knight. The visual impact made Nagisa, Yakaina, and Hanase Canon feel unreal. It's true. Silver hair and a similar face. Yakaina sighed. But her temperament is different. Yeah. Hanase Canon nodded. Seems like a very reliable person. Nagisa looked at Wu Yen strangely. I didn't expect sensei to know so many beautiful people. I know a lot of people. How long have you known me? Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Nagisa and put away his phone. Wu Yen looked at Hanase Canon and smiled. Anyways, I'm looking forward to your guidance in the future. I'm the one. Hanase Canon lowered her head and bowed. Thank you, sensei. All right, that's all for the introductions. Nagisa grabbed Hanase Canon's hand and smiled at Wu Yen. Sensei, you have to take care of Canon-chan. We'll be going back to the classroom. Go. Wu Yen shook his head and he waved his hand helplessly. Nagisa giggled and she dragged Kanase Natsuan out of the office. Yakaina chased after them in a hurry. The three of them left the office and they disappeared from the sight of the other teachers. Wu Yen stared at the direction where Nagisa and the others disappeared. To be more precise, he was staring at the direction where Hanase Canon disappeared. His eyes flashed with an unknown light. He seemed to be deep in thought. This scene was maintained for a long time. Chapter 935. Okay, it's all here. She tidied up the documents and handed them to Wu Yen. Sasasaki heaved a sigh of relief and stretched her back. It's not easy to find my old documents. Luckily, I have a habit of stacking everything on my desk. Is that a habit to be proud of? Wu Yen sighed as he looked at the messy desk. He waved his hand at Sasasaki Hajime. But I still have to thank you. You did me a big favor. It's not a big deal, it's just finding out the students' information. Sasasaki giggled, and her eyes turned flirtatious. Speaking of which, why are you looking for Kanase's information? Don't tell me she's your next target? Sasasaki was shocked by her own guess. That won't do, Wu Yen sensei. Don't you already have Nagisa? In your heart, am I the kind of person who only looks for cute female students to make a move on? Wu Yen laughed awkwardly. By the way, didn't you tell me not to lay a finger on Nagisa? Why are you saying you have Nagisa now? Haha, don't mind it. Is that so? I think I should. Just as Wu Yen was about to retort, a voice mercilessly cut him off. A faint ripple appeared in front of Wu Yen and Sasasaki Misaki. A parasol appeared in front of Wu Yen and Sasasaki Misaki. Natsuki walked out with a fan in her hand. Natsuki-sensei. Sasasaki was shocked. Natsuki-sensei. Wu Yen looked at Natsuki in shock before teasing her. Why are you here in our shabby office? Sasasaki laughed out loud when she heard Wu Yen. That's right. Compared to Natsuki's luxurious personal office, their public office was indeed shabby. I just happened to have something to do. Nayu raised her delicate and expressionless face and made a sound similar to a hum from her throat. I heard someone was hunting a new target. I was a bit surprised. I can't tell you're surprised at all, Wu Yan retorted without holding back. Also, I didn't target my own student. Natsuki showed a subtle smile. She said to Wu Yan, I only said someone was hunting a new target. I didn't say it was a student. Wu Yan choked on his own words. Ahaha. Sasasaki giggled when she saw Wu Yan's deflated look. You two seem to have a good relationship. Wu Yan-sensei, why don't you stop targeting your own student? Go chase after Natsuki-sensei. If you want, I can tell you what Natsuki-sensei likes. Shut up. Natsuki glanced at Sasasaki and said viciously. You stupid dog. Era. Sasasaki smiled nonchalantly. Natsuki-sensei, you're not being honest again. TSK, I shouldn't have come here. Seeing a stupid dog like you makes me unhappy. He looked at the two girls, one big and one small, cursing at each other. No, one is cursing while the other is giggling. Wu Yan felt a headache coming on and quickly stopped them. Natsuki-sensei, why are you here? Wu Yan paused for a moment and glanced at Natsuki. You're still dressed like this. Today, Natsuki had changed from her usual black appearance to a white dress. Although the style was similar to her black dress, Natsuki was wearing a white dress. However, it made the eyes of those who saw it light up. In addition, with a head of long straight black hair hanging on top of her head, the perfect combination of black and white added a lot of visual impact. Natsuki raised her eyebrows and a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. So, you're the type who pays attention to how girls dress? That's why I said. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. In your heart, what do you think of me? Wu Yan-sensei, you don't know about this, right? Sasasaki moved closer to Wu Yan and smiled. Natsuki-sensei is happy. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Stupid dog. The smile in Natsuki's eyes disappeared. She said viciously, but she couldn't hide the helplessness in her eyes. It seems like she doesn't know what to do with Sasasaki either. Let's not waste any more time. Natsuki looked at Wu Yan. She wanted to end this quickly and leave. You. Come with me. Natsuki sounded like she was arresting a criminal. Wu Yan was taken aback. Where are we going? Natsuki pursed her lips and turned around. A troublesome place. Itagami Island Central Area. There is a tall building that looks like a pyramid. It's the tallest building on Itagami Island, and also the most important place on the island. This building was connected to the 4 floating structures that made up Itagami Island. It played an important role in the construction of the island. Itagami Island is a man-made island that floats on the ocean. As a man-made island, Itagami Island is heavily affected by the ocean currents and waves. Due to the lack of a foundation, the island will distort and vibrate when it is affected by the ocean currents and waves. Part of the distortions and vibrations are absorbed by this building that is connected to the 4 floating structures that make up Itagami Island. Without this building, the 4 regions of Itagami Island would have collided with each other under the influence of the ocean currents and winds, or even be destroyed in an instant. One could only imagine how important this building was. That's why this building is called the Cornerstone Gate. Inside the Cornerstone Gate, there are many high-level organizations, state-owned hotels, and commercial establishments. The Cornerstone Gate is an important part of Itagami Island's operations. It even extends through the island to the bottom of Itagami Island. There are more than 40 floors of artificial island management facilities. This was the troublesome place that Natsuki was talking about. Taking the elevator with Natsuki, they descended to the underground facility. The elevator stopped when it reached the 10th floor. When the elevator doors opened, Natsuki walked into the dark tunnel ahead without saying a word. She walked deeper into the tunnel without saying a word. It was indeed very dark here. It was so dark that if Nayu's clothes were still black, her figure would have been assimilated by the darkness. Perhaps it was because of this that Nayu had changed into clothes of the opposite color. After walking for some time, they finally saw light. At the same time, "Yo, Natsuki-chan." A seemingly intimate voice sounded from the front. It was calling Nayu's name in a very affectionate manner. However, when Nayu heard this voice, she clicked her tongue unhappily. "Don't add Chan behind the class teacher's name." As she spoke, Natsuki stared at the figure standing in the light in front of her. It was a young man with short, spiky hair. He was wearing a simple shirt and trousers, and he had a pair of headphones around his neck. He had a confident smile on his face, and he was standing in the only light in the dark tunnel. For a moment, there seemed to be a very special temperament coming from him. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes when he saw this person while walking alongside Natsuki. It's not that Wu Yan knows him, it's because he's wearing a simple outfit, but it's the uniform of Saikai Academy. This person was from Kaihai Academy. Wu Yan sighed when this thought flashed through his mind. As expected, Saikai Academy is a place full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Oh, the short-haired young man only noticed Wu Yan now. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Is this the male lead of our school's recent scandal? His partner is Gu Cheng's little sister. You have good taste, although the age difference is a bit lacking. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He ignored the short-haired young man and looked at Natsuki. Can I beat him up? Natsuki's eyes lit up and she smiled. Go ahead. Wait. I was just joking. Don't be so serious. The short-haired young man quickly begged for mercy. Natsuki snorted. Chapter 936. Isn't it time to get down to business? Motoki Yase. Natsuki spoke with an expressionless face and a hint of displeasure in her voice. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been humiliated in front of that stupid dog. Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he heard Natsuki's words. He recovered, but he was still complaining in his mind. Natsuki, aren't you the one who kept humiliating me? Sorry, I can't do anything about it. The short-haired boy, the one Natsuki called Yase Motoki, didn't look apologetic at all. He looked at the light in front of him, and he gestured with his chin. Wu Yan and Natsuki turned around to look at the light in front of them. Wu Yan, Natsuki, and Motoki Yase are standing in a dark tunnel. There is a large glass window in front of them. The light is coming from inside the window. Through the glass window, there was a room that was not much different from a hospital's operating room. The room was surrounded by expensive and sophisticated machines. They looked like they were used for medical treatment or research, or perhaps both. There were lights flashing on them, and the sound of them running indicated that they were working. In the center of the machines, there was a bed, a sick bed, and a young girl was lying on top of the sick bed. She was about 10 years old, and one could tell at a glance that she was very young. However, the young girl was currently in a deep sleep, and she had suffered quite serious injuries. Her entire body was wrapped in bandages, and there was a large red patch on the side of her abdomen. It is obvious that it was stained by blood. Seeing this scene, it was believed that many people would think that this place was giving the girl very strict treatment in an attempt to heal her injuries, and this was indeed the case. However, he was only half right. That was because, for some unknown reason, the hands and feet of the girl who was covered in wounds were firmly locked down by heavy metal tools. A strange atmosphere permeated between the three of them. Wu Yan couldn't help but notice the inexplicable scene in front of him. He frowned and looked at Natsuki. Aren't you going to explain? 2 nights ago, something happened in the western district of Itagami Island. Natsuki explained without beating around the bush. The specific content is that 2 unregistered demons with very powerful fighting strength were engaged in an attack and defense battle for a long time in the sky above the city block, which affected the surrounding area and the surrounding buildings of the battleground. They suffered heavy losses, and some of them were even injured. Natsuki tapped the fan in her hand and pointed at the young girl. This person is one of the 2 demons who have yet to register. A battle between 2 unregistered demons? It affected the surrounding buildings? Wu Yan rubbed his chin, and he looked into the room. I didn't expect that this young woman would have such a strong fighting strength. Yi Zichen thought to himself. She is more than strong. Motoki Ye shrugged. They fought in the sky above the city without any disguise. If it weren't for the fact that the one in front of us was seriously injured, we wouldn't even have been able to capture one of them. Even the guards couldn't do anything about it. Wu Yan paused for a bit before he asked. If that's the case, why didn't they send out the attack demon commander? Yes. They're on the move. Motoki Ye smiled and put his hands in his pockets, but his face was full of helplessness. But they couldn't do anything about it. That's why they asked Natsuki-chan for help. Don't use the word chan behind your teacher's name. Natsuki reflexively retorted, but her gaze was fixed on the young girl inside the room. Her eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. She's an unregistered demon? I can't tell what race she is. Oh, that. She's a little weak. Motoki Ye scratched his head. According to the judgment of the management community, this person is not a demon. Not a demon? Wu Yan and Natsuki were shocked. Natsuki frowned. You mean she's an overachiever? Or an attack demon commander? No. Yes, Motoki shook his head and said. She is an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Natsuki smiled sarcastically. You mean to say that there are two ordinary people who can fly to the city and fight in the sky, and they even destroyed a lot of the surrounding buildings? Yes. I don't want to admit it. Motoki shrugged and said helplessly, but that's the truth. Natsuki finally turned her head and looked at Moki Yase. When she was sure that he wasn't joking, her expression changed slightly. So, did you find anything? A little. Just a little bit. Yes, Motoki said seriously. That girl's body has traces of using a technique. I think she must have been modified to have that kind of combat power. Wu Yan, who had been quietly looking inside, suddenly raised his head. His wine-red eyes rippled. When he heard the word modification, he had a flash of inspiration. It's like there's something he needs to pay attention to. Once he grasps the inspiration, it will be beneficial to him. However, that flash of inspiration only lasted for a split second. By the time Wu Yan reacted to it, he was already clueless and couldn't think of anything else. It was also at this moment that a voice that sounded very innocent, very pleasant to the ears, and also abnormally annoying, entered the ears of everyone present. Hey, isn't this interesting? At the end of the dark passage, there was a series of footsteps. A figure walked out and stopped in front of everyone. Motoki Yase was shocked when he saw the figure. He took a step back. Wu Yan and Natsuki frowned. Their eyes were filled with disgust. As for the newcomer, his expression was the opposite of Wu Yan and Natsuki's. His eyes were filled with joy. He looked at Wu Yan. Yo, long time no see. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. Why are you still here? Vatler. Well, I'm a diplomat. Don't be so cold. Vatler had a smile on his face. He looked very friendly. Also, I'm here to bring you information. Shouldn't you at least welcome me? Can you hurry up if you have something to say? Wu Yan didn't hide his disgust. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back from teaching you a lesson if you stay any longer. Motoki Yase was shocked when he heard that. Does this scandal sensei know who is standing in front of him? That's the vampire closest to a primogenitor. Isn't he afraid of getting killed for provoking him? Itagami Island will be in deep trouble if that happens. Oh. Vatler raised his head. He paused for a moment, then laughed. He laughed excitedly. This isn't bad either. Being able to fight with you is my greatest pleasure right now. Pleasure. Pleasure. Wu Yan's gaze turned cold. I can take that as you don't think you've been taught enough. Do you want to die again? It doesn't matter. Vatler had a cruel smile on his face, but his words made Moki and Natsuki unable to ignore them. I've already lost to you twice. One more time won't matter. Lost twice. Motoki Yase's expression changed. Natsuki Yase's gaze landed on Wu Yan. She was surprised. She knows that Wu Yan isn't as simple as he looks. The last time he went looking for Vatler, he probably fought him and defeated him. He even boasted that he could beat Vatler without using his familiars. But knowing was one thing, hearing it with her own ears was another. Natsuki was only a little surprised, but that was already good enough. If it had been someone who knew Vatler well, they would have been so shocked that their legs would have turned to jelly. Wu Yan's gaze turned colder and colder as he stared at Vatler. In the end, a surge of mana began to emanate from his body. Wu Yan's patience with Vatler is at its limit. Not bad. This is amazing. Vatler's face contorted into a sinister smile as he sensed the oppressive mana. At the same time, an equally terrifying mana slowly rose from his body. Two. They clashed. Chapter 937. The magic power turned into a powerful force, and like two mountains that were rushing over, they collided with each other with a force that could not be separated by a hair's breadth. There was no sound, but Motoki Yase heard a loud roar in his ears. His mind went blank. Before he could react, a strong gust of wind blew from the center of the battle and hit his body. Oomph! Motoki groaned as his body flew backward. When he was about to hit the glass window behind him, Natsuki suddenly appeared beside him and stopped him from flying backward. Motoki Yase only turned around when he felt the ground beneath his feet. He clutched his aching chest, his face full of horror. It was just a simple clash of mana, yet Yase Motoki was in such a sorry state. Motoki did not doubt Vatler's strength at all. After all, Vatler was a vampire second only to the true ancestor. However, Motoki did not expect the seemingly harmless gossip sensei to be so powerful. That's not the most important thing right now. The most important thing is. Looking around, Yase Motoki could see that the tunnel was about to collapse, and the glass windows of the infirmary were trembling as if they could shatter at any moment. Yase Motoki tried his best to shout at Natsuki. Natsuki-chan, hurry up and stop them. There's no doubt the two of them are going to fight. If they release their familiars, this place will be destroyed. This is the cornerstone gate that supports the entire island. If the cornerstone gate is destroyed, Itagami Island will be finished. Even if the cornerstone gate wasn't destroyed, Motoki had no doubt that the two of them would be able to sink the entire Itagami Island if they went all out. When that happens, everything will be over. Tsh. Natsuki pursed her lips in displeasure. She spoke to Wu Yan and Vatler. You two, if you really want to fight, go to Snake Charmer's boat like you did last time. Don't cause me trouble here. Natsuki's voice wasn't loud. It was muffled by the shockwave. Motoki almost couldn't hear her. However, Wu Yan and Vatler, who were duking it out with their magic power, heard him. Immediately, the two of them hesitated for a moment before retracting their mana at the same time. Wu Yan and Vatler listened to Natsuki's words. After all, if they angered Natsuyu, it wouldn't be good for anyone. As the two of them retracted their mana, the violent storm gradually stopped. The scene once again returned to silence. I'm sure now, Vatler. Wu Yan pursed his lips and turned around. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. You rascal, you're so annoying. Is that so? Vatler closed his eyes nonchalantly and smiled. I like you a lot. Wu Yan trembled. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his urge to explode. He smiled bitterly at Natsuki. Sorry, Natsuki, I was a little impulsive. Don't mind it. Natsuki glanced at the smiling Vatler. I feel the same way as you. Vatler maintained his smile despite the disgust of the two men. This guy was really annoying. Don't say that. I'm really here to deliver information. Natsuki stared at Vatler for a moment before looking away. Let me hear what you have to say. Vatler's smile widened as he looked in the direction of the treatment room. The Nordic Kingdom, Aryatigia's Knights of the Holy Ring, has lost contact with them since yesterday. Motoki flinched when he heard Vatler's report. Wu Yan, who isn't familiar with the kingdom, is also flabbergasted. Natsuki tensed up when she heard Vatler's report. You mentioned the kingdom of Aryatigia. Does this have something to do with the royal family? I don't know. Vatler replied casually. I just feel that the timing of these two incidents is too coincidental. Natsuki frowned and went silent. Wu Yan crossed his arms and glanced at Vatler. So, did you run over because you smelled the toy? Are you planning to interfere? How could that be? Vatler shrugged with a smile. I'm just going to watch from the sidelines. I have no intention of interfering. You're not going to do anything? Wu Yan aside, Even Natsuki and Yace Motoki looked at Vatler suspiciously. None of them believed him. This guy was different from his handsome appearance. Inside, he was a battle maniac. To the immortal Vatler, fighting powerful enemies was the best way to pass the time. At first, Wuyan thought he was interested in the combat prowess of the two modified humans. Just like Nalakuvara, he came here to kill some time. Who knew that he would get such an answer? If you're not here for fun, then what are you here for? Wuyan looked at Vatler's face and sneered. You're not going to say you're just here to deliver information, are you? Vatler raised the corners of his mouth and smiled gracefully. I just feel that doing this will make things more interesting. Oh. Wuyan's lips twitched. So you're saying you're more interested in watching from the sidelines? Well. Vatler turned around and waved at Wuyan. Let's just say that for now. I've delivered the information. It's up to you to decide what to do. At this point, Vatler turned his head and spoke with a profound tone. Oh right, let me give you a piece of advice. The enemy this time isn't as easy to deal with as the Black Death Emperor faction. Even Koju will die if he jumps in. With that, Vatler turned into a cloud of golden mist and disappeared from where he stood. That bastard. Wuyan cursed. Don't be too calculative. Natsuki shook her head. Even if you're a vampire, you'll be pissed to death if you really get into a fight with that snake charmer. He has such a bad taste. Motoki walked over, and he snuck a peek at Wuyan. He asked Natsuki. Natsuki-chan, can we trust his words? Nayu's gaze shifted slightly as her eyes flashed. Although that snake charmer has a bad taste, since he has said so much, his credibility should be very high. What do we do now? Natsuki pondered for a bit, then looked at Wuyan. Wuyan, I'll leave this matter to you. Ha! Wuyan was stunned, and he cried out in surprise. You want me to take care of it? Is there a problem? Natsuki said. You're an attack mage now, no longer an apprentice. Do you need me to take care of this matter? No, that's not it. Wuyan scratched his face. Why don't you do it yourself? Didn't that snake charmer say that? Natsuki looked in the direction Vatler disappeared. Koju will die even if he jumps in. Rather than having me as a burden, it's better for you to take care of it yourself. Burden? Wuyan was shocked. How are you a burden? Natsuki was silent. She lowered her head, her eyes flashed with bitterness. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I can't use my full strength in my current state. What did you say? Wuyan frowned. He moved closer to Natsuki. I didn't hear you clearly. Anyway. Natsuki met Wuyan's gaze and said in an unquestionable tone. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll deal with the missing airship. Answer me if you have any questions. Wuyan bitterly smiled at Natsuki's emotionless face. All right, I understand. Leave the matters here to me. Only then did Nayu relax and nod her head. Chapter 938. Itagami Island, Southern Residential District, Apartment. Flipping through the documents in his hand, he walked into the elevator and allowed the elevator to take him up. His wine-red eyes scanned the pages filled with runes. His brain spun rapidly as he memorized everything he saw. His eyes flashed with a pensive light. This was the information about the masked parasite that Moki Yace had just given him. Because there was no way to determine what kind of transformation the two unknown ordinary people had undergone to become like that, and what kind of surgical method they had undergone to make them possess such powerful fighting strength, the people in charge of the artificial island management community had no way to determine their existence. However, no matter what kind of existences those two ordinary people had turned into, their forms were very similar. They wore revealing clothes made of fur that barely covered their breasts and lower body. They had a pair of glowing wings on their backs and strange masks on their faces. For the sake of convenience, they are known as the masked parasites. To Wuyan's surprise, there are more than 2 masked parasites. Incidents like this where monsters of the same form fought each other to the death and affected the surroundings had happened many times recently. Every time a masked parasite was spotted in battle, the special district garrison would be dispatched. However, when they arrive at the scene, There is only a pile of rubble and a masked parasite that died not too long ago. As for the other masked parasite, it's nowhere to be seen. You can say that. The whole incident was filled with all kinds of mysteries. The management community did not even know what the masked parasites were, why they were killing each other, why two of them would always come out at a fixed time to fight to the death, and where the other masked parasite who won the fight had gone. There were all kinds of mysteries. None of them have been solved yet. If it weren't for the fact that the incidents happened very close to each other, and the fact that the special zone guards were dispatched in advance and arrived at the scene first, perhaps even the heavily injured masked parasite would have died after the incident. They wouldn't have had the chance to bring it back. Wu Yan looked at the documents again. The elevator door opened. He rubbed his brows and smiled bitterly. He walked back to his house. Natsuki, that fellow really gave me a headache. If there are no accidents tonight, the masked parasites will appear again tonight. The masked parasites will continue to show up, and Wu Yan's mission is to capture the two masked parasites alive before they get killed or injured. This made Wu Yan feel a lot more relaxed. Compared to looking at the clues in his hands and trying to uncover the truth of the case like a 10,000-year-old elementary school student, he's much better at catching the culprit before they make their move. Wu Yan wasn't sure how strong the two masked parasites were, but at his level, there aren't many things he should be afraid of. If worse comes to worst, he can just use Yukari's Red Jade mode and crush them. Ever since Yukari reached Tier 9, Yukari can maintain her Red Jade mode for a long time. During the battle against the Beast King, Wu Yan could only maintain Yukari's Red Jade mode for 5 minutes. Now, Yukari can maintain it for 10 minutes. With Yukari's terrifying strength, she could defeat a demigod Beast King in 5 minutes. 10 minutes is enough for Wu Yan to deal with a lot of situations. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan's mood lightened up quite a bit. Ignoring the information in his hands, he walked to his door and without using the key, he grabbed the doorknob. A small electric arc flashed in his hand, and the door opened. Mikoto's ability is really suitable for invasion. It's only weaker than the spatial ability. His mind is filled with all sorts of meaningless thoughts. He walked into his house and closed the door. Just then. "Ha, welcome back." "Aha, I'm back." Wu Yan shot back. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt something was wrong. Kotori would never say something as sweet and warm as welcome back to him. Usually she would only say something like, "What took you so long?" or "Too slow." This situation would only happen when she was in younger sister mode. Also, this voice doesn't belong to Kotori. His body froze for a moment before he turned around and looked at the source of the sound. Blood rushed to his head when he saw who it was. Up ahead, on the edge of the door sill, a petite girl stood there. She's wearing a red apron. Her slender shoulders and snow-white thighs are exposed. You can even see her smooth back. At this moment, she's standing there with her face so red that it's dripping blood. Her body is taut and her head is lowered. She doesn't even dare to look at Wu Yan with her big round eyes. She's full of shyness. That's because other than the red apron, she's not wearing anything else. Yes, she's not wearing anything. Wu Yan stared blankly at the beautiful scenery in front of him. The documents in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't notice it. His eyes widened and his mouth turned into an O shape. The shock on his face is so vivid that he froze on the spot. TSK. Wu Yan's mouth opened and closed. He almost couldn't say a word. After 10 seconds of stuttering, a name came out of his mouth in disbelief. "Nagisa T. Sensei." Nagisa pursed her lips at the sight of Wu Yan's dumbstruck expression. She pressed down on the apron with both hands and curled into a ball. Her face was red and she couldn't hold it in anymore. She closed her eyes and yelled, "Don't keep staring over here." "What? What are you doing?" Wu Yan ignored her and yelled back. "Why are you dressed like that?" Wu Yan's yell made Nagisa feel even more humiliated. She resisted the urge to run away. She wanted to cry but no tears came out. "I didn't want this to happen." 20 minutes ago. Nagisa sat up straight and stared at Kotori, who was standing in front of her and emitting a shocking aura. She felt uneasy. "Kotori-chan." Nagisa called out to Kotori tentatively. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Nagisa, did I do something wrong? Kotori narrowed her eyes and looked at Nagisa condescendingly. The last battle was a failure. The last battle? Nagisa tilted her head in confusion. She recalled something. You mean the battle with Sensei? Kotori nodded her head slowly and forcefully. Her voice began to lower. It was going well. If it continued, I could have confessed, but in the end. Kotori shook her head and said in disappointment, You actually fainted. Ugh. Nagisa blushed. It seems the word confession was quite effective on her. Nagisa shrunk back and raised her hand weakly. That didn't count as a failure, right? The plan was to feed Sensei, right? Nagisa did it. Are you an idiot? Kotori reprimanded. The goal was to conquer Oniai-chan, but did you do it? I only fed him. Nagisa said uneasily. That was enough to conquer Sensei. That's why I said you're an idiot. Kotori snorted and knocked Nagisa's head. The goal was to conquer Sensei, but the real goal was to create an opportunity for you. Didn't you go up to the rooftop together? Seizing that opportunity, you could have taken him down in one go, but you fainted. What could I have done? Nagisa pouted. Nagisa, I fainted. Sigh. Kotori sighed and crossed her arms in front of her chest. In short, the last battle was a failure. This time, you have to give it your all. This time? Nagisa gasped. You mean we have to do it again? Of course. Kotori smiled mischievously and placed her hands on Nagisa's shoulders. Don't worry, I'm prepared this time. You just have to follow the plan. Nagisa had a bad premonition. Reality proved that her premonition was correct. Chapter 939. Nagisa's heart bled as she recalled how Kotori had ignored her protests and stripped her of her clothes before walking away. How did she end up with such a bad friend? Nagisa looked like she wanted to bang her head against the wall and die. Wu Yan slowly came back to his senses. His headache from working at night became heavier. Clearly, the real culprit wasn't Nagisa herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting like this. It was Kotori, right? Wu Yan exposed the mastermind. You said Kotori was the one behind the feeding incident last time. This time? Wu Yan looked at Nagisa, who was blushing. He shook his head speechlessly. Nagisa was about to explode from embarrassment. Sensei. Nagisa was about to cry. Can you stop staring at Nagisa? Oh. Wu Yan grinned when he saw Nagisa's expression. Didn't you dress like this for me to see? No. No, that's not right. You can't say that it's not. Nagisa was confused. She subconsciously twisted her body. The thin apron fluttered with her movements. The beauty hidden behind the apron was on full display. Wu Yan couldn't help but be attracted to it. Looking at this beautiful scene, he had a look of admiration on his face. Nagisa was still young, but her body was starting to take shape. Disregarding everything else, the lines of her body were great. One look at her body and one can't wait to see how it will develop in the future. Her skin was alluring too. Her skin was white with a hint of red. It made one want to take a bite out of it. Her petite body couldn't hide her charm. Her youthful appearance was enough to attract the attention of countless people. Not to mention, Nagisa had a beautiful face. Sooner or later, she would be a beauty on par with Shoko Misaki and Kurumi. On top of that, she had a cheerful and lively personality. Wu Yan noticed Nagisa was also a charmer. The only regrettable thing was that the size of her breasts was still small and not fully grown. But that was not a problem. Chuju and Mikoto were even smaller than Nagisa. Lost in his own thoughts, Wu Yan didn't notice that his unfocused eyes were fixated on Nagisa. From Nagisa's point of view, she was mesmerized by the beautiful scenery and couldn't extricate herself. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Nagisa tightened her apron and tried her best to hide behind it. Her heart was numb as she lowered her head. Her face was red as she endured Wu Yan's admiration. One was lost in her imagination while the other was lost in her shyness. For a moment, the entire room was silent. At the same time, an ambiguous atmosphere spread in the air. After some time, Wu Yan finally came back to his senses. His head was buried in his chest, and he looked like he was about to collapse. Nagisa looked like she was about to faint. He smiled bitterly. Wu Yan started walking towards Nagisa. Nagisa's heart started pounding when she heard his footsteps. What kind of feelings did she have for Wu Yan? Nagisa was new to this, so she didn't really understand. She could only follow Kotori's instructions. However, it was undeniable that Nagisa's emotions were influenced by Wu Yan's actions. Nagisa timidly took a step back when Wu Yan approached her. Wu Yan arrived in front of her, and when he saw how timid she was, he felt a burning sensation in his heart. Driven by the heat, Wu Yan reached out and placed his hand on Nagisa's smooth shoulder. Ah! Nagisa's body shook and she cried out. Her neck, ears, and skin all turned red when she felt Wu Yan's touch. Nagisa wanted to run, but Wu Yan was holding her shoulder. If she ran, her back would be exposed to Wu Yan. The apron can't cover the back. With this run, her entire back was exposed to the eyes of the enemy. Nagisa could only stand there, not knowing what to do. Her panicked appearance made Wu Yan's mouth dry up. He slid his hand from Nagisa's back to her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Ah! Before Nagisa could react, she heard Wu Yan's voice. Congratulations, you've successfully angered me. Wu Yan lifted Nagisa's chin and gave her a light peck on her lips. Nagisa was stunned. Her mind went blank when she felt the warmth leaving her body. Wu Yan lowered his head and he pecked Nagisa's lips like a chick pecking at rice. He looked very gentle. Ugh. Nagisa passively accepted Wu Yan's kisses. She whimpered and closed her eyes. Every time she felt the warmth on her lips, she would moan softly. She looked like a kitten begging for food, cute to the extreme. He tried kissing her a few more times. Nagisa showed no signs of resistance. She didn't look like she was unwilling either, so Wu Yan relaxed. He thought it was all Kotori's prank and that Nagisa was the one who instigated it. Now that he relaxed, Wu Yan's actions became more relaxed. He pulled Nagisa's soft body into his embrace, and instead of kissing her bit by bit, he sucked on her pink lips and stuck his tongue into her mouth. He captured the escaping lilac and slowly and firmly entangled with her. The sudden increase in intensity made Nagisa uncomfortable. She had never experienced something like this before. Last time in the classroom, she only kissed him on the lips. Her tongue didn't enter his mouth. Now this unfamiliar sensation was running rampant in her blank mind. Nagisa didn't know what was going on, and she had no choice but to escape from Wu Yan's entanglement. In the end, a chase ensued in Nagisa's small mouth. Wu Yan's hands on Nagisa's waist started moving around. One went down, the other went up, circling to the front. Phew! After an unknown amount of time, their lips finally parted. The two of them exhaled heavily. Their faces were slightly panting. From this, it could be seen how intense the kiss just now was. Phew! Nagisa breathed heavily in front of Wu Yan's chest. She recovered her senses, and her mind started to process the memories from earlier. Her face was extremely red, and she buried her head in Wu Yan's chest, unwilling to come out. Wu Yan shook his head in amusement and patted her little head. What? You're already dressed like this. Are you still shy from a kiss? It's not like we haven't kissed before. Nagisha didn't move at all. After a long while, a mosquito-like voice came from under her face. This time it's different. Different? Wu Yan was taken aback and became annoyed. That's right, it was an emergency last time. This time, you were instigated by Kotori. Kotori-chan only told me to dress like this to wait for you to come back. Nagisa defended her friend instinctively and blushed again. She didn't tell me to. Is that so? Looking at the petite murmuring voice in his arms, Wu Yan caressed her smooth back. Then what did Kotori tell you to do? Nagisa blinked and answered subconsciously. She invited Sensei to the festival. Ceremony. Wu Yan flinched when he heard Nagisa. That ceremony, don't tell me it's tonight's ceremony? Yes. Nagisa nodded. Wu Yan was troubled. He knew that the ceremony at night was only held to prevent the masked parasites from causing too much commotion when they fought, which was why it was held. Plus, he had work to do. What? Nagisa was a bit disappointed when she saw Wu Yan's expression. I can't do that? Wu Yan felt guilty. Chapter 940. Fancy stalls stood on both sides of the street, side by side, surrounding the middle of the street. The owners of the stalls sat in the middle of the stalls, wearing luxurious clothes that were different from the past. From time to time, they would shout loudly, causing the street to be filled with a clamor. Pedestrians walked by one after another, laughing and joking while looking left and right, patronizing the surrounding stalls. They were all wearing bathrobes, with smiles on their faces, venting the joy in their hearts. The sounds coming from their bodies also mixed with the surrounding noise, soaring up to the sky, very lively unlike the people around him. Wu Yan isn't wearing a bathrobe. He's wearing a thin-collared short-sleeved shirt and a pair of black casual pants. He looked a lot more casual, but compared to his attire, his expression is a lot more bitter. That's because there was a figure in front of Wu Yan. Nagisa was very different today. The Kaihai Academy uniform she had been wearing had disappeared and was replaced by a bathrobe. However, it was not an ordinary bathrobe. The bathrobe was completely white with golden lines embroidered on it. They followed a rather mysterious trajectory and formed a very dazzling pattern. There were also ribbon-like satin hanging down from both sides. Coupled with the pure white color of the bathrobe, it looked like a little princess wearing new clothes. At this moment, Nagisa had an extremely happy smile on her face. She was wearing a luxurious bathrobe. Her giggles were like silver bells as she patronized each stall. Her beautiful big eyes curved into crescents. Obviously, her mood couldn't be any better. She turned into a beautiful butterfly. Nagisa shuttled through the crowd. That extremely eye-catching bathrobe, coupled with the owner's exquisite face and laughter, attracted the attention of passers-by. Some of the stall owners even kindly gave her some free food, which made Nagisa very happy. As time passed, this cheerful and lively little princess became the scene of the bustling commercial street. Wu Yan's bitter expression crumbled when he saw Nagisa's unwavering smile. He put on a smile once more. He felt like his decision to bring Nagisa to the festival was worth it. Yes, this is where the festival will be held. In other words, it wouldn't be long before the masked parasite's battleground not too far away from here. Wu Yan didn't want to bring Nagisa along. After all, he had work to do, so it wasn't appropriate for him to come and play. Although he wasn't sure of the masked parasite's combat ability, if two masked parasites could cause shockwaves in their surroundings and even destroy buildings, then conservatively speaking, the masked parasite's combat ability was at least on par with vampires with familiars. It would have been a very foolish decision to bring Sasquatch into a fight between two monsters like this. However, Wu Yan and Nagisa had just developed a relationship that went beyond friendship. If he used work to reject her when she only wanted to visit the festival, he might as well get kicked to death by a horse. However, he couldn't ignore Nagisa's safety. In the end, Wu Yan decided to bring Nagisa along. He really couldn't bear to see such a cheerful girl like Nagisa reveal such a disappointed expression. Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't put Nagisa in danger either. The luxurious bathrobe she wore wasn't just for looks. It was the mobile church that Wu Yan spent a large amount of mana to create. With the mobile church as the ultimate defensive barrier, as long as the masked parasite wasn't a demigod, Nagisa's safety was guaranteed. The mobile church was created by chanting without any necessary procedures or rituals. Once the mana Wu Yan infuses into it runs out, the mobile church will disappear. But there's nothing he can do about it. If he wants to go through all the necessary procedures, it's going to take a lot of time. It's not something that can be done in a day or two. That was the only thing he could do for now. But this didn't affect them too much. The mana Wu Yan left in the mobile church is enough to support the mobile church for a day and a night. That's more than enough. Nagisa was disappointed when she heard that the beautiful bathrobe could only last for a day and a night. She really liked the bathrobe. Everything was ready. All that was left was to wait for the masked parasite to appear. Teacher, come here. Wu Yan looked up and he saw Nagisa waving at him. He ran over to her. What's wrong? Tired from playing? Of course not. Nagisa made a funny face at Wu Yan and grumbled. It's rare for us to come out for a festival. Why do you look so tired? It's not that I'm tired, I'm just thinking about something. Wu Yan scratched his face and shrugged. Didn't I tell you? Even if we come out, I won't be able to play to my heart's content. I still have work to do. But they're not here yet, right? Nagisa tilted her head and tried to recall. The masked parasite or something. Wu Yan nodded and knocked on Nagisa's head. But you really came with me, okay? Aren't you afraid of demons? Teacher, didn't you say they weren't demons? They were transformed normal humans? Nagisa smiled mischievously. Since they're not demons, Nagisa isn't afraid. But it's still dangerous. Don't you have this dress? Nagisa twirled in a circle and smiled happily. She seemed to really like her dress. Didn't you say I'll be fine with it protecting me? That's true. You are right. Wu Yan opened his mouth, but he sighed in the end. Anyway, you can play to your heart's content, but once I leave, you have to hide somewhere safe. That's what we agreed on. Got it? Got it. Got it. Nagisa giggled and grabbed Wu Yan's hand. They ran forward. Before that, teacher, you have to play with me. That's what we agreed on. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yan replied helplessly. After that, the two of them put all their attention on the ceremony. Under Nagisa's lead, the commercial street was filled with the two of them. They fished for goldfish, bought food, played games, and handed out gifts. They visited almost every stall. It didn't take long for them to fill their stomachs with gifts. Some of these gifts were requested by Nagisa, some were prizes he won in the game, some were for fun, and some were for coterie, yakina, koju, and the others. He spent quite a bit of money on them. Fortunately, the salary of an attack mage is quite high. Wu Yan is also a teacher. His 2 salaries are enough to cover the income of some of the higher classes. Even if he doesn't, Wu Yan still has a bunch of gold coins he brought from Spalier World. The ring of gold has an uncountable amount of wealth. It's more than enough to buy the entire Itagami Island. The only problem is whether they'll sell it or not. It was also because of this that Nagisa decided to be extravagant for once. Normally, she liked to shop, but she had never been so careless as she was today. It was a great way to vent her womanly heart. Until a certain moment. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. Along with a burst of colorful flashes of light, in the sky, one after another dazzling fireworks brought out a series of muffled sounds. In the night sky, blossoming. The smile on Wu Yan's face slowly faded. He looked up at the sky. There's no festival to be held at this time of the year. The reason there's a festival is to hide it from the public. No one would be naive enough to think that the battle against the masked parasite wouldn't cause a phenomenon. The fireworks during the festival will cover up part of the phenomenon. The fireworks are a secret signal set by the management of the artificial island. Once the masked parasite appears, it will be the signal. His gaze swept across the horizon. Then 2 meteor-like tails of light entered Wu Yan's sight. Chapter 941. The true appearance of the 2 shooting stars was that of 2 short girls. One had long black hair and the other had long silver hair. They wore clothes made of fur, exposing their arms, thighs, abdomens, and shoulders. Their slender hands and feet flashed with white skin, but one could faintly see strange patterns formed by cold lines. They wore masks on their faces, but only their eyes were not covered. On their backs, there were strange glowing wings. If one didn't look at the masks, they would look like 2 fallen angels dancing in the night sky. However, under the influence of the masks, these 2 young girls looked more like monsters than angels. Furthermore, they weren't just dancing around each other. Like meteors, the 2 masked parasites streaked across the night sky and crashed into each other. The sonic booms around them told everyone how powerful their collisions were. Extending their wings, they flew and turned their wings into cannons. Every time they extended their wings, beams of scorching light would shoot out from their wings toward their opponents. Then, they would be blocked by a barrier that was flashing with an unknown luster and floating like steam. The light beams that were blocked didn't disappear immediately. Instead, they bounced back, turning into rays of refracted light that shot out in all directions, including the ground. Amidst the rumbling sounds, flames suddenly appeared. The roads and buildings on the ground were sunk and burned down one after another. Not long after, an originally intact street was blasted into ruins by the impact. Fortunately, the residents on the street were evacuated. Otherwise, there would be casualties. As the battle between the two masked parasites got fiercer, the area of destruction was getting bigger and bigger. It wouldn't be long before the battle was over. Soon the festival will be affected as well. Teacher. Only Wu Yan and Nagisa saw this amidst the fireworks. When she saw the intense battle between the two masked parasites, Nagisa leaned towards Wu Yan uneasily. Wu Yan retracted his gaze and hugged Nagisa's shoulder. Nagisa, you stay here, I'll go out for a bit. Are you okay? Nagisa ignored her embarrassment and grabbed Wu Yan's arm, her face full of worry. Those two masked parasites seem to be very powerful. That's nothing. Wu Yan chuckled. He comforted her. I'm very good too. Those two masked parasites are nothing in front of me. Nagisa's worry dissipated when she heard Wu Yan's arrogant words. Her red eyes turned to Wu Yan and stared straight at him. Be careful. Don't worry. He patted her head. Wu Yan flashed her a wide smile before disappearing from the spot. Nagisa turned her gaze towards the two masked parasites, clasping her hands together as if praying. In the sky, the two masked parasites were engaged in a chase. Beams of light shot out from their wings like laser cannons. Amidst the air explosions, the beams landed on each other. However, the two masked parasites seemed to have some sort of defense on them. Like a protective shield, it protected them from all the incoming light beams, deflecting them one by one. It was without a doubt that if this continued, the battle would never end. However, the two masked parasites didn't consider that at all. They were still pacing back and forth while shooting at each other. Only at certain times would they shoot at each other. Every time that happened, the masked parasites' defenses would reveal a flaw. Their meteor-like silhouettes crossed each other. The two masked parasites seemed to be on par with each other, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that the silver-haired masked parasite was stronger. Her attacks were effective far more often than the black-haired parasite. Just as the two masked parasites were about to clash once more, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. Crimson spatial ripples rippled out, and waves of black iron sand swarmed out from the ripples. Like collars, the iron sand waves gathered and shot into the air. They vibrated violently before crashing down on the two masked parasites. Bang! Bang! Following two muffled thuds, the iron sand wave split into two and crashed down like a waterfall, smashing into the two masked parasites and pushing them to the ground. Thud! The iron sand waterfall came crashing down from the sky, like a mountain falling from the sky. After a loud crash, a 10-meter deep crater was formed on the ground. The two masked parasites were lying in the crater. Before they could get up, the iron sand tide that blotted out the sky rushed down again and landed on them. At once, the two masked parasites struggled as though they were in a high-pressure water current. They waved their limbs crazily and roared wildly, letting out strange roars one after another. Looking at the two masked parasites who couldn't get up from the ground due to the impact of the iron sand, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and turned on the system to look at the ground. Masked parasite. Level 70. They were just ordinary people who were modified by some unknown tactic. How did they have the strength of a Tier 8 fighter? What kind of tactic was used to modify them? Wu Yan is a bit surprised. This is to be expected. If he can get his hands on a technique that can turn a normal person into a Tier 8, he would be able to create an endless supply of Tier 8 individuals. Unfortunately, Wu Yan cut off this thought as soon as it flashed through his mind. If he could really create an endless stream of Tier 8 fighters, why would these two masked parasites kill each other? And why would there only be two masked parasites every time they killed each other? There was no doubt that this tactic that could create masked parasites must have some major flaw or limitation. Moreover, Wu Yan, who had 103,000 books of knowledge, could not see the truth of this world's tactics. However, with the vast amount of knowledge in his mind, It was only a matter of minutes for him to deduce the general composition of a tactic. Therefore, he knew that a tactic that could mass-produce powerhouses either did not exist, or there must be some necessary conditions to be met. This condition is usually not easy to achieve. In fact, one might not be able to achieve it even after spending a lifetime of effort. Perhaps, that was the real reason why the masked parasites were killing each other. Who knows? If the strength of the masked parasite only surprised Wu Yan a little, and allowed him to understand a little bit of the structure of the modification tactic, then the other silver-haired masked parasite shocked Wu Yan to the point of being horrified. It's not because she's strong, it's because he expected to see the same prefix, masked parasite, in the system's information. Instead, he saw a term he didn't expect no matter how hard he tried. Kinase Cannon. Level 75. Kinase Cannon. Wu Yan looked at the silver-haired masked parasite who was struggling under the onslaught of the iron sand. His face was full of shock. Kinase is a masked parasite? In an instant, Wu Yan felt his mind go blank. He suddenly remembered his second dungeon mission. Save the artificial angel, Kinase Cannon. Could it be that this so-called masked parasite was actually the artificial angel mentioned in the second quest? Artificial angel? Wu Yan's expression turned ugly. No wonder these masked parasites had the strength of a Tier 8 fighter. If they were related to angels, it would be strange if they didn't have the strength. Chapter 942. Roar. Suddenly, a strange roar erupted from the bottom of the abyss. The two masked parasites were completely covered by the black iron sand. The roar jolted Wu Yan out of his daze. Then Wu Yan felt the iron sand under his control suddenly become lighter. Down below in the crater, a dazzling barrier resembling an aurora appeared around the two masked parasites. Like dispersing steam, it could be clearly seen flashing rapidly amidst the black iron sand. Then, the two masked parasites actually stood up from the iron sand waterfall, flapping the wings on their backs as they swiftly flew up. The iron sand that struck them seemed to have struck two afterimages. The sand passed through their bodies and hit the ground. The two masked parasites turned illusory as they shuttled through the iron sand and arrived in front of Wu Yan. Following two deep roars, the two masked parasites attacked at the same time. Dazzling lightsabers flashed in their hands. Like a dance, the lightsabers drew two distorted ribbons of light in the air as they viciously pierced towards Wu Yan, including Kinase Natsuan. His pupils constricted as he stared at the two masked parasites who were wielding the lightsabers without showing any mercy. To be more precise, it was Kinase Natsuan. Wu Yan clenched his teeth and his body suddenly trembled. Bang! An enormous magic torrent so thick that even the air trembled violently erupted from Wu Yan's body. The sudden eruption of magic torrent transformed into an explosive cyclone. Before the two masked parasites could react, the cyclone slammed into their bodies. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The black-haired masked parasite howled as if she had been struck by a hammer and was sent flying. As for Kinase Natsuan, before she was sent flying, Wu Yan grabbed her arm. He pulled her back. Stop. Yees. Looking at the heavy mask, Wu Yan couldn't help but increase the strength of his hand. Thinking back to when they first met a few days ago, Kinase Cannon was pure, and as beautiful as an angel. But now, her angel-like appearance contained a strong ominous aura. The mask on her face made her look like a living dead with the shell of an angel. Wu Yan couldn't believe that Canon Kinase would look like this. To think that it would turn out like this. Perhaps she heard Wu Yan's call. Canon paused for a moment. Her blue eyes, the only exposed part of her face, seemed to be struggling, but it quickly returned to its normal state. Canon stretched out her other hand, and a ball of light appeared in her palm. Immediately, Kinase Natsuya grabbed the ball of light and pressed her hand against Wu Yan's chest. However, she missed. Wu Yan appeared from the void not far away. He raised his head, his expression turning ugly. Of course, he didn't believe that the holy Kinase Cannon would turn into a monster that only knows how to attack people. He was familiar with all kinds of spells, so he could see her current state. Has she lost her self-awareness? He inhaled a mouthful of cold air. suppressing his restless emotions and calming himself down. He stared at Kanae's cannon for a moment, then glanced at the other masked parasite. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Let's capture her first. With that in mind, Wu Yan ignored Kanae's cannon and used a teleportation spell. In a flash, he reappeared behind the black-haired masked parasite. Pack! Kiran placed his hand on the masked parasite's body, and a tremendous amount of mana gushed out from the masked parasite. The mana surged up to the sky and twisted slightly, forming 3 black halos. Descend! With a cold shout, the black halo in the air trembled and flashed down. It shrouded the masked parasite and shrunk like thick ropes, binding the masked parasite tightly. The black-haired masked parasite seemed to have sensed danger. She immediately tried to struggle, but an inexplicable force surged out of the halo that bound her firmly. It made her body stiffen, and all the strength in her body seemed to have been sucked out in an instant. She did not even have the strength to roar. All she could do was let out a muffled groan, and weakly pull her body down. Whoosh! A sonic boom came from behind Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression changed as he turned around. He grabbed the masked parasite with his free hand, and he grabbed the hand of the assailant. Roar! Hanae's Natsuan struggled like a madwoman as she tried to break free from Wu Yan's grasp. However, if you look closely, you can see that her blue eyes are wavering. Occasionally, she would look like she's in pain. The ominous aura surrounding her was tainted with a sorrowful aura. Hanae, stop! Wu Yan wanted to knock Hanae's cannon out with a single blow, but he saw the wavering and pain in her eyes. His heart softened and he showed pity. I don't want to fight you. After being transformed into a masked parasite, or rather, a false angel, Hanae's cannon has lost all rationality and is under someone's control. When he thought of the pitiful saintess being reduced to such a state, Wu Yan couldn't bring himself to kill her. Hearing Wu Yan's words, the wavering in Cannon's eyes became more intense. At the same time, the pain in her eyes became more intense. Wu Yan was delighted to see this. It seems that Kanae's cannon hasn't completely lost her mind yet. Perhaps, I can summon her consciousness back. Hanae's. Just as Wu Yan was about to summon Cannon's consciousness back, the mask on Cannon's face let out an ear-piercing screech. The screech sounded like a high-pitched metal song. It also sounded like metal scraping against metal. Amidst the screech, the wavering and pain in Cannon's eyes were extinguished at an unimaginable speed. Before Wu Yan could react, her eyes were filled with malice. TSK. The sound of tearing leather was heard. The joy on Wu Yan's face froze. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He didn't know when, but Kanae's cannon's other hand grew sharp nails. They looked like cat claws. While Wu Yan was trying to wake her up, she stabbed Wu Yan in the chest, tearing through his flesh and piercing his heart. His wine-red eyes wavered as he saw the emptiness in Kanae's Natsuan's eyes. Feeling the pain coming from his chest, he managed to force a smile. He looked like he's in a terrible state. It's not that easy. Not far away, on the commercial street where the ceremony is being held, Nagisa stood quietly on the spot. She lifted her head and stared at the night sky behind the fireworks. Her face was filled with anxiety. She didn't fit in with the lively atmosphere around her. This scene has been going on since Wu Yan left. Others may think Nagisa was watching the fireworks, but in reality, she wasn't looking at the fireworks. She was watching the battle in the sky through the fireworks. She didn't let her guard down for a second. Nagisa saw Wu Yan's heart being pierced by a winged masked parasite with a mask on its back. Sensei. Nagisa's face turned as white as a sheet of paper. Her heart clenched as if she felt the pain coming from Wu Yan's body when his heart was pierced. Without any hesitation, Nagisa ran towards Wu Yan's direction. Chapter 943. Tisk. Another tearing sound was heard. Cannon pulled out the claw that pierced through Wu Yan's heart. Dark red blood splattered everywhere as Cannon pulled her hand back. Without the blockage, Wu Yan's blood gushed out from the hole in his chest. Like a fountain, the blood splattered on the ground and formed a small pool of blood. The pool of blood continued to expand as the sound of something falling to the ground could be heard. Resisting the urge to howl in pain, Wu Yan clenched his teeth. He didn't loosen his grip on the masked parasite. Instead, he tightened his grip on Kanace. The masked parasite loosened his grip on Kanace's arm, and he reflexively swung his arm at Kanace. Dong. Wu Yan's hand failed to land on Cannon's body. Instead, it was blocked by a thick layer of steam. Cannon took the opportunity to fly away from Wu Yan. Damn it. Wu Yan cursed as he clutched his chest. He was panting, but strangely his heart calmed down. The hideous wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His heart also healed in an instant. The speed of recovery was terrifying. In terms of vitality and recovery, Wu Yan's primogenitor blood is far superior to the primogenitor of this world. If it was Koju, he would have suffered such a fatal blow. I'm afraid that he won't be able to recover without a few hours, right? After all, the primogeniture of this world was cursed by God. Unlike Wu Yan, who is similar to the elves, they are not close to nature. Even if they do not age or die, they are still cursed creatures. Their recovery speed is not as good as Wu Yan's. That mask. Wu Yan allowed his wounds to heal as he stared at the mask on Cannon's face. His eyes flickered. Is the mask controlling Cannon? If I destroy it, will Cannon recover? This thought flashed through his mind. Wu Yan had a new plan. However, a voice sounded. Wu Yan, who had already calmed himself down, suddenly became agitated again. Sensei. His calm expression was instantly shattered. Wu Yan turned pale with fright. He turned to the source of the voice. On the ground, Nagisa was wearing a luxurious bathrobe. She was wearing a pair of wooden clogs. She's coming. Nagisa. Wu Yan's expression changed as he shouted at Nagisa. Don't come over. Nagisa was completely overwhelmed by her panic. She had forgotten that Wu Yan was an immortal vampire. She sped up when Wu Yan shouted at her. She even threw off her wooden clogs. Idiot. Wu Yan only had time to say this before a deep roar echoed in front of him. Roar. Cannon flapped her wings and a brilliant light flowed from them, gathering at the tip of her wings. Immediately after, beams of light containing a destructive aura shot out, aimlessly shooting at Yi Shiwen. One of them was headed straight for Nagisa. Sensing an explosion and a sliver of light above her head, Nagisa reflexively looked up. Then her vision was covered by the flickering light of the light beam. The light beam was rapidly expanding in Nagisa's eyes. Damn it! Wu Yan's expression twisted when he saw the beam about to hit Nagisa. Nagisa still had the mobile church, but that was not the reason he could watch her get attacked. Wu Yan wanted to teleport to Nagisa's side, but something unexpected happened. Kaboom! Like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day. There was a loud explosion. Whoosh! An extremely powerful mana fluctuation surged out from the ground below, bringing with it a dense sound wave and surging airflow. It spread out like a shockwave, and everywhere it passed, a thick layer of ice formed on the ground in the blink of an eye. That beam of light trembled for a moment, and its speed dropped sharply. Starting from the front, it started to freeze bit by bit. Then, like a popsicle, it fell to the ground. In just a second, the ground within a radius of a few hundred meters was covered by a layer of ice. At the same time, a cold air so cold that it caused the temperature of the human body to drop to the freezing point enveloped the world. Looking at the formation of the land of ice, Wu Yan is completely stunned. His eyes are filled with disbelief. Even his consciousness is in a state of chaos, showing how shocked the owner of this place is. On the ground, Nagisa stopped running and stood at the center of the ice. Her head was lowered so no one could see her expression. The ponytail on her head had disappeared without a trace. Her black hair drooped down in accordance with the pull of gravity, draping over her shoulders. A faint blue light surrounded her body, and an icy aura lingered around her. No, it wasn't just an icy aura. There was also a huge amount of mana comparable to Wu Yan's. The main culprit behind the land of ice was Nagisa herself. The source of the mana comparable to a true ancestor was Nagisa herself. She raised her head. On her face that was wrapped in a faint blue light, her eyes had lost their usual liveliness, as though she had lost her consciousness. Her irises were wide open, and there was no longer any emotion in them. Before anyone could react, Nagisa's mana swelled and a huge figure appeared behind her. It was a beautiful figure that was more than 5 meters tall and close to 10 meters tall. Her entire body was a faint blue like an icy river. Her figure was shaped like a mermaid, but also like a demon bird with a remnant of its symbol. Its upper body was similar to that of a human female, with some heavy armor covering its chest and ribs. Its face was also covered with a metal mask that covered its nose, or rather, it was a metal crown with a red gem embedded at the top. Its lower body was an ice blue fish tail with illusory scales on it. In addition, there was a pair of wings on the back of the figure. There were 2 metal armbands on the arms. The hands were humanoid, but the nails were sharp claws. They were slightly curved like a bird's claws. It looked very frightening. A flower-shaped ice crown extended from the edge of her metal mask. It was like hair, moving back and forth. Her long hair, black or dark blue, fluttered in the wind, accompanied by an icy cold air. Her eyes, which were exposed outside the mask, flickered with a dark red light. It was both fascinating and chilling. Mixed with the icy blue aura, the huge figure stood behind Nagisa, like an icy river. That's... Wu Yan was shocked. Nagisa's magic power isn't any weaker than his own. He was shocked. That's a vassal beast. That's right. A huge figure. A vassal beast. A vassal beast that only vampires can command. Why? Why does Nagisa have a vassal beast? Vampires weren't the only ones who could summon vassal beasts. In fact, anyone could do so. However, vassal beasts had the side effect of draining the host's life force. Unless the host was an immortal vampire, the host's lifespan would be greatly reduced, or even completely depleted. In other words, Nagisa, who isn't a vampire, has a vassal beast in her body. Her life is coming to an end. However, Nagisa didn't seem to be affected by it. She raised her head, revealing a stiff and expressionless face that was different from before. She looked up at Kanae's cannon with disdain. Whoosh! In an instant, the ice vassal beast swung her tail. The long fish tail seemed to have expanded countless times and turned into a bolt of ice. It whipped Kanae's cannon like a giant whip. Bang! Cannon did not react in time. Before she could activate her protective barrier, the ice fish tail slammed into her body and sent her flying. Following a trail of blood, Kanae's cannon's body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. She was sent flying into the night sky with a sonic boom. She disappeared. Chapter 944. Everything happened too quickly. Before Wu Yan could react, Kanae's cannon was sent flying. She disappeared into the night sky, her aura completely gone. She was either too injured to continue fighting or she chose to retreat. She must be the mastermind behind the transformation of Cannon into a fake angel. Wu Yan's eyes trembled as he watched Cannon disappear. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to give up on pursuing her. Compared to Kanae's cannon, there are more important things waiting for him to do. Wu Yan teleported back to the ground. He landed on the ground and faced forward. In front of him, Nagisa was surrounded by a faint blue light. The ice familiars guarding Nagisa were facing him from afar. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes, and he tossed the masked parasite to the ground like a piece of trash. Then he ignored the masked parasite. The halo that restrained the masked parasite was no ordinary tactic. It was fine if it didn't hit, but once it was restrained by the tactic, it was almost impossible to break free as long as the opponent's strength didn't exceed the caster's by too much. That's because the binding spell is effective. It has the ability to neutralize the target's power. Even if a real angel got hit, they wouldn't be able to break free unless they have some sort of mystical ability, let alone a fake angel created from an ordinary human. Wu Yan can now focus on the task at hand. Wu Yan glanced at the ice familiars. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the expressionless Nagisa. Wu Yan's mana isn't any weaker than Nagisa's. You're not Nagisa, are you? Wu Yan's demonic aura reverberated in the air along with his chilling voice, clashing with the cold air around him. It blew them away. Who are you? Nagisa asked. Nagisa slowly raised her head. Her half-closed eyes stared at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan's mana isn't any weaker than hers, her eyes widened. She seemed surprised. She also seemed amused. Her lips curled into a stiff smile. The expression on his face did not change at all. He had such a strange expression, as if he was harboring evil intentions. The sound of rustling could be heard. It rang out. This was a deep voice that seemed to come from the horizon. One could faintly hear Nagisa's voice, but it seemed to be lacking in spirit, lacking in vigor and rhythm. You're not as simple as you seem. That's why, if you don't want to disappear from this world, you better answer me honestly. Wu Yan's voice is so cold it's almost as cold as the surrounding air. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in Nagisa's body. I have spells in my head that can deal with souls or consciousnesses attached to other bodies. It's rare for Wu Yan to threaten someone like that. He had no choice. Nagisa was in Nagisa's body. If he had any ill intentions, Nagisa herself would be in danger. If anything went wrong, Nagisa might lose her life. Ignoring everything else, Wu Yan was able to determine the level of the ice familiar in a single glance. It was definitely a true ancestor-level familiar. Judging by its power, this ice familiar is no ordinary primogenitor-level familiar. Even Wu Yan's own familiars are at the same level as this ice familiar, let alone Gu Cheng's incomplete familiars. Ignoring their special abilities, Wu Yan's own familiars are at the same level as this ice familiar. He didn't know if he could expel a familiar like that from Nagisa's body. More importantly, the ice familiar had been released by the consciousness that possessed Nagisa. Familiars have the side effect of consuming their host's life force. The side effect of a true ancestor's familiar is even more terrifying. It won't take long for the familiar to drain a newborn's life force to death. Right now, the ice familiar was being released by the consciousness attached to Nagisa's body. It didn't affect Nagisa in any way. However, if the consciousness were to leave Nagisa's body, the ice familiar would definitely die if it were to stay outside for a while. To prevent any accidents from happening that might endanger Nagisa's life, Wu Yan had no choice but to threaten her. Oh, Nagisa's smile seemed to widen a little. Her monotonous tone had a hint of joy in it. She seemed to be in a better mood. Do you care about this girl a lot? Nagisa spoke slowly. That's right, you've already gotten to this point with her. It's only natural that you care about her. Nagisa's mouth widened into a smile, and she laughed for the first time. Furthermore, this girl also cares about you a lot. She clearly only knew how to circle around that young man and call him brother. To be able to do this, you're quite capable. Brother? Wu Yan frowned. You know Ancient City? Huh. Heh. Nagisa didn't answer directly. She used her unique voice and chuckled. That young man is still far away. As the fourth primogenitor, he still has a long way to go. Before that, I don't know him. Wu Yan's frown deepened. He looked at Nagisa impatiently. After saying so much, you still haven't made it clear who you are. In that regard, I guess we're in the same boat. Nagisa lifted her chin and she looked at Wu Yan. What about you? Who the hell are you? Ordinary vampires? That doesn't seem possible. Or a direct descendant of those annoying primogenitors. But his strength seems to be too strong. Other than us, there shouldn't be any vampire stronger than that snake charmer. Or? Nagisa paused confused and asked seriously. Are you on the same level as me? Without a certain level of understanding, one wouldn't be able to understand what Nagisa is talking about. However, Wu Yan got the gist of her words. You're a primogenitor? Wu Yan said with uncertainty. Then he quickly dismissed the idea. No, that shouldn't be. Don't worry. Nagisa's voice returned to its usual calm state. She said softly, with your level, you'll know sooner or later. It's best if no one knows of my existence. Nagisa strode towards Wu Yan. Behind her, the ice familiar slowly dissipated into thin air. She retracted her magic power back into Nagisa's tiny body. Wu Yan was confused, but he retracted his magic power as well. All that was left was the frozen ground. Stopping in front of Wu Yan, Nagisa reached out and caressed his face as Wu Yan frowned. Don't worry, I have no intention of harming this girl. On the contrary, I will do my best to protect her." As she spoke, she lifted her face and tiptoed towards Wu Yan's face. "Fifth true ancestor of unknown origin, for the sake of this girl, I will acknowledge you a little." With these words, Nagisa kissed Wu Yan's lips. Wu Yan only felt an extremely soft touch on his lips as he took control of her icy lips. Then an inexplicable icy aura entered his mouth and integrated into his body. At this moment, Wu Yan was still in a daze. In the next moment, a faint connection connected with the Nagisa in front of him through his senses. As if she had completed her mission, Nagisa separated. The faint blue light on her body disappeared. She returned to her original form and fell into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly hugged Nagisa. Wu Yan was silent for a long time as he looked at Nagisa's sleeping face and the connection he felt from her body. Chapter 945. Itagami Island Shore. A luxurious yacht. Oceanus grave as always, shone with extravagant lights. The waves gently lapped against the shore, illuminating a corner of Itagami Island at night. Wearing a white suit that seemed to never change, Vattler stood at the top deck of the ocean's grave with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a wine glass. The glass was filled with the finest red wine, but Vattler didn't seem to want to taste it at all. He swirled the wine in his hand. The red wine swirled in his hand. It gave off an intoxicating aroma. His blue eyes stared at a certain direction in Itagami Island. Two meteors collided in that direction. Vattler's lips curled into a smirk. "It's like raising venomous insects. Let them fight and devour each other after being modified by the tactics, thereby obtaining the center of the spiritual body and storing it in their own body. In this way, even with the capacity of an ordinary human body, they can accept the divine energy flowing in from a higher dimension without overloading, so that their spirituality can sublimate, evolve, and finally turn into a real angel." Vattler was so happy that he closed his eyes and laughed as if he had thought of that scene. Indeed, if that's the case, things will get more interesting. The smile on Vattler's face gradually turned sinister as he spoke. It was obvious that Vattler wasn't afraid of the angel he spoke of. Instead, he seemed to be looking forward to it. He was looking forward to a fight with the angel. Haha. Vattler laughed for a while as he held his forehead. Then, he quickly suppressed the intense feeling in his heart and calmed himself down. "Well, I can't get too excited." He took a deep breath. Vattler said as if he was intoxicated. "The current angel isn't complete. The core of the spirit body isn't complete. She can't be considered a true angel. Furthermore, it's not appropriate to attack an angel. After all, she was created for that purpose." Vattler abruptly paused and lifted his head to look at the night sky in front of him. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. "This mana. Is it Wu Yan? Or Koku?" Vattler narrowed his eyes as he quickly denied his own guess. "No. Wu Yan and Koku's mana don't feel like this. But if it's not Wu Yan and Koku, who else on Itagami Island could have this level of mana?" Vattler's expression turned gloomy. Then he sensed a magical power that wasn't inferior to the former. "This is Wu Yan." Vattler knew who the mana belonged to. What's going on? Two true ancestor-level mana, and the other one isn't even an ancient city. Vattler's handsome face slowly sank. His eyes fluctuated, indicating that his heart was shaken. "Let's go take a look." As soon as Vattler made his decision, the two abnormally powerful mana disappeared at the same time, causing him to stop on the spot. Vattler looked pensive as he gazed at the area where the mana appeared. It didn't take long before his expression disappeared and was replaced by a smile. "Itagami Island. I can't get bored even if I wanted to. It's great to be here." Vattler's smile widened as he slowly turned around to face the front of the deck. "Am I right? Fifth primogenitor." A gust of wind blew onto the deck of the yacht. When the wind died down and everything returned to normal, a figure appeared in front of Vattler. His thin clothes billowed in the night breeze. His bangs fluttered in the wind. Wu Yan stared at Vattler with his wine-red eyes. He didn't say anything. In his arms, a petite figure was lying there with her eyes closed like a sleeping child. Her expression was very peaceful. No one who saw this scene would believe that she had just frozen an area of a few hundred meters into ice in a breath's time. This scene is really nostalgic. Vattler smiled as he said something that did not match his expression. When we first met, it was like this as well, right? Without that girl. He looked at the sleeping Nagisa in Wu Yan's arms. Vattler was curious. Then could she be the owner of that magic power just now? Wu Yan didn't answer Vattler's question. Instead, a magic power so thick that it cracked the deck started expanding from his body. Vattler was stunned. He looked at Wu Yan in shock. He didn't expect Wu Yan to greet him in this manner. However, the next moment, Vattler's surprise turned into astonishment. Wang. Dense ice blue cold air spread out in the space without any warning. With Wu Yan at the center, or more accurately, with Nagisa at the center, the deck froze and was covered in a layer of ice. Then Nagisa's body flashed with blue light. A small figure appeared behind Wu Yan. This figure is what shocked Vattler. She has a female upper body, fishtail-like lower body, and wings on her back. She looks like a mermaid in an icy river, or a queen in a world of snow. It was the ice familiar that had been released by Nagisa's consciousness form before. Now the ice familiar has appeared again. Though it was released from Nagisa's body, Wu Yan was the one who provided it with life and mana. This is the acknowledgement the body of consciousness mentioned, the acknowledgement it gave to Wu Yan. The right to summon an ice familiar. That's... Vattler stared blankly at the giant ice familiar before him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Words came out of his throat as if he was venting his anger. Oreskagla's ice. Wu Yan, who had been silent for a long time, finally lifted his head when he heard this. So you do know this familiar? Wu Yan had a hunch that Vattler might know her when he heard the word snake charmer from Nagisa's avatar. Now it seems like he's most likely on the mark. Tell me, Vattler. Vattler. Wu Yan glanced at Vattler. Who is this familiar's master? You don't know? Vattler's shocked gaze landed on Wu Yan. That's Agrora's 12th familiar. Agrora? Wu Yan frowned. Was Agrora the body of consciousness that possessed Nagisa? Who is Agrora? You don't know anything. This time, Vattler's shock was directed at Wu Yan. When he saw Wu Yan's frown, he laughed happily. To think that you don't even know about Agrora and her Oreskagla ice, but you have the blood of a true ancestor in your body. As the fifth true ancestor, you're really not qualified to be the fifth true ancestor. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and his gaze turned cold. Vattler didn't notice the change in his expression, he just kept on laughing. But this is interesting. A fifth primogenitor who doesn't know anything. Interesting. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold fishtail swung out and smashed into Vattler's body. Yua. Vattler screamed and flew into the air. His body was riddled with wounds, and he fell into the sea far away. The water there was dyed red. Tisi. Wu Yan scowled. He didn't even look at the area. Even though he was mentally prepared for Vattler's sarcastic remarks, he was still in a terrible mood at this moment. Wu Yan cut off the supply of mana to Oreskagla Chigs, and he disappeared from the deck with Nagisa in his arms after she recalled her familiar. Chapter 946. She didn't know when the moon and stars appeared in the night sky as well. The moon and stars shone faintly above Itagami Island. Even though their presence was weak, they still tried their best to bring some light to the dark night, selflessly contributing to the darkness. The waves slowly approached Itagami Island at night. They were like soldiers trying to invade Itagami Island, trying to take over the island. Alas, every attempt failed. Despite being surrounded, Itagami Island remained unscathed. In the silence of the night, it was trying to convey something. In a daze, her consciousness gradually returned to her mind. A soft groan from her subconscious mind broke the silence. Nagisa woke up in a daze. After some strenuous effort, she opened her eyes and took in the surrounding light into her pupils. I'm awake. When Nagisa opened her eyes, she heard a familiar voice calling out to her. She saw Wu Yan, Kotori, Yukaina, and Koju standing in a circle. They looked at her from top to bottom. When they saw her waking up, the four of them looked happy. Sensei. Kotori-chan. Yukina-chan. Kojo-kun. Nagisa looked around in confusion. When she woke up, she realized she was lying on her bed. She sat up and bumped into Yukaina, who was closest to her. Ouch! Nagisa and Yukaina both groaned in pain. They clutched their heads in pain. Her eyes were brimming with tears, which made the people around her laugh out loud. You're so energetic, I guess you're fine. As though she was relieved, Kotori put the pearl she had been holding into her mouth. Her voice was as calm as ever. She didn't seem to care about Nagisa's life or death. Only Wu Yan, who knows her well, knows that it's just a habit of hers. Nagisa rubbed her forehead and tilted her head. Why is everyone here? Did you forget? Nagisa. Koju stuffed his hands into the pockets of his jacket. He glanced at Wu Yan, and he continued with a tone of indescribable emotion. She said something to Sasa. You went to the festival with that vampire teacher over there, and we didn't know. Wu Yan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Nagisa was stunned for a moment before she recalled what happened. She panicked. Sensei, are you all right? Abruptly, he leaned in front of Wu Yan. Nagisa rubbed Wu Yan's chest and she started yelling at the same time. I saw Sensei's heart get pierced by that masked parasite. How are you? Are you all right? Did you see a doctor? Do you need an 4-drip? Can an 4-drip heal the wound? Nagisa, I remember you need an electric shock when your heart is injured, but we don't have anything that can heal it. What should I do? Looking at Nagisa panicking and shooting out words like a machine gun. No one could understand her. Wu Yan, Kotori, Yukaina, and Koju were stunned. They didn't know how to react. After a while, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Okay, I'm fine. Don't worry. Wu Yan shook his head and covered Nagisa's hand with his own. Did you forget? I'm an immortal vampire. I can recover from that kind of injury in a matter of minutes. Nagisa said. Before Nagisa could react, Yukaina smiled bitterly. Vampires were indeed immortal, but that was on the basis of a normal life. If the brain that controlled the magic and the heart that controlled the most important blood of a vampire were damaged, then, other than a primogenitor, no vampire could survive that kind of injury. In other words, if Wu Yan's heart was pierced and he survived, he wouldn't be able to survive unless he was a primogenitor vampire. At least, that was the case for vampires in the bloodlust frenzy world. But now the other party was saying that his heart was damaged and that it would only take a few minutes for him to recover. Yukaina didn't know what to say. Nagisa, who wasn't familiar with vampires, believed him. She paused for a moment before sighing in relief. There was still a trace of worry on her face. It's good that you're fine. Wu Yan nodded with a smile. Nagisa also smiled brightly. She was unusually cute, but Koju wasn't happy. Koju had an ugly grin on his face when he saw Wu Yan covering Nagisa's hand with his own and pressing it against his chest. How long do you want to hold hands like that? Nagisa exclaimed when she heard Koju's annoyance. She blushed and pulled her hand back. She smiled embarrassedly. Although she and Wu Yan have already developed a relationship that goes beyond friendship, it's not a relationship that can be casually mentioned. After all, Wu Yan is a sensei and she's a student. More importantly, this sensei has a sister who is his lover. Now she's added to the mix. If anyone else knew about their complicated relationship, they'd probably collapse on the spot. Koju was the one who collapsed the most. On the other side, Wu Yan, Kotori, and Yukaina looked at Koju strangely. Their gazes were filled with disdain. What an irredeemable siscon. Speechless. Well, liking a younger sister isn't something to be ashamed of. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Kotori said. Senpai, you're still as perverted as ever. Yukaina said. It's not like that. Koju shouted himself hoarse. I just don't want Nagisa to be molested by that vampire teacher. Unfortunately, his explanation was ignored by everyone except Nagisa. Nagisa? Wu Yan hesitated. He stared at Nagisa's face until she blushed. Then he opened his mouth. Did You forget? Nagisa flinched. She asked in confusion. What did I forget? Looking at Nagisa's confused expression, Wu Yan chuckled after a moment of silence. No, it's nothing. Wu Yan turned to Kotori. Kotori, take Nagisa to the shower. Kotori nodded as if she knew what Wu Yan was planning. Nagisa also felt a little sticky, so she stood up and followed Kotori out. When Kotori and Nagisa disappeared from sight, Yakaina sensed that something was wrong and asked, What's wrong, Sensei? Wu Yan looked at Koju and Yakaina. Koju, Yakaina, do you know the name Agrora? 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 Koju and Yakaina looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Sensei, you don't know Agrora? Yakaina looked at Wu Yan in confusion. She's the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation. What? Wu Yan was shocked. You're saying Agrora is the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation? Yes. Yakaina looked at Wu Yan in shock. She nodded and looked at Koju. Sensei devoured the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation, Agrora, a few months ago. That's how you became the fourth primogenitor. Wu Yan fell silent. Vatler had once said that the enchantress Azure Ice was Agrora's 12th familiar. Agrora was the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation. Did that mean Ashnice of the enchantress was the city's familiar? Then why is it in Nagisa's body? Is the consciousness in Nagisa's body the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation, Agrora? Wu Yan had a feeling that Koju, an ordinary human, had the ability to devour the fourth primogenitor and become the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation. After all, it was impossible for low-level vampires to devour high-level vampires without any special abilities, let alone an ordinary human like Gucheng who had devoured a true ancestor. Ignoring Koju and Yakaina, Wu Yan walked to the window and looked outside. He sighed. For the time being, let's deal with Kanace Natsuya first. Chapter 947. Itagami Island is a special city for demons, a place dedicated to the research of demons. Besides demons, there were also many researchers of related enterprises such as pharmaceutical, precision machinery, high-tech industries and famous research institutions on this artificial island. Their purpose was to apply the research results of demons to themselves, so as to gain benefits. Some of them are even clustered together to form a research area. In the middle of the research area, there's an old street that seems to have existed since Itagami Island was built. On the street, there's a company. The outer walls were all covered with glass and looked abnormally cold. Compared to the surrounding buildings that seemed to be very old, it was undoubtedly a killjoy, but at the same time, it was an indisputable building that was dozens of meters tall. Fortunately, the sunlight could not shine here, otherwise, it would be reflected by such a huge thing covered in glass, and people would not dare to raise their heads to look at it. The name of the company is Magus Plastic. From the name, this company seems to be related to magic or attack magicians. But in fact, it was just a company that specialized in manufacturing industrial robot puppets. For example, cleaning robots were the target of this company's attempts. But now, this company only existed in name. Even the company's office building was almost abandoned. The true center of the magic shooter's workshop was a ship that was located to the east of the company building. Only a faint shadow could be seen. It was the sorcerer's commercial cargo ship, used to transport the work robot dolls produced by the sorcerer. Unfortunately, it's no longer used for transportation. It's used for unknown research. Kanace Cannon. Right now, she's on this ship. She's lying in the dim light. Kanace Cannon's eyes are wide open. She's staring blankly at the ceiling. There's no movement inside. She's like a puppet. Her pupils are dilated. Tiny streams of light swirled around Kanace Cannon's body. She's releasing an illusory light. Soon after, it formed many complicated patterns. As the flowing light surged, it was like flowing water. It's moving as if it's alive. Just by looking at this scene, one would think that Kanace Cannon was a lifelike doll. The patterns flowing on her body were the links of the doll, giving the impression that as long as one found a button, the patterns would automatically open and reveal the mechanism inside the doll. But it is true that the current Kanace Cannon can no longer be considered a human. Even she herself thinks so. The unfamiliar and uncontrollable body responded clearly in her mind, and continued to change. Kanace Cannon clearly understood that her existence was slowly disappearing from this world along with these changes. Even though Kanace Cannon understood this, she didn't know how to describe her current feelings. However, one thing was for sure, she didn't feel any sadness or fear. As for the reason, part of it is because her body is changing. Her heart is disappearing. That's why her sadness and fear are leaving her. Another part of it is because after the initial sadness and fear, she knows that her hands are stained with the blood of others. She no longer believes that she has the right to have such feelings. Fake angels were nothing more than transforming a group of ordinary people with extraordinary spiritual constitutions into masked parasites. Then they were made to kill each other, devour the spiritual centers in their bodies, and absorb them into their own bodies. From there, they would obtain enough spirituality for evolution and break through their own barriers. In the end, they would sublimate into real angels. And in order to obtain enough spirituality, one would need at least 7 spirituality centers to be able to do so. In other words, if Kanace Cannon wants to become an angel, she'll have to kill 6 of her own kind and devour a part of their bodies to reach the requirements for her own evolution. She had more or less achieved this. Even though she only hurt a few of her own kind, they also killed the others who were eliminated. Regardless of the number, Kanace Cannon can't deny that her hands are stained with blood. Right now, she's just a monster. Even if he was wearing an angel jacket. Disappearing like this isn't a bad idea. Kanace Cannon said to herself in the last bit of consciousness she had left. As the thought came to her mind, the pupils in her eyes became more dilated. Soon after, the remaining bit of consciousness also slowly dissipated. With her sluggish eyes, Kanace Cannon suddenly recalled what happened last night. In the night sky, she was still slaughtering her own kind as usual. Just like her, before the battle, she had already devoured the rest of the masked parasites. Because of this, her kind is very strong. At least, she's stronger than her previous kind. Yet she still has the upper hand. According to this situation, if he continued to fight, then sooner or later, this fellow race member would be torn apart by his own hands, and a part of his body would be bitten off. At that time, she won't be able to control her own body. She doesn't even have much rationality left. Her compassion and kindness have all become numb in her previous battles. It was also at that time that a figure that he wasn't very familiar with, but was strangely close to, appeared. He stopped her from fighting so that she wouldn't have to hurt her own kind. Kanace Cannon is grateful to him, but she also feels guilty, because at that time, she still made a move against the person who had saved her. Kanace Cannon still remembered that when she was wearing a mask, he recognized her and called out her name when she was still a human. Even though she had changed into her human form, he still didn't arrest her like he did with the other members of his race. He was even willing to hold her hand at that time and tell her, "I don't want to fight you." In the void, he held her hand and looked at her with pity, heartache, gentleness, and understanding. He looked at her who had turned into a monster, whose hands and mouth were covered in blood, and said those words that almost made her cry. But at that time, she couldn't shed any more tears. It was also at that time that Kanace Cannon, who thought there was no turning back, wavered. Ever since she became a monster, for the first time in her life, she had a strong desire to return to the past. She wanted to go back to the time when she was still Kanace Cannon. However, this wish only lasted for less than 10 seconds before vanishing into thin air once again. Kanace Cannon saw herself piercing the chest of the man who called out to her gently. She broke his flesh, pierced his body, and crushed his heart. Her heart died with him at that moment. When she looked at him again, the pity, heartache, gentleness, and understanding on his face were all gone. All that was left was a sad and pitiful smile. Kanace Cannon felt the warmth of his blood on her hand. She couldn't shed any tears. This time, it's not because she can't control her tears, it's because her heart is broken. Tears have become a luxury. Then, there's no more then. His heart had already died along with the other party's heart being crushed by his own hands. Kanae's Cannon doesn't have any memories of what happened after that. The tattoo on her body glowed faintly. At that moment, there was only one image left in her mind. The image of the person with blood flowing out of his chest and a pitiful smile. Finally, Kanae's Cannon couldn't hold it in any longer and a tear rolled down her cheek. Chapter 948. Sorcerer Craft Plastic Commercial Cargo Ship. In the middle of a room filled with all sorts of medical equipment, there is no sunlight. It looks like a hospital operating room, but it also looks like a research lab. There is a bed in the middle of the room. On the bed, Cannon was lying in a vegetative state. Her eyes were unfocused, and she looked like she was in a vegetative state. She lay under the light of an unknown source of light. Her body rippled like flowing water, emitting a power that no one could detect. It was acting on Cannon's body. Those runes are the spirit evolution runes. They are the runes used to create artificial angels. Because of these runes, the artificial angels can transform their own spirituality into power. They can accept the divine aura from the higher dimension and transform into the shape of an angel to fight. Only by engraving the spirit evolution runes on their bodies can the artificial angels have the qualifications to evolve. This way, they can obtain the spirit core of others and increase their own spirituality. Unfortunately, not everyone can engrave the spirit evolution runes on their bodies. The first condition to transform oneself into an artificial angel is to have a certain level of spirituality. In other words, the artificial angel must have the talent to become a powerful attack mage. For example, Yakaina has a strong spirituality. Otherwise, she would not have become the Lion King organization's sword shaman. Only with a powerful spirit body would the spirit evolution tactic be effective, and the artificial angel could be born. Of course, possessing a spiritual body was only the first condition to become a fake angel. If one wanted to become a real angel, not only would they need to gather the 7 spiritual cores, but they would also need to gather the 7 spiritual cores. Moreover, these 7 spiritual centers had to be added together to reach the level of a true angel. This is not something that can be done easily. To put it bluntly, if Kanae's Cannon was not one of the 7 fake angels, then the real angels would never be born. Because Kanae's Cannon's spirituality was the strongest among the 7 fake angels. Her spirituality was even stronger than the other 6 fake angels combined. Just as Wu Yan guessed, a tactic that can mass-produce strong individuals either doesn't exist, or it's not. There must be a condition that needs to be met. The condition to become a fake angel was to have a powerful spiritual body. The conditions to become a true angel were so harsh that it was impossible to be born without Cannon or a spiritual body as powerful as Cannon. Not only that, but even if you become a true angel, there are still limitations. Angels could not exist in the human world. Angels who once existed in the human world had to return to their own world in the end. This was the foundation of the existence of angels. In other words, if Kanae's Cannon became a real angel, she would have to leave this world sooner or later. On top of that, angels do not have self-consciousness. Simply put, they are a group of puppets that only know how to serve God. Therefore, if Kanae's Cannon becomes an angel, her self-consciousness will completely disappear, and she will become a puppet from head to toe. This was the so-called ascension ceremony. However, it's not that easy for Kanae's Cannon to become a real angel and ascend to heaven. On the side of Kanae's Natsuen's bed, there is a person. His hair was gray, his face was solemn, and he wore a pair of glasses. He looks to be in his 50s, like a doctor or a professor. He looks very knowledgeable. His name is Kanae's Kensei, Kanae's Cannon's father. No, to be more precise, he is Kanae's Cannon's adoptive father. He is the one who engraved the spirit evolution technique on Kanae's Cannon's body and turned her into a fake angel. At this moment, he was looking at Cannon, who was lying on the bed. Her brows were furrowed, and she seemed to be in a lot of trouble. How is it? Just as Kensei Kanae was feeling distressed, a voice rang out behind him, waking him up. It was a frivolous woman in an office lady's attire. Is it bad? The woman's tone is nonchalant when she said that. It's obvious she doesn't care about Kanae's canon, but the fake angel. Kanae's Kensei didn't even look at her. His gaze is still on Kanae's canon. His brows are tightly furrowed. The situation is not good. Kanae's Kensei's tone is calm even though he's troubled. The damage he received is enough to kill an ordinary person several hundred times over. Even if the orcs came, I'm afraid they would still be dead. If it wasn't for the fake angel's amazing recovery ability and the timely treatment, she would have died. The woman furrowed her brows. Her face is filled with displeasure. Hasn't this monster already devoured 3 spirit centers already? Who on earth had the ability to injure her to this extent? I don't know. Kanae's Kensei's tone is flat as if it has nothing to do with him. Let's not talk about who injured her for now. Anyway, she's already been treated. Coupled with the recovery ability of the fake angel, her injuries are almost healed. The real problem is the other fake angel. The other fake angel. The woman clicked her tongue and pursed her lips. Is it the fake angel that was captured by the attack officer? Kensei Yace nodded and said seriously. That fake angel also devoured a spiritual hub. Now, if XDA-7 wants to obtain enough spirituality to evolve, it needs 2 more hubs. At this point, Kensei's face sank. However, the fake angel has been captured. We only have 7 fake angels in total. If we don't get that fake angel back, XDA-7 won't be able to evolve into an angel. Is it that serious? The woman glanced at Kanae's Kensei. Didn't you say that the key to this simulated angel ritual is your daughter? If it's the other fake angels, we can just find 2 more. BB. Kanae's Kensei turned around and looked at the woman. I'm just a person who provides research results. It doesn't matter what the result is. If you can afford to wait, I'll do my best to do it. This time his daughter, the one Kensei called BB, finally had a change in expression. The reason she cares so much about the fake angel is because she is a member of Sorcerer's Craft Plastic. Now that Sorcerer's Craft Plastic is facing bankruptcy, the robot dolls are no longer needed. Their company urgently needs a new product to support the company's operations. And that product is none other than the fake angel. With such a powerful combat ability, I believe that many ambitious people would be interested in the fake angel. But as Kanae's Kensei said, the company is about to go bankrupt. If they continue to wait, it will be destroyed sooner or later. Kanae's Kensei can afford to wait, but Sorcerer's Craft Plastic can't. Kanae's Kensei's face changed. In the end, she seemed to have made a decision. She shouted at the door. Luo, bring that in. Hearing BB's words, Kensei Kanae froze for a moment. At this moment, a man carrying 2 coffin-like cabinets walked in. When Kanae's Kensei saw the things in the cabinets, his face changed. There are 2 girls in the cabinets. 2 girls with wings and masks. Fake angel. Impossible. Kanae's Kensei was shocked. I only made 7 of them. Heh. BB laughed sinisterly. The so-called product should be something that can be mass-produced and bring great benefits. That's what a product is. How can 7 be enough? I see. Kanae's Kensei lowered his head and said in a low voice. Clones. Although their performance is not as good as that monster over there. BB smiled evilly and said, but if it's the spiritual center, they also have it. Is it okay to use theirs? Kanae's Kensei stared at BB and did not answer. He picked up a remote control. Swallow them. XDA-7. On the bed, Kanae's Kensei's blank eyes suddenly turned sinister. Not long after, the sound of flesh tearing and disgusting chewing echoed. Chapter 949. Blood flowed all over the floor of the dark room. The 2 cloned angels were lying on the ground. Blood was flowing out of a terrifying hole in their abdomens, spreading the blood on the ground. Most of their aura had dissipated. They were on their last breaths, not far away from death. None of them, including Kensei, BB, or the man called Luo, showed any pity on their faces. They didn't even look at them. They just let them die. Kensei and the others are looking at Canon Kanase. Canon is lying on the bed again. The glowing runes on her body are emitting an unknown power. Canon didn't seem to have left the bed. She's still staring blankly at the ceiling as if she didn't do anything, ignoring the blood dripping from her mouth. There shouldn't be a problem this time, right? BB waved her hand tiredly and said to Kensei Kanase, the cost of cloning 2 fake angels is not small. If it doesn't work, your fake angel ritual can also be abandoned. No problem, Kensei Kanase said in a calm voice. The 6 spiritual centers in XDA-7 have stabilized. They're starting to fuse with the body. After one more ritual, XDA-7 will be able to evolve. Is that so? BB seemed to heave a sigh of relief and smiled maliciously. That's good. Otherwise, this monster has no value. So, what is the ritual that needs to be done? Battle. Fight. The glasses on Kensei Kanase's face flashed with light, making it impossible to see the expression in his eyes. A large-scale battle. Let XDA-7 fuse its spiritual centers with the body. This way, XDA-7 will evolve to the final stage. Then the angel will be the strongest. It will be the strongest. Battle? BB pondered for a moment. An evil smile appeared on her face. Then, let's find the guy who injured this monster last time. To be able to injure this monster so severely that it almost died should be enough to be the target of the ritual, right? Yes. Hearing that, Kensei was silent. Not long after, he raised his head. Let's do that. Heh. As if she was excited, BB's eyes turned dark red, and a pair of fangs protruded out of her mouth. She's a vampire. Luo. Licking the corner of her mouth, BB shouted without the slightest bit of image. Bring that monster to the company. This is really troublesome. We haven't even found the person yet. What's the hurry? She grumbled as she walked towards Kanase Natsuan. She reached out her hand and grabbed Kanase Natsuan by the neck. From the looks of it, it was as if Hanae's cannon was a chicken that was lying on the chopping board. In order to put her into the pot, Hanae's cannon was lifted up. But he's destined to fail. Dong. Ryo, who was trying to reach for Kanase Natsuan, seemed to have been hit by an invisible force. He didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying like an arrow. He flew past Kanase Kensei and BB and smashed into the wall behind them. Bang. The fragile wall was smashed by Rose's body. Rose's body didn't slow down at all. He was thrown out of the boat and fell into a deep slumber. Kensei Kanase and BB did not even have the time to react to the sudden change. For a moment, they were stunned there, as if they had been fixed in place and could not move. On their foreheads, a drop of sweat slid down without explanation, and their pupils constricted in hindsight. Phew. It sounded like the wind, but also like the sound of something breaking through the air. A soft sound reverberated in the air and entered their ears. In front of them, beside Kanase Cannon's bed, a silhouette slowly appeared. Kensei and BB's expressions changed. Even Cannon's blank eyes lit up when she saw the figure. Raising his head, a pair of wine-red eyes swept across Kensei and BB. Then he looked at the ground that was covered in blood and the 2 fake angel clones. Finally, he threw himself onto the bed and looked at Kanase Cannon. When he saw the emptiness in her eyes and the blood at the corner of her mouth, his wine-red eyes trembled slightly. Then they suddenly turned cold. Slowly turning around, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned indifferent. He looked at Kensei Yanase and said in a deep voice, "Are you Kensei Kanase?" Kensei Yase's expression froze and his voice sank. "Who are you?" "Me?" Wu Yan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Just an incompetent teacher who can't even save a student." "Teacher?" Kensei Yase flinched. BB took advantage of this moment to react. "How did you find this place?" Compared to Wu Yan's identity, BB was more concerned about how her secret location was discovered. There was no other way. Everything they did on this ship was illegal. How could they not care when they were invaded by someone else? "I found out about Kensei Yase's existence from Kanase's personal information, and found out where he worked. I followed the clues and found my way here." Wu Yan glanced at BB with a disdainful smile. "Impossible," BB shouted angrily. This is the ocean, it's not that easy to find. Don't tell me you think you won't be discovered by parking your ship on the ocean. Wu Yan laughed. The fake angels only appeared on Itagami Island last night. Your company is located on Itagami Island. Even if you drove the ship out, how far can you drive it? Just look around. Wu Yan glanced at BB from the corner of his eye. Next time, if you want to do something secretive, sail the ship further away from Itagami Island. You might be able to fool a normal person, but you won't be able to fool a magician who specializes in spatial manipulation. It's just a matter of a few seconds. Damn it! BB cursed. Her crimson eyes turned darker due to her anger. If that's the case, don't even think about leaving this place. Wu Yan ignored BB's words. He turned to Kensei Yace with a strange glint in his eyes. Let me ask you something. Wu Yan spoke with a strange tone. You're the one who created the fake angels, right? Kensei pushed up his glasses and nodded, just as he opened his mouth to say something. Bang! In a flash, Wu Yan appeared in front of Kensei Yace and punched him in the face. Kensei Yace's glasses shattered and he fell to the ground. Blood flowed down his face as he howled in pain. What? BB turned pale with fright. Before she could come back to her senses, a wave of magic power landed on her body and blew her away. Looking at Kensei, who was lying on the ground with his hands covering his face, Wu Yan ignored him and walked over to Kanae's cannon. Looking at her unfocused eyes, Wu Yan took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. Wu Yan extended his hand towards Cannon. He stared into her eyes and asked gently, Do you want to come with me? Cannon stared blankly at the smiling Wu Yan. She didn't know if it's her subconscious or if it's just her subconscious. She reached out and placed her hand on Wu Yan's palm. After that, Cannon lost consciousness. She closed her eyes and a small teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. But this time the teardrop didn't seem sad. Wu Yan sighed as he held Kanae's Cannon's hand. He picked her up with a big hug. His gaze swept to the back again. There were only 2 dead masked parasites left. Kensei and BB were nowhere to be seen. Wu Yan frowned and smiled bitterly. I forgot that woman is a vampire. Wu Yan caressed Kanae Natsuya's hair before disappearing in a flash. Chapter 950. She's Kanae Natsuan? Kotori turned to Wu Yan with a pair of red eyes. The silver-haired girl looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful and holy aura. She looked at Wu Yan with a strange look in her red eyes. Are you sure she's the target of the dungeon mission and not your target? Wu Yan's expression was heavy and serious, but when he heard Kotori's words, the serious expression on his face crumbled, leaving behind only a grumpy expression. She's really Kanae Natsuan. Wu Yan emphasized. Why would you think that way? Kotori pursed her lips and sneered. Who told you to choose such a beautiful girl for the dungeon mission? It's the system's choice. Wu Yan tried to prove his innocence. Then why are the targets of the dungeon missions always beautiful girls? Kotori seemed to be really puzzled by this. I remember you said you had a dungeon mission in our world where you wanted me, Toka, Yoshino, and Kuromi to equip the sealing bracelet, right? This time, it's to save Kanae Natsuan. Kotori paused and looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. Could it be that in every instance Dungeon World's quest, there will be something related to beautiful girls? Wu Yan's lips twitched and his heart started beating like a drum. That seems to be the case. In the Whirlwind Butler world, he had a dungeon mission to enroll in the White Emperor College. In order to enroll in the White Emperor College, he had to meet with the student council president of the White Emperor College. In other words, he had to meet with Chuju. If that's the case, he did meet the president through that dungeon mission. In the Forbidden Book of Magic World, his first dungeon mission was to save his sisters. His third dungeon mission was to defeat 3 or more characters. That's why Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku became his targets. As for the Date Battle world, there's no need to mention it. Kotori already mentioned it once. Not including the world of the Saber and Sword Dominion. In every dungeon world, there would be at least 1 or 2 quests related to cute and beautiful girls. The only dungeon world that did not have any quests related to girls was the celestial dominion of swords and sabers. Furthermore, it was a dungeon world where the quests were mandatory. In other words, every time he entered a dungeon world, the system would give him a mission. At least one of them was related to a cute girl. When he thought of this, he blushed with shame, but at the same time, he felt immense gratitude towards the system who fused with his soul. It's a good system. Wu Yan gave the system a good system card without hesitation. However, he didn't say anything to Kotori. It's just a coincidence, it's a system mission. It has nothing to do with me. Is that so? Kotori looked at Wu Yan meaningfully before turning her head away. Isn't there a saying that goes like master, like system? Where did you hear that from? Wu Yan couldn't help but retort. She's been modified, right? Kotori snorted and looked at Kanace Natsuan. So, what do you plan to do with her? Wu Yan's expression turned serious once more. He stared at Kanace Natsuan for a while before saying, the second dungeon mission requires me to stop the ascension ritual. Save Kanace, who has been turned into a fake angel. If I can get rid of the modification spell on her, the mission should be complete. I see. Kotori muttered to herself before turning around. She looked at Wu Yan and said, if that's the case, it shouldn't be hard for you, right? Kotori knows that Wu Yan has all the spell knowledge from the 103,000 grimoires in his head. His understanding of spells is the best in this world. Even if the tactics in the 103,000 grimoires are from the Forbidden Tome of Magic, Wu Yan should be able to break Kanace Cannon's spirit evolution tactics with his vast knowledge of tactics. Even if he doesn't know Kanace Cannon's spirit evolution tactics, it shouldn't be a problem for him. However, Wu Yan shook his head. Perhaps it was simple in the past. But now, Yi's body has gathered all the conditions to evolve into an angel. She's on the path of ascension. Strictly speaking, she's no longer a character of this world. She's in existence in a higher dimension. Wu Yan pointed at the flowing spell patterns on Kanace Natsuan's body. She's no longer the Kanace from this dimension. Since her evolution isn't complete, I can touch her. But if I attack her, my attack won't work. Getting rid of the spell patterns on Kanace's body is already within the range of my attack. Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. Of course, it's not that I don't have a technique to deal with angels of a higher dimension. There are techniques in the 103,000 books of witchcraft specifically used against heaven, and even techniques used by angels themselves, the so-called angel techniques. If I spend some time, I'll definitely be able to get rid of the patterns, but I'm a little hesitant. Hesitating? Kotori furrowed her brows. What are you hesitating for? I'm hesitating if I should get rid of the spell patterns on Kanace's body. Wu Yan didn't mince his words. Kanace already has all the requirements to evolve into an angel. If she succeeds, she'll be as strong as you and me. It wasn't easy to get these conditions. It would be a pity to get rid of them just like that. Huh? Are you kidding me? Kotori looked at Wu Yan in shock. Let's not talk about whether or not you can complete the second mission. If you let Kanace Natsuan evolve into an angel, not only will her consciousness disappear, she won't be able to exist for long. She'll eventually leave this world. Are you trying to kill her by not getting rid of the spell patterns? Do I look like that kind of person? Wu Yan rolled his eyes and sighed. Since I said so, of course I have a way to keep Kanace's consciousness intact and let her exist in this world. Yes, Wu Yan has a way to keep Kanace Natsuan in her angelic form. She can remain in this world. In the world of the Forbidden Magic Tome, there are very few examples of humans summoning angels. But it's not like there aren't any. The method of summoning angels used in these limited examples was naturally left in the 103,000 books of witchcraft. Summoning an angel is very, very difficult. Otherwise, in the original work, Yufeng Fire would not have spent so much effort to build a fortress just to bring an angel down to the mortal realm. He even almost sacrificed himself in the process. Therefore, even though Wu Yan has a way to summon an angel, he can't do it alone. However, it was much simpler to just leave the original angels in this world. After all, Kanae's Canon's spiritual evolution had been completed, and all the necessary conditions were in place. There was no need for him to prepare anything himself. All he needed to do was to modify the spiritual evolution technique on Canon's body, and it would not be impossible. The only drawback was that forcefully modifying an existing tactic required a level of understanding and an abnormally large amount of mana that exceeded the level of the tactic itself. However, with 103,000 grimoires, how could Wu Yan lack understanding of spell patterns? As a true ancestor, how could he lack mana? Therefore, Wu Yan meets the requirements to preserve Kanae's Natsuen's angelic power and maintain her consciousness. However, if he does that, he will have to continuously transfer mana to the spell patterns on Kanae's Natsuen's body to maintain them. Wu Yan didn't care about the price. He has a lot of mana and it's still growing. If he didn't, all he would have to do is use Fantasy Killer on Kanae's and poke her a little bit. I wonder what Kanae's Natsuen thinks. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. If she only wants to live a peaceful life, I don't think it's appropriate for me to do this. Why are you so troubled? Kotori hit the nail on the head. Let's do it first. If Kanae's Natsuen doesn't want to have angelic power, you can just remove the spell patterns on her body. If that's the case, my efforts will be in vain. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's your business. Kotori waved at Wu Yan and left. Work hard. Wu Yan was speechless. Chapter 951. Kotori's departure silenced the small room. Wu Yan stared at Canon, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. He didn't say a word. In the air, an extremely subtle sound was quietly reverberating. It was like the sound of a sophisticated computer calculating something. The source of the sound was none other than Canon's spiritual evolution rune patterns that were constantly flowing on her body. His eyes scanned the runes on Kanae's body like a machine. The simple and smooth runes looked like complex alphabets in his eyes. Each of them had their own purpose, and each of them was related to the other alphabets. Wu Yan's job is to find out the unimportant and unnecessary parts of these connections and remove them. Then he will use his knowledge of tactics to fill in the new lines to create a new effect for the spiritual evolution tactic. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as an improvement. This wasn't a simple task. This was because the composition of a tactic was like an orderly formula. If you removed a part of it, then the entire formula would no longer be valid. It was the same for a tactic. It had its own composition rules. Removing a part of it was the same as destroying the entire tactic. The difficulty of modifying a perfectly good formula and making it work is comparable to the time when Wu Yan modified the structure of the mobile church. The difficulty of changing a single target defense to an area of effect defense is obvious. Even if he could do it, he would be as tired as a dead dog. Compared to the mobile church, the spiritual evolution tactic was not inferior at all. One was a tactic that could artificially create angels. The other is an ultimate defensive pattern. They are on par in terms of levels. Or rather, if it wasn't for the harsh conditions required for the spiritual evolution technique to create angels, and if it could be as effective as the moving church without any side effects or sacrifices, then this technique would be much more effective. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the highest level of all tactics. No side effects or sacrifices. A pattern that can create real angels at any time. Just the thought of it is terrifying. Fortunately, no matter which world it was, tactics with heaven-defying effects like the spiritual evolution tactic had their limitations and conditions. Otherwise, Wu Yan wouldn't have dared to make a name for himself in this dungeon world. His mind flashed with the techniques from the 103,000 grimoires, including magic techniques, alchemy techniques, yin-yang techniques, and even angelic techniques. Wu Yan found the parts he needed from this vast collection of techniques and stored them in his mind. Phew. He took a deep breath. Wu Yan focused his mind and began to remove Canon's clothes. The spirit evolution tactic was still flowing on Canon's body, as if it was engraved on her clothes. However, the spirit evolution tactic was actually engraved on her body. To modify the spirit evolution tactic, one had to touch the spirit evolution tactic directly. Wu Yan said he couldn't do it. He didn't have any evil intentions. Right now, his heart was also stirring with eagerness. Wu Yan's hands didn't even tremble during the whole process as he removed Kanace Cannon's skin-tight clothes that looked like a night ranger's outfit. One can only imagine, when it comes to taking off clothes, just how high is his mastery of the art. When Kanace Natsuan appeared in front of Wu Yan, even Wu Yan couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty. Cannon's body. How should he describe it? Very good. She might not be able to compare to Ikaros, Astria, Shokuho Misaki, Toka, and Takitsubu Riku, but her body is well proportioned. Her body is large where it should be and small where it should be. Also, her breasts are bigger than a 14-year-old girl's. With Cannon's age, it's already impressive that she has such a body. It won't be hard for her to reach Shokuho Misaki's level in the future. Wu Yan stared at her for a bit. He couldn't help but look forward to what Kanace Cannon will look like in the future. She must be very tempting. After all, her appearance was no different from an angel. Wu Yan didn't know that this wish of his is about to come true. Taking another deep breath, he suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Wu Yan finally got serious and his lips curled into a mocking smile. If Koju saw this beautiful scene, he would probably have a nosebleed. Wu Yan held his breath and he pointed a finger at her. At the tip of his finger, traces of magic power appeared and entwined. Wu Yan's fingertip seemed to be on fire. A small flame appeared on his fingertip. However, it wasn't a real flame. It was pure mana. It didn't take long for the wisp of mana flames to distort slightly. Vaguely, an extremely small and profound mana array rippled out from within. As it undulated, an indescribable force seemed to surge out, causing the surrounding space to ripple a little. His wine-red eyes glimmered as he scanned the runes on Kanace Natsuan's body. Then he reached out with his burning finger, and he tapped one of the runes on her body. Wang. As if sensing danger, the spell patterns on Cannon's body vibrated violently. The light that was flowing at a fixed speed increased in speed. A repulsive force rippled out and blocked Wu Yan's finger. That was the behavior of an existence of a higher dimension rejecting the attacks of a lower dimension. Modifying the runes of a tactic was equivalent to an attack. Therefore, as an angel from a higher dimension, Kanace Natsuan's body automatically blocked the attacks from the lower dimension through the runes. His fingertip seemed to have hit a wall as it was blocked just like that. Feeling the repulsion coming from the front, Wu Yan secretly praised the wonders of the spirit evolution tactic. He also sneered at the same time. Even if a real angel was lying defenseless in front of me, she wouldn't be able to stop me, let alone someone like you who has only met the requirements. The magic flames on his fingernails expanded, and the magic formation started spinning. The magic formation started spinning, and the magic formation started vibrating. Then, the magic formation collided with the repulsive field created by Kanace Cannon's runes. Pung. A soft muffled sound rang out, clearly audible in the surroundings. In the next moment, the repulsive force released by the surgical pattern was disintegrated, dissolved, and dissolved without any suspense. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace. Wu Yan smiled. He controlled the magical power on his fingertip and compressed the flames to the same size as before. Then he extended his finger and pressed it on Cannon's body. A soft sensation passed through his fingers and into his brain. Wu Yan's focused mind almost got distracted. His eyes couldn't help but wander towards Kanace Cannon's boobs. He quickly averted his gaze. After calming himself down, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. She's only 14 or 15 years old. She's already so charming. When this seductress grows up, she'll ruin the hearts of many impure young men and women. What a seductress! Sighing, Wu Yan closed his eyes. He adjusted his breathing, his mind, and his mana. When he opened his eyes again, the only thing left in his mind was the seriousness and concentration of his mind when he modified the runes. It was as if he was drawing a picture. His fingertips, burning with magical flames, slowly slid across Kanace Cannon's skin. Sometimes, he traced the lines of the spell patterns engraved on her skin. Sometimes, he bypassed them to create new parts. Sometimes he erased some of the spell patterns. Sometimes he added a few more lines to form a picture. The long and arduous work was still going on. Chapter 952. Chi-chi-chi. Sizzling sounds reverberated in the air, as if a burning flame was being extinguished by water, rising and falling rhythmically. In the entire room, strange ripples were moving back and forth in the air. Along with the chi-chi sound, the ripples formed a melody, playing. This scene had been going on for more than 5 hours. Outside the window, the sky was already filled with white light. The night was quietly retreating, waiting for the opportunity to descend again. The azure color replaced the black curtain of the night, spreading across the horizon. Not long after, it would cover the entire sky, bringing dawn to people. The only thing left is the painful sunlight that has yet to appear on Itagami Island despite the 4 seasons of the island. The sky turned white. A new day has begun in Itagami Island. No one knows that Kanace Cannon is lying on Wu Yan's bed, enjoying his caress. After a night, Wu Yan did not show any signs of exhaustion. His wine-red eyes were still glowing, and he appeared to be very serious. His fingertips slid over Kanace Cannon's body more smoothly than the night before. Obviously, his master was gradually getting used to the task. At this moment, the runes on Cannon's body began to flow again. Along with the sizzling sound of its fingertips brushing across its body, its voice also started to work. At first glance, the surgical patterns on Kanace Natsuya's body did not seem to have changed at all. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that some of the surgical patterns had changed their original positions. They were connected to the surrounding surgical patterns, and were gently flowing around them. Moreover, in some corners that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, there were also some patterns that were constructed from spell patterns. They hid in a secret corner of this extremely attractive body, and played their role without anyone knowing. Their role was to make their master happy. He had the qualifications to exist in this world. In his hands, on his fingertips, the mana flame was already a bit bigger than before, which was proof of the amount of mana output of its owner. This was the amount of mana output every second. The amount of mana consumed is comparable to the amount of mana a powerful attack mage needs to cast a magic spell. In addition to the 5 hours of non-stop work, the amount of mana consumed during this period was enough for an old-generation pure-blooded vampire to summon his strongest familiar. However, Wu Yan's face was still glowing. He didn't look tired at all. Aside from battle and injury, this is the moment when Wu Yan looks the most like a true ancestor. After all, a true ancestor is synonymous with mana. As time passed, the mana output from his fingertips increased. Wu Yan's expression became more and more serious. This was because the final step had already arrived. His fingers skimmed over Cannon's soft skin. It passed through her shoulder and reached her chest. Each time his finger skimmed over her chest, he would leave behind a rune mark. Then he moved his finger and connected it with the rune mark on Cannon's chest. Bang! The moment his finger connected, the mana flame on his fingertips expanded by a few times. The mana output also increased by a few times and flowed into the surgical pattern on Cannon's chest. Wung! Almost at the same time, the runes on Kanace Natsuya's body emitted a humming sound that had been suppressed for an entire night. The light on the runes surged wildly like water through a dam. It lasted for about 10 seconds before it calmed down. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the newly constructed spiritual evolution pattern rippled, and gradually melted into Cannon's body. At the same time, the pair of holy wings on Cannon's back slowly retracted into her body. The current Kanace Cannon looked exactly the same as she did before she was turned into a fake angel. She no longer looked like a monster. She was still as holy and noble as before. Her delicate and beautiful face exuded a delicate and pitiful aura. Her tightly shut eyes seemed to have relaxed and opened slightly. She was no longer as pitiful as before, as if she was having a nightmare. Phew! The magic flames on his fingertips slowly dissipated, but Wu Yan didn't stop channeling magic power at all. After a night of reconstruction, Wu Yan managed to connect the surgical pattern on Cannon's body with his. This way, Even if he is not by her side, he can continue channeling mana to her to maintain the operation of the surgical pattern. As long as Wu Yan does not stop channeling mana, Kanan will be able to live normally in this world. However, the amount of mana required to maintain the operation of the surgical pattern is a bit too much. Even a vampire would not be able to handle it. Only a primogenitor would be able to maintain the operation of the surgical pattern without any hindrance. Wu Yan wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead as he felt the connection between him and Kanan. A smile finally appeared on his face. He shifted Kanae Natsuen's body and covered her with a blanket. Covering up her seductive white hair, Wu Yan stroked her bangs and chuckled. "In that case you're back, right?" Wu Yan said gently as he smoothed out the wrinkles on Kanan's forehead. "Kanae, welcome back." Maybe it's because she heard Wu Yan's voice, Kanan's frown loosened up. Her expression turned serene, and Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just then, beep. Mysterious crystal, awakening condition triggered. Mysterious crystal awakening. Beep. Mysterious crystal awakening. The sudden system notification caught Wu Yan off guard. Before he could react, the gate of Babylon opened up behind him. An incubator that looked like a human brain, a black crystal, 10 crystal balls that looked like small black holes, and a glowing crystal flew out from the gate of Babylon and floated in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan was stunned, but he quickly took a step back and observed the 4 items floating in the air. They are completely unrelated to each other. The mysterious crystal rotated, and the special items Wu Yan obtained from the dungeon worlds, the control brain, dark crystal, and dimension orb all exploded as the mysterious crystal rotated. Bang! After a series of explosions, the control brain, the dark matter crystal, and the space bead all turned into light spots and surged back into the mysterious crystal. When all of them had entered the mysterious crystal trembled and actually exploded as well. Wu Yan watched in astonishment as the mysterious crystal exploded into a ball of light and rushed into his chest like a hot knife through butter. He didn't even have time to react to the whole process. Staring blankly at his chest, Wu Yan regained his senses and quickly tore off the front of his shirt. On his chest, there were 3 red jade hooks silently announcing their existence, waiting for Wu Yan to wake them up. Above the 3 jade hooks, there was a white mark. That was the appearance of the mysterious crystal. Beep. Mysterious crystal, awakening complete. Beep. Obtained demon beast mark. Demon beast mark? Hearing the system's voice, Wu Yan asked with a puzzled expression. What is this demon beast mark? User, the demon beast mark, is the incarnation of the demon beast sealed in the mysterious crystal. Incarnation of the demon beast? Hearing the system's answer, Wu Yan was even more puzzled. Before he could ask again, the system answered on its own. The demon beast in the mysterious crystal has an extremely violent consciousness, and almost no self-consciousness. After the system's judgment, the possibility of it being controlled by the user is infinitely close to 0. Therefore, the system automatically erased the demon beast's consciousness and body, and turned it into a demon beast mark. As for the specific ability, the user is required to figure it out by himself. Wu Yan was at a loss. Even now he was still in a daze. Chapter 953. The scorching sun shines down on Itagami Island. The atmosphere is hot and humid. Perhaps the weather on Itagami Island was really hard to come by. The temperature was unbearable for most of the people living on Itagami Island, but for those who had lived here for a long time, they were already used to it. Therefore, even though the temperature was terrifyingly high and their backs were covered in sweat, the pedestrians who were exposed to the sun continued to walk. Although their faces were almost covered in sweat, their expressions were abnormally calm. Only a few young people were complaining as they walked. In such weather, a gust of wind blew past the pedestrians who were hurrying on their way. At this moment, almost every pedestrian on the road revealed a satisfied expression. Some of them even stopped in their tracks to enjoy the refreshing wind. The wind blew through the streets, blew through the buildings, blew through the air, blew through the pedestrians, blew into the high-rise residences with wide-open windows, blew into the doors that they patronized. Kanace Natsuan was lying on the bed. She was lucky enough to be chosen by the wind that blew in through the window. Her bangs fluttered in the wind. Coupled with her exquisite face, she looked exceptionally beautiful. Kanace Cannon seemed to have felt the wind blowing on her body. She seemed to have been summoned by something. Her calm face and eyelids finally broke the silence. Her eyelids trembled slightly. Like a newborn chick, Cannon struggled to open her eyes. Her blue pupils were exposed to the air like crystals. A dazzling light flashed in her eyes, and her blurry vision gradually recovered. Kanace only regained her senses when she saw the white ceiling. Kanace Cannon blinked her eyes blankly. Her beautiful face was full of confusion. She looked around with an expression that was so cute that it would cause nosebleeds. He took in the full view of the room that was filled with a fragrant scent that warmed his heart. Cannon's expression became more and more perplexed as she looked at her surroundings. Are you awake? Kanace Cannon was still trying to sort out her memories, trying to recall why she was here. Suddenly, a voice came from beside her. She heard a voice that made her want to cry. Kanace Cannon abruptly turned her head to the side, which was the direction of the room's door. The tightly shut door opened without anyone noticing, and Wu Yan is standing there. He was holding a tray in his hand. On the tray, plates of delicious and steaming dishes were lying quietly. In a short while, the entire room was shrouded in a fragrant aroma. Wu Yan quickly carried the tray to Kanace Cannon's side. He placed the tray on the bedside table and sat beside her. How are you feeling? Wu Yan asked with a faint smile. Do you feel any discomfort? Kanace Cannon stared blankly at Wu Yan from the moment he walked into the room until she heard Wu Yan's words. She subconsciously shook her head, then reacted. Sensei? Kanace Cannon looked around in confusion. Where is this? This is my home. Wu Yan paused. He smiled and said. It's also your home. My home? Kanace Cannon was stunned. The blank look on her face turned into confusion. She didn't understand why Wu Yan would say something like that. Wu Yan hesitated for a moment. He looked at her eyes. You don't remember? Wu Yan looked at Kanace Cannon seriously. He said word by word. What I did. Things done. Kanace Natsuya frowned. She lowered her head and started to recall the past. Her father said he would save her and turn her into a monster. Flying in the sky, using power that was unimaginable to him in the past, he fought against his fellow clansmen in the same form as him, disregarding the fact that he had swallowed a part of the bodies of his fellow clansmen that he had defeated. Also, he had to stab the heart of this friendly and smiling teacher in front of him. In the end, it was the scene of the pair of hands that he was so familiar with, covered in the blood of others. The confusion faded away. It was replaced by disbelief and deep sorrow. Kanace Cannon shrunk her body. The light in her eyes slowly turned into sadness. Right. I hurt a lot of people. And hurt. Teacher. The terrifying memories returned to Kanace Cannon's mind, causing her face to turn paler and paler. In the end, it was so pale that there was not a trace of blood on her face. Kanace Cannon's hands were stained with blood. She didn't want to admit it, but she was a very kind person, so kind that she couldn't even abandon an abandoned cat. For someone like her, these memories were simply too cruel. Looking at Kanace Cannon's pale face and dejected eyes, Wu Yan lowered his head, but he quickly looked up again. He reached out and touched Kanace Cannon's silver hair. Is it painful? Kanace Cannon didn't answer. She didn't know how to answer. Should she say it's painful? But at that time, she had lost all her emotions. No pain? Then, what was with this dull pain that was reverberating in the depths of his heart? Wu Yan looked at Kanace Cannon with a gaze that could see through her heart. He smiled and spoke. It's okay. Kanace Cannon was stunned. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan. It's okay. Wu Yan caressed her hair, as if he was trying to convey his thoughts to her. He chuckled. Even if your hands are stained with blood, even if your body is stained with blood, you are still you. Wu Yan tilted his head. A smile that made Kanace Cannon lose her mind appeared on his face. If you feel that you have committed a grave sin, Then let me bear it with you. The sin's on your body. Let's carry it together. Kanae's Cannon fell silent. Her eyes flickered with an undetectable ripple, prompting her to blurt out the question. Why? Why? Wu Yan paused. He was stumped by the question. He scratched his face inside. I don't know why, but I just want to do this. After all, if I don't take you in now, you will have to sleep on the streets. Not to mention that I am your teacher. Even though I have only met you once, I am still worried. Kanae's Cannon was stunned. She looked at Wu Yan in a daze. Wu Yan felt uncomfortable. He turned his head away awkwardly. Kanae's Cannon finally laughed. Like a blossoming white lotus, Kanae's Cannon's smile was exceptionally dazzling and regal under the light. She looked like a goddess. Wu Yan almost fell into a daze. He regained his senses after a while and smiled as well. Kanae, you look so pretty when you smile. No wonder you are called the saint of middle school. Shaking his head, he caressed Kanae's Cannon's bangs and said in a gentle tone, smile more often in the future. Kanae's Cannon lowered her head in embarrassment. Wu Yan smiled again. Are you hungry? She picked up the tray of food from the bedside table and placed it in front of Kanae's Natsuya. Come, let's eat. I made this myself. I am quite confident in the taste. Wu Yan teased as he placed the tray on Cannon's lap. He then stood up. My sister went out to buy some clothes for you. Before the clothes are back, you will have to stay in bed. Of course, if you want to get up, I won't stop you. Kanae's Cannon realized she wasn't wearing anything under the covers. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Wu Yan laughed heartily and walked out of the room. Kanae's Cannon tightened the covers around her and looked at the tray in front of her. She reached out and picked up a bowl of clear soup. Kanae's Cannon's eyes sparkled as she felt the warmth from the bowl. Something in her heart melted. It's so warm. Chapter 954. She was wearing a white knee-length long-sleeve dress, a pair of white high boots, and a short-sleeved blue jacket. She looked very fresh. This is what Cannon is wearing right now. Wu Yan and Kotori looked at each other in surprise. They could see the amazement in each other's eyes. Cannon lowered her head shyly when she saw the two staring at her. She fidgeted as if she wasn't used to it. With Cannon's looks, it's normal for her to be the center of attention. She should be used to it by now. What she's not used to is what she's wearing right now. In Cannon's memory, she had never worn anything other than her uniform since she started school. Even if she did, she would just wear underwear and cover it with her uniform. She had almost forgotten how long it had been since she started wearing casual clothes. One has to admit that Cannon, who is already pretty to begin with, looked quite stunning in her casual attire. Even though Wu Yan and Kotori were prepared to admire her beauty, they couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty. At the same time, they smiled bitterly. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Kotori put her hands on her waist and tilted her ponytailed head to the side. But is this really enough? Looks like it's quite hot. Itagami Island is like summer all year round. The temperature is terrifyingly high. On this island, the only ones who would wear long sleeves were demons with strong heat resistance or attack mages with special skills. For ordinary people, in such a terrible temperature, it was better to wear as little as possible. There's no doubt about it. Cannon is just a normal person before she transforms into an angel. Even though she has a powerful medium constitution, and her spirit body is strong enough to survive the fake angel ritual and become a real angel, her spirit energy hasn't been developed yet. She's still a normal person before she's used. It was very painful to wear long-sleeved clothes here. No, it's fine. Cannon smiled shyly. I'm used to it, so. Indeed, even if she's wearing her uniform, Cannon would also wear thick underwear under her uniform. Back then, she didn't complain about the heat. Rather than saying that it was a habit, it was more accurate to say that her undeveloped physique had some minor effects, such as resistance to heat and cold. I would like to say that you look great in this outfit, but you don't look like you're used to it. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks when he saw Cannon hesitating on the spot. Wear this for now. I'll apply for a new uniform for you when we get back to school. Kotori will take you to buy some daily necessities later. Don't hesitate to ask for anything you need, or we'll be troubled. It's fine. Kanon shook her head. A peaceful smile slowly appeared on her face. That's fine. I'm already satisfied. Kanon isn't just satisfied, she's extremely grateful to Wu Yan. Not only did he save her from that form, but he's also willing to adopt her and fulfill all her needs. Kanon, who almost lost everything not long ago, is overjoyed. As long as you're happy. Wu Yan walked up to Kanon and looked at her cute smile. He couldn't help but rub her head. As expected, Kanae should smile more, it's prettier. Kanon blushed, but she didn't avoid Wu Yan's hand. She shyly said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Sensei, you can call me Kanon. Wu Yan was taken aback, surprise flashed in his eyes. Calling someone by their name is a sign of intimacy in the 2D world. Even though he adopted Kanon, this is only the second time they've met, not counting the time she turned into a fake angel, and the time she went to class. As if she could read his mind, Kanon tightened her grip on her chest. She lifted her head and flashed him a beautiful smile. Sensei, is my family. Kanon's eyes sparkled as if she was looking forward to it. Family members have to be addressed by their names. Looking at Kanon's beautiful face, Wu Yan smiled as well. His smile was both helpless and joyful at the same time. All right, I'll be looking forward to your guidance, Kanon. Okay. Kanon squinted her eyes happily. Oh. Kotori smirked as she looked at Wu Yan. You're pretty capable, aren't you? Ha. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and put on a fake smile. What you just said has distorted the entire reality. I know you're that kind of person. You don't know. You don't know at all. We can't quarrel. Ding dong. Just as the three of them were in a mess, the doorbell rang outside the door. Immediately after, the sound of the door being opened and a sweet and cheerful voice came from outside. Sensei, Kotori-chan. Good morning. Are you up already? You're going to be late for school. Nagisa, Yakaina, and a lazy Koju walked in from the direction of the entrance. Nisha-chan. Kanon felt completely different when she saw her best friend again. She felt an impulse bursting out of her heart. Nagisa was surprised to see Kanon here. Kanon-chan, why are you here? That Kensei Kanase is too despicable. Nagisa yelled when she heard Wu Yan's explanation. Her cute face was filled with anger. How dare he treat his own daughter? Even Nagisa, who was the most cheerful of them all, reacted this way. Koju, who had a sense of justice, and Yakaina, who was meticulous, were even more so. Yakaina, in particular, was furious to the extreme. She's the sword shaman of the Lion King organization. But she's just a tool that the Lion King organization trained to help them do their job. They adopted a child with a strong psychic constitution, and trained them with a purpose. Kanon and Yakaina had the same experience. Kanon-chan, don't be afraid. Nagisa's tone softened when she saw Kanon's sad face. She held her hand and comforted her. Sensei is very powerful. With him around, no one will be able to hurt you, Nagisa-chan. Kanon was touched and smiled, but she shook her head. I'm not afraid at all. I'm just worried that I'll get everyone involved. Don't worry, Kanon-chan. Nagisa puffed up her chest. She didn't know where she got her confidence from. Nagisa, I'll be fine. Oi, Nagisa, this isn't something you can meddle in. Don't meddle. Koju jumped out anxiously. Unlike him and Yakaina, who were true ancestors of vampires, Nagisa was an ordinary person. If she was involved in this incident, she would be in grave danger. What are you saying, Kojo-kun? Nagisa glared at Koju. Kanon-chan is a very important friend of mine. How can I not help her? But you. Koju didn't know what to say. Should I say that you're a normal person and shouldn't get involved in this? But on the surface, he and Yakaina are normal people too. Sensei. Yakaina frowned and looked at Wu Yan. Why don't you talk to Nagisa? Wu Yan pursed his lips and smiled. I say, Koju Jijua, Don't underestimate Nagisa. She's stronger than you think. Nagisa puffed up her chest proudly. However, Wu Yan's next sentence made her choke on her words. I'm still afraid of the demons. That last sentence is unnecessary. Nagisa shouted angrily. Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.